What? Who's what? Jacob. Yeah, I know. That's Jacob.
I think we have quorum.
You do. Jacob is coming.
Okay, I'd like to call the January 21st meeting of the Planning Commission to order. It is now 6:01 p.m. And if we could all rise, and Commissioner Chaco, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Fresco, absent. Commissioner Lambert.
Here.
Commissioner Landris.
Here.
Commissioner Reese. Commissioner Wasserman, absent at the moment. Vice Chair Chaco.
Present.
Chair Hamilton.
Here. Okay, thank you. We can now move on to agenda item 4 for the director's report.
Yes, that'll be coming from me tonight. Our Community Development Director will be out tonight. So to kind of give a little overview of what is upcoming for the commission, on February 4th, we currently have no items, so we are anticipating canceling that meeting. On February 18th, there may be a airport conversion discussion that will be happening. We're still trying to schedule that with the airport conversion team. At the moment, it'll be on the 18th, but we are also looking at March 4th. That request came in only earlier this week, so we're kind of coordinating that effort. And then on March 4th, we will be having, hopefully, the city manager coming to us this time. I know he tried a handful of months ago, but unfortunately, some scheduling conflicts kept him from joining us. We will also be doing our annual legislative overview on what kind of all happened last year that is becoming effective this year. That will largely be a presentation on kind of future amendments. So we will not be voting on anything. It's more just letting you know what's coming your way. Additionally, and I'll go in a little bit more detail regarding what happened at council on the 13th, but we will also be having a study session of sorts regarding SB 1123, and I'll give you a little bit more information on that in a second. But also just reviewing our other boards and commissions that city planning oversees. For ARB, on December 15th, we had a pretty full agenda of 4 items. All were approved. They consisted of an addition to an existing duplex, approval of a personal storage, which actually is a DRP that is before you tonight. There was also an 8-unit condo on 16th Street and an R1 modification at 2244 23rd Street, all approved. On January 12th, there was also another housing project at 2929 Pico for 59 units that was also approved. And then looking into February, we have 2 additional housing projects. One on 26th Street, which is a 330-unit residential project, and another project which is a single-unit dwelling in ADU. I know ARB doesn't typically review single-unit dwellings, but as this is in the potential historic South Beach District, all development goes before ARB, whether it's single-family or multifamily. So that's why that one's a little bit unique, and typically ARB does not review single-family homes. At the Landmarks Commission, the January meeting was canceled, so the next one will be February 9th. Largely, the discussion will be, or the meeting will be around the discussion of the Mills Act program. Based on council's direction in October, they asked us to bring back kind of a review of our program, what other jurisdictions are doing, so they can have a discussion on future implementation. So staff is doing outreach now. They are going to the Conservancy tomorrow. They will be going to Landmarks on the 9th of February, ultimately to go to council on March to ask the question of what would they like us to continue to look into. But bringing back to City Council, so on January 13th, there were 2 items regarding the Cannabis Equity Program update. That was largely based off a direction received from the state to realign our equity plan more closely to their requirements, to ensure that if and when we wanted to pursue additional grant funding, whether the city or an applicant, we just aligned with the state. So it was a very easy just kind of making sure we were compliant. Also, we had a boards and commissions comprehensive review. Largely, there was no big changes to the boards and commissions that city planning oversees. There was a discussion regarding the Landmarks Commission to remove a residency requirement for 5 of the 7 positions. During the study session, council did not pursue that recommendation, so the residency requirement is still going to remain. There was also the extension of the off-site affordable housing pilot program. So if you might remember, we allowed the pilot program to be projects up to the first 1,000 units could apply. We got 6 projects in pretty quickly that capitalized on all those 1,000 units. And this was the discussion on if we wanted to continue that program, which council voted to continue. The last item, which is probably the most of concern of people, is we looked to repeal an existing emergency IZO and reaffirm a handful of council's prior actions regarding some housing-related topics. Council ultimately did vote to repeal the emergency IZO regarding SB 1123. That was the one that we kind of started the process that we then came to you in November with. But it was the IZO allowed for the addition of ADUs in these projects and also gave a handful of modified standards. So that has been rescinded. No one took advantage of the emergency IZO while it was active, and it is no longer available for anyone to take advantage of also. And then there was the handful of reaffirming votes, 3 of them kind of regarding building and safety, the updating to the building code, aligning our high-rise definition to 75 feet with the state, and the continued adoption of our single-stair ordinance all were approved. But the topic regarding around the resolution of intention about SB 9, 1123, and 684, our local implementation, council ultimately did vote to continue the implementation process, but to align more specifically with state law and to only review kind of trade-offs, what additional standards might be needed in order to get an on-site affordable unit or some type of affordable contribution, or what they kind of use as a family-sized unit. That is the topic that we will be bringing back to you on the 4th. It's a study session, but it's largely to help staff with the commission kind of hone in what are the parameters we should now go and look at. You know, they say family-sized unit, but what is that? You know, what size is that? How many bedrooms is that? So we can work with the commission to kind of hone in what we will then go and do feasibility analysis on. And then we will then ultimately bring that back for a true study session. But right now, council's direction was very broad. And so we kind of wanted to work with the commission to kind of hone in kind of where we should look. That is what happened at City Council. Some of that might come in certain waves, you know, whether certain aspects of SB 9 come quicker versus 1123. We're still kind of gaming that out a little bit. And then lastly, just a update on what's going on in the city. I just wanted to make everyone aware that we have an interim city clerk, Denise Anderson Warren, who was not the most recent city clerk, but the one before that, will be serving as interim city clerk while we, council looks to hire a permanent position. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a question, Josh. I know that the affordable, inclusion of an affordable or more than one affordable in an SB 1123 project was discussed. How do they define affordable?
They
Is
did
it
not.
large A or small A?
They did not. I think they really did look at how it could contribute to our affordable housing production program. So I lean towards it probably means like a deed restrictor or at least some type of financial contribution towards it. But that is what we can discuss on March 4th of what does the commission feel affordable should be. I think council allowed it to be pretty open, and they just said, look at trade-offs to achieve affordability and these larger units.
And where is SB 9 in the mix? I mean, that's not in the study session, is it? Or is it?
So we will be, at the very least, moving forward with a state law compliant SB 9 implementation of the code, as that is required through our housing
I
element.
thought we already had that.
We do, but if you remember, a handful of months ago, council has made modifications to it. For example, the removal of the owner occupancy. At the very least, pursuant to HCD guidance, we have to reintroduce a state law compliant version of SB 9. Whether we continue on another path can also be for a recommendation from City Planning Commission, but that is one thing we know we have to do, is required through our housing element and from guidance from HCD. And right now, we don't have an ordinance that aligns close enough to state law.
Is SB 9 on the same timeline as SB 1123?
I think the alignment with state law might move a little bit quicker, as those would be kind of really simple kind of corrections, and there's not a whole lot of discussion since it is aligning. If there is a desire to continue down a different option as well that, the commission wants to recommend, that would be on a different timeline than that
Okay, the
alignment.
final question is, when they extended the offsite affordable thing,
pilot program.
did they increase the unit number?
I do not
We're
believe.
already at 1,000, aren't we?
So basically, it's now open to everyone.
so there's no
Yeah,
unit
yeah.
number.
So all that I
Okay.
believe, and I wasn't the one that worked closely with this, but I believe it is, as long as you were an approved a housing project before August 12th,
Okay.
and you can reapply before the end of 2026, as even a new project, you could now take advantage of the pilot program.
Okay,
So
then-
there's no cap any
Okay,
longer.
finally, do we have any SB 1123 projects in the application pipeline?
There is.
I mean, I know about the one.
There is no
but-
one that is currently active besides the one that we've already approved.
On Stanford?
Yeah, so the first SB 1123 project that the city received has been approved.
Oh, wow.
State law requires us to approve within 60 days, so we don't have a lot of time to, delay on those reviews. But we have yet to receive another 1123 project. We do have an SB 684 that has been approved. We have one that's been approved and one currently being reviewed. The difference between 1123 and 684 is 1123 is meant for single family and 684 is meant for multifamily.
And isn't it true the one on Stanford is totally compliant with SB 1123 and R1 standards?
Correct, they were not taking advantage of the emergency ICO.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Landris.
Thank you. This wasn't, SB 1123 wasn't agendized for tonight, so I want to keep my questions brief. But I do think, and I agree with Commissioner Lambert, who I understand is asking these questions because there's a lot of public interest and a lack of clarity. So it would be super helpful. I want to make two requests ahead of the March 4th. One is that we really notice that, because we have been asking for architects, developers, residents, anybody with a stake in how this plays out to communicate, to give us drawings, to tell us what they need. And that on March 4th will also be helpful as we try to kind of narrow this. The other thing that I think would be really helpful, if you can do it, is to pull the tape from the council meeting and let us know what the final, what staff's understanding of the final wording of the direction was. I heard things about trying to avoid HOAs. I heard things about trying to have different forms of home ownership in these projects. I heard things about affordability, both capital and lowercase a. I heard things about, sort of debates about what kind, I'll try to keep this without, the word family housing means one thing to one group of people and another thing to another group of people. So how are those, or 3 bedrooms or whatever. It would be really helpful to have kind of have one page where we are all on the same page about what it is the council has actually sent us.
Yeah, of course. And,
Thank you.
we have staff, leading up to this has tried to do a bunch of outreach regarding 1123 as directed by the commission. I've been to 4 of the 5 neighborhoods affected. I've yet to go to North Montana, but we are scheduled. But yes, we will 100% renotice and make sure everyone is aware of the multiple opportunities. March 4th will just be the beginning. We will most likely be forming a technical working group where we can have residents, architects, maybe a planning commissioner or 2, similar to what we did for R1 or our adaptive reuse ordinance, sit in so we can really help craft. I mean, largely, I think what council did was restart the process in a fresh slate with no preconceived standards in mind.
Okay.
So I think that is very much the opportunity. So whoever's listening, and please share,
Exactly.
this is the time to continue to get involved.
And then just really quickly, because I think we were so excited to hear about the single stair ordinance. I think unanimously we were excited. And then I think there was some
it was sort of a bathwater and baby situation in the debate at council. For March 4th, we don't have to go into this now. I think it'd be really helpful for the public to understand exactly what it does and doesn't do, because there's been talk about high rises, and yet the ordinance is about up to 6 stories, and it's not clear whether it applies, does it apply to 1123? Does it apply to SB 79? Does it apply to SB, 684? Like where does it live in Santa Monica? And
To the 1123 stuff?
well, no, I think it's part of the legislative update for us to understand where, it's more an information item or like a little table that just says.
Sure, we can do
applies,
a little
doesn't apply.
overview of
Yeah.
what the single stair allows.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I mean, I'm thrilled about it, but I also think people have some misunderstandings about.
of course, happy to clear that up as much as
Exactly.
possible.
Thank you.
We could cover that February 18th as well, right?
No, I'd like to do it in the context of the legislation, because part of the confusion in the public over the last month and a half has been what's state, what's local, and how do they work together?
But March 4th is not legislation.
March 4th is,
February something.
It'll be March 4th is just the update.
Yeah.
We do have kind of a guide already for single stair that we can share with the
Perfect.
commission
Thank you.
and the general public, but I can look to agendizing kind of an overview just to kind of demystify whatever the single stair was trying to achieve.
okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chaco, you had a question?
Thank you. Just a brief clarification, Ross. Regarding, again, the off-site affordable housing program extension. Just to clarify the parameters of the extension, I think I heard you say that it's open now for permit approved before the end of this year?
So it's only eligible for projects that already have their approval as of August 12th, 2025. So if a project got approved today, it's not eligible. It's ones that have already been kind of sitting in the pipeline with their approvals, but they can't unstick themselves into the construction phase. The original pilot program opened it up to the first 1,000 units. What happened on the 13th was it's now open to any project that was approved before, August 12th, but they have to kind of show interest that they're wanting to take advantage of this new program, and they could even potentially redesign their building, but they would have to get that new application in before the end of this year to kind of keep that ability open.
I see, but there's no time limit on when they pull their permit.
For the building permit, no.
And about how many units would be in that pipeline?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. There is quite a few projects that I think are very much eligible for this. I mean, the first 1,000 got taken up within 6 projects.
Right.
So I
Probably
think there's
many more
quite a few that could
1,000.
be
Yeah,
eligible for
okay.
this.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Thank you. A few questions. First is just very technical. April 1st is the first night of Passover. Are we planning to meet?
I have that on the look ahead to make sure that we are scheduling either around that or potentially just canceling that meeting altogether.
No, we're just coming to your house and having the Seder there with a Brown Act notice, right,
Try
Jacob?
to reserve those.
Reserve a chair on the dais for Elijah.
Sukkot is actually the housing holiday, but there you go.
On SB 9, because again, I think everybody did their best. There was a lot of things going on at that city council meeting. My understanding, watching it, was that the removal of owner occupancy was debated and settled pre any of this conflict of interest with Jesse in like March. And then the state is saying that you have to clean up and you have to have a clean SB 9 one, but you could do your own local separate one that doesn't require owner occupancy. But I guess I did not see anything in the city council meeting that was going to change that. Is that your understanding of what happened at city council? I feel like I'm interpreting the Bible here or something.
Sure, sorry. Clarify can you clarify what you mean by what city council?
Yeah, so the resolution of intention that was presented to city council says in a few whereas clauses, we're gonna pass a clean SB 9, requires owner occupancy, but then we're also gonna pass a local one that doesn't require owner occupancy, that's basically otherwise a duplicate that restores us to the status quo as of last March. Is that your understanding of what city council wants?
I can clarify. The ROI says explore options. And so with respect to the SB 9 ordinance, we do have to clean that up because we received direction from HCD on that. So that's kind of a given. Staff is taking a look at what the motion actually said because it was pretty convoluted. So with respect to kind of Commissioner Lander's question, we will be taking a look to see specifically what it says. Perhaps a transcript would be helpful for everybody, but we are looking into that piece. But with respect to kind of SB 9 plus or like a local version that accomplishes something very similar, if that's something that the Planning Commission wants to provide direction on, they can do so, but we will clarify that when we come back on March 4th.
Josh, are you through? Go ahead.
Oh, I have some other things, but if,
Doesn't an ROI mean it comes to us?
So yes, the ROI is what just initiated
Right.
the process.
So it will come to us, the owner occupancy issue.
right, I was just wondering what your understanding of city council's direction was.
Yeah, it's convoluted, and we will clarify, but yes, to Commissioner Lambert's question, the ROI was passed by City Council. It's going to come back to the Planning Commission for the resolution of recommendation, and those discussions can happen at that time.
Okay, great. And then, I'm just gonna say this, it's agendized because it's up there. None of the last bullet point was necessary. Councilmember Zwick has no conflict of interest. I just have to say that. I feel disenfranchised by his forced recusal. It would be the same as if he worked for the Regional Food Bank. He has no financial stake in it. FPCC affirmed that. I have to state that for the record because I think it's abhorrent the way that law enforcement agencies are going after duly elected officials in this country. We see that at the federal level, we see that here. So there you have it.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. The only comment I would make is I look forward to this conversation on March 4th regarding the SB 1123. My request is that when we talk about SB 1123 and any proposed modifications or amendments to that, that we take into consideration other things that we have done here at the Planning Commission and at the city level as well to increase the production of affordable housing throughout the city. So we're not just looking at SB 1123 in isolation. One of the things I think we need to have before us would be a much better explanation about what happened on January 13th with the offsite, the continuation of the offsite affordable housing pilot program, and how many units we think would be coming online as a result of that. Having that number would be really helpful. And hopefully at that time as well, we have a clean version of SB 9 and how SB 9 is going to be impacting single-family home neighborhoods as well, so that we can look at SB 23 not in isolation, but kind of in proper context for all the other affirmative work we've done for affordable housing in Santa Monica.
And I think that's very much why we are looking to move a little quicker on the state law version of SB 9. So we have that already in the code, and then we can be reviewing it cohesively with
Right.
everything else we move forward with.
Great. That's it. Okay.
May I clarify one thing? I just,
Yes, sir.
I have, with great respect to my colleague, I do think it's important to say that our role on the Planning Commission is to do the job that the council assigned us and to not, we can all have our personal opinions about different aspects, and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with you as a human. There are a lot of things that have been flung back and forth at a lot of different people over the last month and a half. But our job here on this body is to take the assignments that are handed to us by council in its wisdom. It makes decisions that are above our pay grade. The city attorney makes decisions that are above our pay grade. We can debate them, we can agree or disagree with them, but I think it's really important for the purpose of building public trust in our process, and I say this as someone who has fought for housing, that we be really mindful of what our lane is on this dais and what it isn't. So I just, if we're going to have that being said, I just would request that we be mindful of that.
I know you didn't mean this, but it's sort of what I heard. I don't follow direction well. And I mean, there's a reason we're sitting here, and theoretically, it's because we have some expertise. So if the council tells us to do something, I don't, that doesn't work for me. I mean,
That's not what I'm saying. There's a
Then I
fence.
know you
Right.
well enough.
There's a fence amendment that died on the vine somewhere because we exercised our judgment as a body.
This is a good discussion, but let's move on. Let's move on to item number 5. Any planning commissioner announcements?
Yeah, real quick.
Okay.
Homeless count is tomorrow. Don't know if we're good on volunteers, but I'm sure there are sites that need them. Counting our unhoused neighbors is important for funding and distribution of resources, so if you can volunteer, please do.
You took my announcement, Jacob. Okay. Yes, sir.
And Leslie will forgive me for putting you on the spot too. In the wake of the SB 1123, both Commissioner Lambert and I, separately and together, had received invitations to meet with various neighborhood groups, and Ross very kindly joined a couple of those over Zoom. They were helpful, they were insightful. I want to report that I had those meetings with the Pico Neighborhood Association, Northeast Neighbors, and I think you did the other one, so I'll leave that to you.
We did one together.
Oh, that was Pico, I think.
No, Northeast.
That was Northeast Neighbors, and then you did one other one. But I mention it, so that there's transparency about that, and a deep appreciation for Ross spending time in the evening explaining things, but also because I just want to encourage colleagues, if you receive those kinds of invitations, they're very valuable. It was very helpful for me as an individual commissioner, just to hear the questions, hear the comments, and to bring them back. And I think it's helpful sometimes to be able to hear those
I'm sorry, I'm in a
perspectives.
blabby mood tonight, sorry.
Commissioner
I just
Lambert.
want to point out, and then thank Ross, because he really did organize them. Those people were so appreciative of our going and talking to them about SB 1123. They had never heard about it, and it directly affects their neighborhoods. And so I think there was a lesson learned there, that when we do something so impactful for a neighborhood, it's really important to educate people, to listen to people if you don't agree with them even, and I think that's a lesson we should all take to heart.
Thank you, Leslie, and I'll ask you for tips. I'm going to be addressing NOMA early next month, so, yeah. Okay.
Kevlar, do you have a Kevlar vest?
Yes. Thankfully, it's over Zoom. Okay. I want to just announce what the public comment procedures are. If you have a request to speak on an agenda item, any request must be submitted on a speaker's request form, known as a CHIT, and submitted to the commission secretary. All requests to address the commission on public hearing items must be submitted prior to the commission's consideration of the item. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 6 for public input. For items not on the agenda. And I will say that we have one chit here for Mr. Jerry Rubin, if you want to come forward.
How much time, Chair Hamilton?
How much time do we have? 2 minutes? 2 minutes.
Thank you very, very much, Chair Hamilton, commissioners, city staff, fellow Santa Monicans. First and foremost, a great new year for all of us. I'm a member of the Urban Forest Task Force, but I'm speaking just for myself. First, I want to thank the city staff for the thorough work they did to discuss and think about the work all the boards and commissions and our singular task force have been doing over the years. And I think they made some pretty good recommendations, and I think the council, even though it was a study session, showed a lot of support. Now, the Urban Forest Task Force started well over a dozen years ago. I still remember our former Mayor Judy Abdo and former city manager with the co-chairs, and they've been doing great work. And they recommended we become a full standing commission. And that seems like an honor. It's not going to change how many members. We'll still have 7 members. We're still going to meet every other month. We'll be meeting at the main library. Our next meeting is March 11th at 6 p.m. But I think the city recognized how important our trees are. In fact, in the city literature, it says our trees are our second most important resource next to our people. And so we're glad we're going to be a standalone commission, not consolidated with any other commission. And I think Matthew Wells and Robert Castaneda, our city staff, spoke well as to why the work deserves to be a standalone commission. We'd love to have joint meetings with the Environmental and Sustainability Commission. We'd love to have joint meetings with the Rec and Parks Commission. And we just want to thank all the boards and commissions for the good work that they're doing. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so
Have a
much.
tremendous new year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to agenda item 7, the consent calendar. Are there any commissioners that want to pull any items from the consent calendar? Commissioner Landris.
Yes, I don't want to pull items, but I would like to ask staff a question which may result in colleagues wanting to pull an item, but it may resolve the issue. So is that all right? Before we pull?
Can you ask a question
We
without
can
pulling it
ask
from
questions about
consent?
consent, right?
I think that's fine, if it's to provide clarity on what
Yeah,
should and
exactly.
shouldn't be pulled.
Exactly.
Yes.
So if I could ask staff to explain exactly what is before us in item 7C. We received quite a lot of correspondence about that from people who had strong opinions, but also may not have been aware about what action we're actually taking tonight and what's within our purview and what's not, and also may feel like they don't know who to talk to if they have issues with the project or want to learn more about why the project is what it is. So if you could lay out for us what's actually happening with 7C, that might, I mean, people may still want to discuss it, but if they don't, I'm happy to move forward.
Sure, I'm happy to provide clarity, as I too also saw the correspondence. So item 7C is for a tentative subdivision map at 817 16th Street. It is just that, it is a tentative map for an 8-unit airspace condominium. There is not up for discussion tonight regarding the actual development. The development itself is under the administrative approval process, which is a ministerial process that pretty much all housing projects in Santa Monica now fall under. A ministerial process has no discretionary review. It's largely a code compliance review to ensure that the development meets all either local standards that may be modified through various state laws. This development is providing 2 affordable on-site units, which is allowing it access to a handful of provisions under state density bonus law, one being additional units, and the other handful modifications, or what we're calling, or what state calls waivers or incentives and concessions to development standards that might allow for more height or more FAR in order to accommodate those additional units that are granted to them as kind of a reward for providing on-site affordable units. So I just wanted to provide clarification that tonight is just the map. It's really just the airspace of 8 units. The actual development is going through the AA process. Anyone that is wanting to find out more about what is being proposed can certainly contact the planner that is overseeing the project. She is here, Laylee. She can hand out her contact information later in the night. And this did also already go to ARB on the 15th and was approved. That typically is now kind of the only kind of public process that this goes through as far as what the city oversees to weigh in, but that is still very much limited to the design, colors, and overall conceptual plan of the building. We are very limited pursuant to the Housing Accountability Act in ever reducing density of any project, which is largely why we moved all housing projects to the AA process. So tonight is just the map. I know most of the comments were regarding the compatibility development. That is not what's being reviewed tonight before the commission.
I have a question not about this proposal specifically, but just in general. Would this be coming before, if this was going to be a rental project and no subdivision map was, I'm saying hypothetically. Hypothetically, if this were to be a rental and not a condo, we
correct.
wouldn't be having
It
this
would not be
conversation.
before you tonight at all.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there public comment on the consent calendar?
Well, let me ask again. Are there any commissioners that want to pull any item off of the consent calendar? Okay. Is there any public comment regarding the consent calendar?
Not that we have received.
I'll move the item then.
Okay.
I'll move,
You have a second? Okay, we have a second?
yeah, Commissioner Reese seconded.
Okay, so this is to approve the entirety of the consent calendar, 7A, 7B, and 7C.
Yes, with thanks for the updates to the minutes.
Yes. Yes, and thank you for providing those. Okay, roll call. Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese? Yes. Commissioner Wasserman? Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Chair Hamilton?
Yes.
Great, the consent calendar is approved. Congratulations on your approvals.
Okay. We can move on to agenda item 11, under public hearing, item 11A. And we can move forward with the staff report.
Great. Good evening, the commission. Steve Mizukami from City Planning. I'm also joined here with by my colleagues. We have Becky Jones as well as Carrie Fukui, and we are the planners working on this phase of economic development, zoning amendments related to economic recovery, growth and opportunity, and which is consistent with the new realignment plan. Also consistent with council's direction to bring forth current IZO standards for permanent adoption. Tonight's proposal is the latest phase of what we anticipate will be an ongoing series of zoning amendments focused on economic growth and opportunity. Both the Planning Commission and City Council continue to provide support to the business community that has been critical for economic recovery, essentially allowing greater flexibility in both land use and review procedures for both new and our existing Santa Monica businesses. There have been many economic recovery interim zoning ordinances, as we know, which really started back during and post-pandemic, including the current version of the Downtown IZO, which was initially adopted back in 2023 and has also been amended multiple times. Most recently, the council adopted zoning amendments back in August of last year, permanently adopting portions of the current Downtown IZO, which really focused on alcohol permit streamlining. So since that time, staff has continued to evaluate the remainder portions of the IZO, which was really targeted for the downtown and the promenade area. And then we expanded the scope holistically to the entire downtown. So we wanted to kind of take a broader look altogether, especially with the land uses. And as a result, we are proposing additional changes that will simplify both land use review as well as the limitations to ensure that we're providing the necessary support needed in the downtown area. So tonight's proposal comes in two parts. This slide gives a brief overview First is the formal adoption of the current IZO. Second is consideration of new changes both within the downtown as well as the citywide districts, which are outside of the downtown area. And this is all based on the similar strategy taken with the downtown IZOs, which have really demonstrated to be successful. And we also have some policy questions towards the end of the presentation regarding potential expansion of alcohol exemptions outside of the downtown and going a little bit more broadly citywide. So this is a current overview of the current downtown IZO, so I won't spend too much time on this slide. But we've received a great amount of positive feedback from brokers and business community members on the streamlining changes to our land use review procedures. And this is not only that it provides greater certainty for prospective businesses, but it also signals that the city is open for business. But we've also seen businesses coming through our permitting process that has really benefited from these changes, so to get them open, on board, and in business. So the feedback and the results are telling us that our streamlining strategies in the downtown are working. This is our eliminating or the downgrading of discretionary review requirements on common types of land uses. It's our streamlining of our alcohol permits and simplifying our specific limitations that are currently in place with a lot of our land uses. And this is essentially the basis of our approach to the proposals citywide as we start to expand outwards from the center that both Carrie and Becky will be going over a little bit more in detail in later segments. So additional changes for the downtown. We are proposing to further streamline land use review and their limitations. And we are proposing to expand the alcohol exemptions for the list of commercial uses that are currently in the code that was codified back in August. We feel like they've been working in the 3rd Street Promenade area, so we are now looking to see if we can expand that to the entire downtown area, with a few exceptions along the outer sides of Wilshire and Lincoln Boulevard, where they're a little bit closer to residential. Staff also proposes to allow existing non-conforming pawn shops to relocate anywhere in the downtown area, except for Ocean Avenue. Pawn shops are currently prohibited in the downtown area, making any existing shops a legal non-conforming use. This change is proposed in response to a request from a local business to be able to relocate elsewhere in the downtown. This would help facilitate this existing long-term Santa Monica business to continue their operation. As proposed, this simply allows an existing shop to relocate and will not result in any net new pawn shops to the downtown. Okay, so next, Carrie will be going over the strategy behind the changes and provide an overview of the new changes citywide.
Good evening, commissioners. So as Steve mentioned, he went over all the downtown changes proposed to you tonight. So I'll go over really the lessons we learned from what we heard from the businesses in the downtown and how we can see ways to expand some of those streamlining and simplification and restrictions and limitations to the citywide other zoning districts. So essentially, we want to build on the successes of the recent changes made in the downtown. The changes expand the concepts that we've learned from downtown while also just keeping in mind that areas outside of the downtown are going to be more sensitive given existing land use patterns, and also to align with the recent city policy direction of really concentrating economic growth and opportunity in the downtown area still. Part of this is targeting limitations and ground floor restrictions that are seen as barriers for new and existing businesses. A lot of this from what we heard from our outreach. And also applying the same limitations in land use processes to comparable uses. So in reviewing all the land use tables we saw, there was some just inconsistency in how very similar land uses were treated, where some maybe required a CUP to an MUP to permitted by right. So it's really reconciling some of those differences. And then we looked at removing or downgrading entitlement processes completely that we saw as time-consuming for applicants, very expensive, and what staff saw as could be handled by just a zoning administrator, the director, or staff, which would save businesses time and money. So before I jump into, the actual action items before you tonight, I just wanted to take a brief review of our entitlement process here in the city, going from hardest to easiest. So starting with the conditional use permit, this is our more stringent use permit in the city. It's expensive, as you can see, $10,000 for a land use CUP, $20,000 for an alcohol CUP. This is a public hearing in front of the Planning Commission with appeals to the City Council. And any approval of a CUP requires meeting these 8 findings in 9.41060. This takes significant staff work and applicant prep time and coordination in about 3 to 5 months. And I kind of just want to highlight here that, the history of CUPs in the city and the way that they've been applied as we went through this exercise, we saw was really used more as a deterrent rather than a tool for conditioning a use to make it compatible with existing uses. So that's really how we looked at the lens of the difference between the entitlement processes. So next is a minor use permit, step down from a CUP. It's about $8,000. Public hearing in front of the zoning administrator with appeals coming to the Planning Commission. They have to meet the same 8 findings as a CUP, so it still provides an outreach opportunity for the public as well. And it requires much less staff time and applicant prep time. This only takes about 2 months to go to a hearing from application date. Moving down the totem pole is the specific limitations. So in the table for land use, you'll see an L with a number next to it. That really is just a standard condition on a use where if it's met, then it can be permitted by right or would require an entitlement. Some similar limitations are like max tenant size, requirement for a plop, residential buffer distances, things like that. And then finally, it's permitted by right, which is just denoted with a P in the table, and they just have to get a business license for that. Okay, so first on our strategy was really looking at simplifying the review process. The first way we tackled this was by looking at what we can change from a CUP down to an MUP. So we downgraded where use impacts were easily identified, typical for that use, and can be mitigated with simple conditions. This still allows a public hearing in front of the ZA, as we mentioned, the same 8 findings, and it provides an avenue for the ZA to do typical operational concerns around like noise, parking, access, RRR, things that don't really rise to the level of a very strict CUP evaluation. So some examples here that you'll see we highlighted of where this change was made from a CUP to a MUP. For the DCP as a model for what we did citywide, we downgraded grooming and pet stores, banks greater than 7,500 square feet, small scale facilities, which really are like commercial entertainment, kind of experiential pop-up uses, and any offices greater than 7,500 square feet. And then as you go through the different commercial areas of the city to the boulevards, Bergamot, and employment districts, you'll see that it kind of scales down with DCP being the most flexible. And the next way that we really simplified the review process was we looked at how we can change a CUP or MUP just straight to by right. So the entitlements were really removed when we saw them acting more as a deterrent for use, as I mentioned before, when really the entitlements were maintained when they were need to evaluate compatibility with existing land uses. So specific conditions on recently approved entitlements were also looked at just to see, what the Planning Commission was adding to a CUP. And a lot of times we saw they were really related around parking, access, loading, kind of more operational requirements that in recent years, we've been coordinating with mobility on these plot plans that we think can be used in lieu of a whole public hearing entitlement. This also gave us the opportunity to make sure the comparable uses were reviewed similarly, and that, one way that we also saw this was entitlements required for uses in new construction versus versus existing buildings. So we were really looking at ways where we can kind of streamline that use as well. So some examples of where uses were downgraded to by right here in the DCP. You can see community assembly, which are like membership clubs, food halls. Those were restricted with the CUP. We saw those really operating very similarly to a restaurant. If maybe just a few more operators inside, but it's still just an eating establishment. Banks less than 7,500 square feet, retail under 80,000, and then again, it trickles down as you go from boulevards, Bergamot, and the employment districts. And next, we looked at simplifying restrictions and limitations. So this really gets at limitations that are set in the land use table, specifically around ground floor limitations. In recent years, a lot of business license applications have been held up because of certain restrictions on ground floor tenant size and also frontage length. So if any proposed new business was exceeding either of those standards, it typically required a CUP or an MUP. This we saw was forcing applicants to seek loopholes in a very time-consuming process of redesigning floor plans, working with a landlord to chop up business like storefronts, things like that, when in the end, they were able to move in with just a lot more work and time. So we were looking at ways to remove those barriers. We also saw this as aligning with economic recovery efforts to fill vacancies on the ground floor, and also recent policy examples of changing ground floor uses like housing. So we're just kind of opening it up to more other uses as well. So here are some examples of where we reduce these frontage and tenant size limitations. So DCP, again, media support facilities, which are like production offices, really all office uses, nurseries, gardens, instructional services, which are like the paint and sip type uses, or pottery studios. Again, small scale facilities, which we see a lot of. And next, I just wanted to highlight some common uses that we saw that were really affected by these changes that we just want to flag to you guys so you see our strategy. First, it's around restaurants and food halls. So our implementation for DCP, as Steve mentioned, it was really just codifying the IZO. The IZO kind of set our tone where some language set a buffer around the perimeter of downtown for really large restaurants, which we saw as protection for adjacency to residential. So we kind of took that idea forward with the boulevards and capped those out at 5,000 square feet by right. Anything above that is now an MUP instead of a CUP. We removed the cap of restaurants of 50 seats or more on Main Street. Previously, it was 2 max per block. It was just a very difficult standard to regulate, and it seemed kind of arbitrary for seat size versus just actual restaurant size. Again, matching food halls to restaurants. And then just to note, Bergamot and employment districts, we had already made this change during the housing element to allow restaurants of any size. And next, I'll talk about retail. So our retail uses are broken into 3 different categories now: small, medium, large, with these different size thresholds. Our current regulations really permit retail of 25,000 square feet anywhere in all commercial zones. Medium scale and large were all required a CUP, even in the downtown. So medium scale, that's kind of like an urban format, say Target or an REI or a furniture store, where large scale is really more of like a warehouse kind of type operation. So our proposed regulations tonight are not to change anything with small scale, just continue to allow those citywide, but to reduce regulations around medium scale. So in areas that are adjacent to residential that could be more sensitive, we were requiring an MUP, but places like the downtown core, the Bergamot, industrial conservation, office campus, we're just gonna approve those through a plop is for the proposal. And the large scale, we mostly kept that the same with the CUP, but also added employment districts because we saw those as very comparable in land use patterns and parcel sizes. So here's just a quick map put together that just shows the distribution. So we really try to take this holistic look at the city of where we wanted these more dense retail concentrations and bigger sizes versus more smaller scale. So you can see the orange is the more restrictive on the boulevards. The green is more moderate, where we have the CUP for large, but allowing small and medium, that's in the downtown. With the least restrictive really in the BAP, kind of in those industrial conservation areas and the office campus out by the airport. And finally, I'm going to review general markets. So this is something that's come up in this recent year. Current regulations are permitted by right in all districts up to 15,000 square feet, a CUP required for anything greater than that. This has created many barriers with recently vacated tenant spaces like the Rite Aid site that was just purchased. It's, again, leading to this chopping up of tenant spaces just to avoid the CUP process. And really the biggest concerns as we kind of assessed existing grocery stores in the city has been around mobility, parking, loading, and operations. So our proposed regulation tonight is to allow general markets in existing buildings of any size to kind of reduce that issue of rehabilitating a vacant tenant space. These uses will always require a parking loading operations plan to make sure loading, access, valet, all of that always works smoothly. And then upping the CUP requirement to 25,000. We just did some research on existing grocery stores around the city, and they kind of came around the 22 to 28,000 square foot size. So we thought that was a good threshold. So again, this allows for the reoccupancy of these vacant tenant spaces and ensures safe operations of these sites. And with that, I will pass it off to Becky to go over 9.31.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Going over section 9.31, specific standards for specific uses for alcohol sales here. Our city has had some great success in streamlining the alcohol exemption process for businesses on the promenade and restaurants citywide. And that does leave a greater gap between that administrative process and the full standard CUP for all other alcohol serving businesses. So we proposed the downgrading of the CUP to MUP requirements, which would provide the same noticing to the public and a hearing before the zoning administrator, but at the same time would be less intensive of a process. Other changes listed here are following changes from the EO, emergency order, to phase out specific alcohol conditions that they don't really serve businesses or customers as they may have in the past. And that includes a cap on the number of televisions, limits to bottle service and pub crawls and games, and a cap on alcohol sales. Lastly, regarding alcohol, a proposal to remove the posting and noticing requirement for the alcohol exemptions that have over 50 seats. The AEs are approved administratively, and then the notice is sent out, which isn't really our normal use of public noticing. It has not really made much sense in practice, and if we still want to somehow notice the public about the AEs, we can continue publishing them online, and we believe that would be sufficient. Regarding community assembly, there is currently a minimum parcel size of 7,500 square feet, and that's more of a development standard than an operational standard, and it has become a deterrent to smaller organizations that don't really have that kind of property. In order to manage traffic, loading, and parking still, we would request to add a PLOP or parking and loading operation plan to review for such a use. For outdoor dining and seating on sidewalks, the design criteria section will be moved to administrative guidelines, which is the norm, so that's just a cleanup. And regarding massage, under personal services, it's an update to remove the MUP distance requirements and the facility requirements, but I'm sure you've gone over this already. These are the same exact changes as in the emergency IZO, and it's just another cleanup item to codify these changes. And regarding limited service and takeout restaurants, the closing hours would change from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. For RRR, or resource recovery, thank you. For RRR, or resource recovery and recycling, we have a few new changes. Dimensions are expanded for trash enclosures, and now eating and drinking establishments are included in triggering its review. RRR review will also be part of our new self-certification pilot program. For restaurants with entertainment, this is the removal of the alcohol requirements, just codifying from the previous EO. And for game arcades under small-scale facilities, the entire section is to be removed. Such requirements limiting to 4 game machines and requiring adult supervision are not really concerns anymore. And with new and evolving business models of arcades, the section has become pretty outdated and prohibitive. Going to section 9.51, land use classifications and their definitions. This provides more clarification on new or ambiguous uses. Alcohol beverage manufacturing is a new one, an industrial use where the alcohol is manufactured but also may be sold on or off-site with accessory tasting areas or bars. Eating and drinking establishments are now split into two: eating establishments for defining restaurants and drinking establishments for alcohol uses. And then physical training used to classify gyms or other forms of exercise businesses will be relieved of the 5,000 square foot threshold and be permitted without a CUP. The requirements have become too restrictive for such a use when it's more of a benefit to the neighborhoods. And this slide is just regarding the emergency order for permanent adoption regarding CUPs being waived for organizations displaced by the Palisades fire, namely for schools needing to relocate or expand their operation. A PLOB would still be reviewed to monitor traffic, parking, and loading because that's always a concern. And I think that's it for me.
Okay, so for this last section, we do have a few policy questions for the commission to consider. And this is related to whether alcohol exemptions should be exempt for certain types of land uses citywide and beyond the downtown area. So we're taking the similar concept that we started off within the 3rd Street Promenade area. Also, in our proposal is to expand that within the downtown. But the policy question comes to the commission of whether or not certain uses could be appropriate for going a little bit beyond the center and closer to the neighborhoods. As we know, the downtown operates as our main focus for the commercial activity and also given the most amount of flexibility, but it's different when we start to think about the boulevards and the neighborhood commercial areas. So here are the list of potential uses for discussions. Bars have traditionally required CUPs, and as mentioned earlier, we are proposing to downgrade the baseline for CUP for those uses down to MUPs. Although we've had fewer traditional bar requests as of late. There are newer trends of businesses such as June Shine on Main Street that do fall under this definition since they don't have any food service. So this could be a way of providing an easier path for these more innocuous types of businesses that do get caught up in the bar classification. Alternatively, and second, if an exemption for bars would not be appropriate, we could consider adding a new concept of a tap room and a wine bar, which could be considered and defined in a way that would separate the June Shine examples from the traditional bars by either limiting the alcohol service, perhaps maybe to beer and wine only. And then the other bottom row includes cultural facilities, instructional services, and personal services. And retail uses that are not typically associated with any alcohol-related issues. These are your art galleries, your museums, your day spas, beauty and barber shops that may want to further enhance their experience for their customers by providing some ancillary alcoholic beverages. So we'll open it up for question number 1, which is, would expanding alcohol exemptions for bar establishments be appropriate outside of the downtown? What this would mean would be expanding this AE process for bars to the commercial boulevards, our employment districts, our neighborhood commercial in the Bergamot area. If the commission considers a yes, the commission should consider providing direction to staff on potential operating conditions such as alcohol service hours, and perhaps maybe that could align with the restaurant alcohol exemption hours that are already established. If a no, then all bar establishments would then require an MUP based on our prior recommendation of downgrading from CUP to MUP. Question number 2. Would establishing a new tap room or a wine bar land use classification warrant an alcohol exemption permit, both within the downtown and citywide? This would create new land uses and could be limited to the beer and wine only, as mentioned. And this is maybe a way of differentiating this type of use from the typical bar establishment, which could also provide spirits. And similarly, this could result in expanding the AE to our commercial boulevards, very similarly to question number 1, but out citywide. If yes, the commission should provide direction on the operating hours, alcohol service hours, for example, to align with the restaurant AEs. And if it's a no, then the bar establishments would simply require an MUP. Question number 3 includes alcohol exemptions for the cultural facilities, the instructional and personal services, and retail establishments, if whether or not those would be appropriate outside of the downtown. This would, of course, expand in the same area. If the commission chooses yes, then they could provide direction on operating conditions. If no, then that would also require an MEP. To note, we do have existing operating standards for all of these uses that are currently in place that we apply to the downtown. However, the closing hours for the downtown are a lot longer. So let's say, for example, a 2 a.m. closure time for the downtown, which is more appropriate. So being along the boulevards and a little bit closer to our neighborhoods might be a consideration for different closing hours. But the commission in their discussion could give direction to staff to use the baseline standards that we have already in the downtown, and then maybe build off of those, and then provide any specific types of criteria that you feel might be more appropriate because we are outside of the downtown at that point. Recommendation as provided in the staff report, staff recommends that the commission recommend to the council adopt the proposed amendments as discussed in the staff report. And our staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Landris.
So many. Thank you, but I'm just wondering, would it be helpful for us to hear any public comment before we start asking questions? Because then we could follow up on it. Is there public comment?
We do have some public comment. Let me just see the order here.
Could we take it
first? Here it goes directly to questions of staff and then public comment. We can elect to bring public comment forward now, if you'd like.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we will go straight into public comment, and then we will turn and ask questions of staff. So I have chits from Will Class, Barbara Tenzer, Michael Class, and Jerry Rubin. If those individuals could come forward, please, and just stand in the queue. Thank you. Will?
I'm Will.
Michael? Will, come forward.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Will Class, and my brother Michael and I run Santa Monica Jewelry and Loan together. We're raising our families here, 6 kids between us, and this city is our home. I'm speaking tonight not just as a business owner, but as a father and a longtime resident who has watched our family business serve this community for more years. We've done everything the city has ever asked of us. We've relocated when told to relocate. We've complied with every rule. We've paid every fee. We've stayed in good standing for decades. And yet today, because of a clerical mistake made in 2017, a mistake we were never informed of, our entire business is at risk. Not because of anything we did wrong, but because of an error buried in a document that no one caught. This is not how a city should treat a long-standing local business. That is not how you treat people who have played by the rules for generations. This amendment doesn't create new pawn shops. It doesn't expand anything. It simply corrects the mistake that took away rights the city had already granted us, rights we relied on in good faith. If this error isn't fixed, our business could be forced to close. That means employees out of work, families harmed, and the loss of a service thousands of residents rely on. I'm asking you, forcefully and respectfully, to correct this mistake, restore the relocation rights we've always had, and let us keep serving the city we've devoted our lives to. And thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Barbara Tenzer. I sent a letter earlier. Oh, thank you. I feel sad that I have to explain this. I'm going to read what I wrote. What business in this city is not allowed to move locations? The planning staff made a mistake. David Martin told me it was a mistake. Armini told me. Roxanne stated in an email, and Jing told me. I don't understand why the mistake is not written in your report. We are asking you to restore the relocation rights that existed for decades that were removed unintentionally in the 2017 Downtown Community Plan, an error that your staff has acknowledged many times. I was the broker who worked with Mayor Ken Ginzer on the original text amendment to expand the area where pawn shops could be located in downtown. Originally, it was 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street. When they did the text amendment, since they expanded downtown, the council voted to expand the area where pawn shops could exist. And the city's intent has been consistent for more than 75 years. Santa Monica's highly regulated pawn shop has always been allowed to operate and relocate within the downtown. Michael and Will purchased the business from Angelo, who founded Angelo's Pawn Shop. They have complied with every rule, paid every fee, and served this community, this particular pawn shop, for over 45 years. And it is the only pawn shop that exists in Santa Monica. Preventing their relocation because of a clerical oversight is not policy. It is an unintended consequence that harms a longstanding compliant local business. I don't know what you call it. This amendment simply corrects the mistake, nothing more. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Klass. My brother Will and I own Santa Monica Jewelry and Loan, the city's only remaining pawn shop. We lived in Santa Monica for more than 15 years, and we're raising our 6 children in the local public schools. We are deeply invested in this community. This amendment does not expand pawn shop uses. It does not open the door to anything beyond what the city has already allowed for decades. The only purpose of this amendment is to correct a documented error made in the 2017 Downtown Community Plan, an error acknowledged by planning staff themselves. That mistake unintentionally stripped away relocation rights that have been in existence for 75 years. The prior text amendment merely expanded those boundaries. We were never informed about the change in the DCP. Yet today, that clerical oversight is the only thing preventing us from relocating to a safer, more suitable space in downtown, something we've done before with full city support. Our business has operated in good standing for over 45 years. It contributes nearly $20,000 annually in business license fees and pays 6 figures in sales tax. We serve residents who rely on safe, regulated, non-recourse loans, a service no other business in the city provides. Approving this amendment does not create risk. It prevents an unintended harm. It restores the city's longstanding policy, and it protects a local business that has complied with every rule the city has ever set. I respectfully ask you to correct the error, restore the rights the city has already granted, and allow Santa Monica Jewelry and Loan to continue serving this community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. Well, I thought it was very good staff report to help make it easier for businesses to do stuff in Santa Monica. And I agree with the previous speakers. Seems like that's correctable. And I don't know, it seems like you would all support that for the pawn shop. I think I remember going there once for something. I was thinking of maybe pawning one of my trophies instead of giving it to Donald Trump. But seriously, as far as the alcohol, I don't drink myself, but I think for the most part, everyone's responsible. If the police don't have a problem with expanding some of the restrictions in some manner, even outside of downtown district, that wouldn't be bad. The hours could be different in downtown or whatever, but seems like a good thing to me. Someone has a glass of wine, something like that. Strongest stuff I have is a Starbucks soy latte, but so far, there's no restrictions on that. Anyhow, I thought it was a good staff report, and thank you very, very much.
Thank you. And we have a late chit from Hannah Levy
Move to here for 2 minutes.
for one.
I moved to here for 2 minutes. We've got time.
Okay. You have 2 minutes.
I am an architect here in California, and I live in Santa Monica. I work in downtown LA. And downtown LA is doing badly right now after the pandemic. A lot of empty storefronts. And Santa Monica is also, all of a sudden, I see another empty restaurant, another empty storefront. And so I'm brainstorming, thinking what's happening and how do we make it better? I've been in Copenhagen quite a bit over the last few years. In 1994, that city was bankrupt, and they have now become one of the most attractive cities in the world. And they put a lot of effort into building up their cultural capital. It's a social democracy. They have a lot of tax dollars that they put into cultural institutions and creating public spaces that are beautiful and which attracts more people to the city and really interesting development. But they have a strong design culture. When I lived in Seattle years ago, they took an area in Pioneer Square where there was a Skid Row, and they created a building that was designated for the next 90 years to be for the arts, and with artist housing. And then on the ground floor, they moved their city arts and culture office and gallery in, and all of the galleries in the city kind of clustered here. And the idea was that the artists would transform the area, and it did. It created a vibrant area. And you see in cities, in deserted downtowns or industrial areas of cities where artists are living there because it's inexpensive, and then it becomes a very vibrant, wonderful place. And of course, they get kicked out. But the point is that we could come up with some strategy to create some cultural attractions, which Santa Monica has never really had a strong sense of that, rather than just attracting tourists. I don't know. I keep seeing things on the promenade that are.
Do you have a specific recommendation?
Well, is there a way to put public funds into creating some cultural spots that?
Actually, the city just contributed heavily to the new Ruskin Theater out by the airport, which you should visit. It's a wonderful new theater, and that very attractive to the neighborhood, and the city put a lot of money into that.
There's also like Platform in Culver City, which is private, but they have curated it very nicely. There's a lot of nice design shops and restaurants, and the landscaping's beautiful, but it was very thoughtful and intentional rather than having another ice cream shop. And
Yeah. Thank you so much for your comments. Okay.
I'll kick off the questions.
Yeah, let's move to commissioner questions.
Okay. So I'm gonna I'll just go in order. Could we have some clarity? I understand there was some action that council could have taken on the pawn shop issue, but didn't, and so it's before us. Is there, could we have an explanation of what that was or wasn't?
I'll let staff chime in, and then if there are any legal questions with respect to that, I can answer them.
That's correct. So in August, when we took this package back for the IZO, the same request was a part of that package for council. There was some concerns on council about pawn shops in general. One thing that we wanted to make certain here is kind of clarifying that this isn't a change that's going to result in any new pawn shops. This allows the existing one to continue to relocate based on leasing needs, tenant space needs. So although we did talk about that at the council level, that is one thing that perhaps maybe there was a little bit of confusion about whether or not this would reopen up the door and make them non-prohibited uses. But that's not the approach that we're taking. We're taking kind of like a smaller increment just to kind of address kind of the needs of an existing small business.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so question about the grocery store. Forgive me if I'm making people get up and get, the grocery stores, where you said 22 to 28,000 square feet was sort of the sweet spot, but then you're landing at 25,000. I have a question about why you aren't putting a higher, so everywhere except Bergamot, there are a lot of existing structures. Bergamot is going to be in process. We both spotted Mr. Rand walking off after the consent item, and he might have had something to say about this. But did you give any thought to having a higher limit or some more flexibility in Bergamot on the ground up?
It's definitely something you can recommend. We do see that obviously larger sites will go to Bergamot, and it would align with how we're allowing retail to be bigger in the Bergamot area too. It's just grocery stores really had the same standard across all boulevards, so we just kind of made the change equally everywhere. But we can take a recommendation for different standards.
But there wasn't a reason to cap it at, I understood you
No,
sort of like taking 22 to 28 and then landing. at
Right,
25.
we wanted to tie it to metrics. We didn't want to just come with random numbers. And so we thought this was something we could kind of ground truth it in. And if you wanted to explore a greater number, we could also do that.
Okay.
Sean, before you leave that, can I answer questions?
Yeah, please.
So I found it curious that you said that the range is 22 to 28, so we capped it at 25.
Yeah, that's thank you.
Why do we have a fear? What's going to happen in that other 3,000 square feet of a grocery store that we're fearful of?
Yeah, that's why we're proposing this change tonight, because we saw it as like the building's gonna look the same from the outside and they're just gonna cut a corner out that's like vacant space and the rest will be grocery store. It's just, not great for the operator or the landlord.
Ultimately, though, I don't think staff would have an issue with the 3 extra thousand square feet. I think that's what you're asking, like, why cap it at 25 and not have just done the 28?
Right, 'cause
I
we
think
that.
we were trying to find the average to, ask you all if you want to go a little bit
Got it.
further, which you're more than welcome to do in your recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am moving on to alcohol. I'm gonna go to alcohol now. Forgive me again for okay. So a few things. Generally, have we this is a general thing. Have we finally done away with all the bans on dancing in Santa Monica? Before we start to deal with the alcohol, can we just dump the ban on dancing? It's like way overdue, David and Martin, and it's like been a running bit, but it's not so funny because it came in, if Nina were here, she would remind us that the ban on dancing came in as part of an effort to segregate and disempower Black Santa Monicans, and it's really time that the bans just went away from the code. So I want to ask if we've done away with the bans on dancing. Because we're drinking, we might as well be dancing.
Just wouldn't be right. Correct. Yeah, so very similar to the emergency order where we suspended a lot of standards such as the dancing, the dance floor. One thing that's always been in place just historically with conditions are protecting a restaurant from not becoming a nightclub.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's probably where a lot of this kind of came from, just to differentiate the two, because one obviously would be a CUP, the other one, is just different standards for it. But so what we've done is we've gone after the kind of the dancing one. Does mean that you can't do any dancing. You just can't have like a permanent dance floor.
Okay.
You can surely move around your chairs your seats at any time and kind of have some dancing that's, not on an official dance
Can you
floor.
put down a dance floor, a temporary one, and then take it up?
Yeah, I think it talks about just no permanent dance floor.
Can you dance on the chairs?
So
We'll leave
I
that
think
up
it would
to
be, I still have more alcohol questions, but I think it would be really helpful to clarify that in the staff report that goes to council. This has been something that's been an issue for a long time, and if this is going to be a change that's going to be reflected in the new permanent ordinance, I think it deserves to be mentioned. The history of it deserves a little bit of attention because of how it got into the code, and if we're now finally dealing with it, I think it would be very meaningful to address that. Let me keep going. So I misunderstood. It says you want to do away with AE posting for restaurants with more than 50 seats, meaning they're exempt from posting below 50 seats, and now you want it to be exempt from posting above 50 seats. Okay, that's just a clarification question for me. All right, which leads to the next question, which is, when we've had alcohol CUPs, and I hate to, reference it, it's a really good restaurant, but they're really in trouble. We've all heard about, and this is in the city of LA, but like Beethoven Market is going through this right now. When we have done CUPs, there have been times when we have, as a commission, said, great, we're going to give it to you, but we have a pretty now templated, language for like a good neighbor policy that counts up any complaints, and then if there's a number of complaints, then it goes to the administrator, and and there's a potential for referral back to the commission. If we take away the CUP, what ability do we have to kind of lock that in? Because your MUP is not going to be, there's no discretion on an MUP, right? Like you either meet the conditions or you don't. And we've had situations where there's been a lot of pushback, and we've said, look, we're going to give it to them, but here's your safety valve. How do we ensure the safety valve exists in the MUP process?
I'll let Steve answer after I just give you a little context. So MUPs are actually very similar to CUPs. The difference is one goes to the zoning administrator, which is me. Okay. The other one is the planning commission, it's the same findings. Right. Both can have conditions on it. The difference also is, though, instead of a CUP getting appealed to go to council, an MUP would get appealed to you all.
Okay.
So that's kind of the difference. They are still the same findings. They're still the same conditions. One would argue you actually really can't overly deny a CUP. You just condition it, which is similar to an MUP. The difference is an MUP is just a little bit of a cheaper and easier and faster process to try to help out our existing businesses get open faster.
Yeah, no, I mean, I support that idea. And I don't want to get into discussion, but the reason that I asked about the noticing is that when you're talking about, larger than 50-seat situations, there should be, like, so, I'm trying to understand whether there's
just about a little context with the noticing. So alcohol exemptions are not appealable. They are by right.
Okay.
The difference is if you're over 50 seats, we send a flyer out letting you know a new business is opening.
Oh, not that you can do anything about it.
No, and unfortunately, it has made people think that they can stop something which they can't.
Right.
We still post them online, so we would still move to be posting them online so people can see what is being approved. But alcohol exemptions are not appealable. So we felt that noticing was an extra delay and an extra step.
And they're not public.
And they're not overly public, yeah.
Sure,
So
okay.
That's really the difference for an AE.
Definitional question. You brought up Juneshine a few times. So we have in the code, I think, references to beer, wine, and spirits. Kombucha and cider, is that legally beer?
It's like, I think malt, fermented malt.
Right, I mean, like, can we make sure that those are, because here's where I'm going with it. Years ago, when we were doing the DCP, there was some conversation about local industry or local artisanal work, and one of the categories within that was microbrewing of both. There was beer microbrewery, but it seemed that in the meantime, what's really, really, easy to do, so to speak, is like small batch kombucha. You can do that locally in a way that it's harder to do beer or cider or wine, right? So I'm curious whether that comes into play, because that's right?
Yeah, so the way we defined it, we did it pretty broad. We used like beer and wine as kind of the example, but then also added inclusive of similar malt or fermented beverages.
Okay.
And does not include spirits. That was that was all folded into the definition for the tap room.
So we could have a kombuchery, but we couldn't have a distillery. Correct.
That's a
Distillery
real
would
question,
be-
because there are distilleries in downtown LA.
Right, distillery is different, so that's
Okay.
where Becky mentioned the beverage manufacturing. So that's already now an adopted code folded into industry limited as a permitted right. So we just pulled that out to highlight it to the business community to be like, hey, we're accepting these, like we always have, but now we're pulling it out to just make it more explicit.
Got it. Last question. Don't really have a I'm imagining personal services and alcohol on like haircuts, and
Right.
I don't know how I feel about my barber drinking while he cuts my hair, so I'll just leave it there. But, right, exactly. Well played. Community assembly. This seemed to be one area where you were making things a little bit stricter in terms of wanting a plop where there wasn't one. Is that a new requirement that you want to add? I just want to understand that.
Yeah, so community assembly previously did have some entitlement requirements, as you'll see here. So these were all kind of downgraded from either a CUP, MUP, but down to the by right. So we included the plot because there wouldn't be any kind of discretionary review anymore. And we saw any impact that would come out of it would be like loading access, coming in and out, deliveries, things like that, really based on their operations or membership, how big they are.
Yeah, it was essentially forcing the plop through the permitted right instead of using it as a condition of the CUP.
Right.
Which tended to be a standard condition we placed on all of them. Why don't we just do a permitted by right and just force the plop?
Okay, Mike, so my question about that is because when I think about all the things that tend to get lumped into community assembly, I want to make sure that we're not creating a burden and at the same time recognize, because the plop, parking and loading, recognize that some of the biggest issues in that are not just the loading of goods, but the loading and unloading of people. And with the rise of rideshare and autonomous drop-off and pickup, I wonder if there's a way, I don't know if there's a way for that, those plops, and maybe that's a conversation about plops rather than about community assembly, but it's not so much about the parking as it is about the ease and safety of drop-off and pickup.
Mobility does include all of that, like people movement. Loading is really, when we look at residential buildings and talk about loading, a lot of it is about, mail, Uber, rideshare, deliveries, just people getting in and out, loading, like even moving into the building. So that's all considered in their review.
I'm just asking because I just don't want to make sure that we're not accidentally burdening them with something that.
And you can certainly, fine tune which community assemblies might need a plop and which don't, if you have ones that you are trying to differentiate from others.
Okay.
Before we move on from that.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on from that conversation about community assembly, can you give us just a high-level definition of what types of businesses would be falling within a community assembly? And as part of this process, do you anticipate putting businesses that aren't in community assembly into that community assembly designation?
Yeah, so generally, community assembly, it can cover things like churches, community groups, like clubhouses. But recently, what we've been seeing them come in as are more of these like private kind of gyms with a cafe workspace, like a Soho House type operation where it's membership based and it has, all kind of like daily activities involved. And we've seen these come into the downtown a lot. So we wanted to create that flexibility. As for the second question, you said if there are other uses that we would fit within that category?
Yeah, I wanted to get a good definition of what you meant by community assembly. And then are there businesses that are not considered community assembly today that you were then put into that category for future planning decisions?
We're not looking at amending the current definition of a community assembly.
we're not.
I think Carrie's just highlighting we can't have uses that fit every category, or we would have an ever long list. Those are just the uses that tend to fall under that existing umbrella. We're not looking at necessarily expanding and pulling in uses that we wouldn't have classified that as we did today.
Okay. Okay. We'll have one more follow-up question about community assembly.
So did I read this right too? Then community assembly would be permitted, but there's development standards and some of those are hours of operations?
Right. Correct.
So I think what I was reading in there, that some of those hours of operation are somewhat more restrictive than like a bar
Right, yeah, so that was raised to us this morning, actually. They are more strict and they actually require a CUP to go beyond that instead of the MUP, which would be required for some instances of this. So that would be something that we'd want to take a look at
Yeah,
as
I
well.
think you should. I mean, it makes sense for, maybe for the workout where there's, for the workout facilities, but for a church or something, that seems onerous to put more restrictive hours on them than a bar. Or it shows where our priorities are.
Right, right.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Chaco, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have, I think, 3 questions for now. Hopefully they'll be quick. I just want to make sure I clearly understood the pawn shop issue. Did I understand right that the staff proposal is to maintain its non-conforming status, but to allow it to move anywhere in downtown? Is that correct?
That is correct. And we have it written in a way, so typically we're used to when a non-conforming use leaves, or any type of use that's in that previous spot, that another one can jump in into that spot. So we have it written where, in this example, if it moves, then that spot closes up. And so that's how we kind of get at no new net pawn shops.
Yeah, and I appreciate that clarification, but I just want to also understand if other non-conforming uses downtown, I'm not talking about pawn shops, but do they have that ability as well currently?
It's currently written, it's specifically for pawn shops.
I see. Thank you. Actually, a couple more questions. I'm not sure which slide it was since they aren't numbered, but you had one slide that spoke to the treatment of banks, 7,500 square feet or less or above. Yeah, I think that's the one. Did I understand right that it's more restrictive in downtown than it is elsewhere?
Yeah, and that just kind of follows the DCP direction that we had in place. They were very restricted before this change. It was like really made just for ATMs in the downtown, like a 20-foot limit for the width, which sent, I think, at least one bank for a CUP here. So we didn't want to blow way past that and still keep some restriction to keep downtown kind of walkable but still allow banks to open. But again, this is something that we can take recommendation on if you want to align it with, say, what we did on boulevards.
So I guess a follow-up question on that. So the understanding is that banks in downtown are potentially a negative impact on pedestrian or walkability.
From what I remember in the DCP discussions, it wasn't necessarily an impact thing. I think it was more about creating the cadence of the street of really small storefronts was a big topic for the downtown discussion with council back in the day. And that's where that came from.
Chair, can I ask a quick follow-up on that?
You may.
So when you talked about this idea that if there was an existing building or an existing space, somebody else could come into that, was that only grocery stores?
No, that was applied to things like offices, kind of a handful of commercial uses where we were much more strict with new construction of a use versus moving in.
So I'm asking because, we've all saw a bank become a shoe store on 26th and Wilshire, and we lost the murals. But to Commissioner Chaco's point, if, one of the chain retailers pulled out and there was a bank that wanted to go in and it was more than 7,500 square feet, why wouldn't we want that? I mean, we want that space leased and serving, the growing population. So I'm curious whether or not you anticipate that, whether we could do that.
Yeah, we could definitely make that change. Right now, it would require an MUP. We could change it so it would be permitted by right within any existing building in the downtown too.
And are you just focused only on banks or just any existing space could re-tenant without any size limitations because it's an existing space? Is that what you're referring to?
I mean, this is getting into discussion, but I would imagine that anything we said that was going to be an MUP, like anything that would qualify for an MUP, we would re-tenant by right. Like, no more friction than previously necessary.
Okay, we have one more.
One last question. Again, I'm not sure which slide, but you also had one that spoke to restaurants less than 5,000 square feet potentially for areas outside of downtown by right. Is that right?
Where was that? Restaurants here.
On specifically the boulevards, and as proposed by staff, there isn't an intent currently to propose a distinction between whether there's a residential adjacency or not.
We kind of tooled with that idea of allowing it by right and then restrictions when it's adjacent to residential, or this other option of allowing it by right up to 5,000 and then restricting it to an MEP after that. So, we can take a recommendation on an adjacency standard.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
My turn?
Commissioner Lambert, your turn.
I want to take a more 30,000 feet look at this. All the downtown stuff clearly is appropriate, and hopefully it all works, because downtown is a very unique economic system versus the neighborhood commercial. So the question I've had reading through all of this is, why are we applying all these things to neighborhood commercial, which a few years ago we found to be the most stable business districts in the city? So whatever's going on in neighborhood commercial seems to be working. That's number one. Number two, I have a real discomfort level with the alcohol exemption applied to neighborhood commercial, given its proximity to, very close proximity to residential areas. I think there needs to be some community outreach, some community input, what have you, in terms of an alcohol facility and I'm not just talking about Ocean Park Boulevard, Montana, Main Street, Pico. So I'm opposed to that. And I don't understand the rationale for it.
Is that a question, or should we save that for
Oh,
comment
that's a good
period?
point. I'm discussing, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, what was your rationale?
Just come up at the end of the statement and conclude with, don't you agree?
Yeah. What was your rationale for going citywide with all the downtown stuff? And what was your community outreach process, other than businesses?
I can just chime in for a quick second on, why are we going citywide with some of these? It's just like, again, a 30,000 square foot response.
Right.
I mean, there has been a huge focus on the downtown,
Right.
and there will continue to be a focus on the downtown. And you are correct. Some of our most thriving areas in the city are Main Street, Montana,
Ocean
Ocean
Park,
Park,
right.
Pico. Don't disagree. We don't want them to be left behind, though. We want to be proactive in making sure that we also are giving some attention to our other commercial areas of the city. Maybe not exactly the same as the downtown, because I agree the context is different in the downtown than some of our NC districts. But, the same benefits that the downtown has been provided that have been very successful, that we've only heard positive things, we wanted to extend that same flexibility to some degree to our other commercial areas, to make sure that we don't wake up a year from now and they're failing.
Well, see, my concern is, and you can answer this question, is what about the impact we've been talking for years on legacy businesses? I mean, I know that's a high priority for the city council as well, is to protect legacy businesses. And if this makes it easier for someone to come in and displace that business with whatever the hell else, what about that?
Yeah, I think our approach is also about, retention and growth too. Like, a lot of these changes will also benefit an existing restaurant that doesn't have an alcohol permit that can then
I
get it
can't think of
easier.
any.
Yeah, but that's kind of the approach that we weren't really thinking of it as only for new businesses. We try to be broad with.
I'm just very concerned because, there's gentrification going on, and this could actually encourage that.
And I think an example of the retention is we have a process for, let's say, an existing business that has a CUP or an AE now, to now kind of administratively adopt into the new version of the AE, so they can kind of still continue the same benefits of getting rid of dance halls. If you had an AE that was applied to you 10 years ago, there's a lot of restrictions there that wouldn't apply if you did it today. So I think there is some movement into trying to make existing businesses also have an easier way to modernize or expand their current operations.
Aren't you concerned about the public not knowing about that?
I mean, there's already an alcohol exemption already approved for them. I mean, it's really just trying to allow more than 4 TVs to happen in a restaurant. That used to be a condition.
It's serving
and
alcohol in the first place.
I think there is still ways for the public to be aware of new alcohol coming in. I mean, we posted online. Whether you're 50 seats versus 51, does that change anything? I mean, if you're over 50 seats, you still get an alcohol exemption. There's no seat cap for alcohol exemption. It's just whether we send a notice out or not.
And what was the rationale for including retail? Does that mean I can drink while I'm buying shoes? I mean, I'm confused about
Yeah, we've also seen businesses, in the downtown on Montana that have explored this. I believe one had to get a CUP, right? Vintage.
For
There's
there's
the
a store
vintage
on Montana
store.
that is a vintage store that wanted to kind of have like a quasi wine bar as well. And they had to change their whole operational plan to have food be a part of it so they could go through the AE process and not have to go
So are
through
you
the
saying
CUP
all
process.
retail would be eligible for an AE?
That is
Well,
the
that's a policy
question, yeah.
question.
So I could drink while I'm shopping at Bob's?
In the downtown, it's currently like that, where, retail businesses can obtain the AE, and that's what, allows them to participate in the easy zone and things like that.
Oh, I want everyone to have fun,
Right.
but there's sort of a point of,
I think there's a handful of uses we're asking to expand. Retail is just one of them versus a hair salon, or a barber shop that, maybe that's, or a museum event.
Well, that's
So you could also definitely recommend that some of those are appropriate and not all of them if you have an issue with retail
Right.
versus the other ones.
oh, I don't mind drinking while I'm buying shoes.
Oh, well, you'll spend more shoes, so.
Here's the other thing I want to ask, and this may be rhetorical. Several years ago, I think Sean and I were the only ones here at that time, there was a project called the Pico Wellness Project. And we spent a lot of time in the Pico community asking what their vision was for Pico Boulevard. And they came up with very specific square footages and uses, and they wanted to encourage local business, the ability of local businesses to actually buy into Pico, et cetera. How does this correlate with that?
Yeah, so I was loosely involved with that project, and I know a lot of that was about looking at the land use table. We didn't touch development standards and just look at, what are the barriers there that were stopping existing businesses from expanding or from businesses that they wanted to see to move in. So we definitely took that lens of, looking at expanding neighborhood commercial businesses. But yeah, it was really just kind of a broad application
But some of
to,
these sizes that don't correlate with what I remember, the food hall, I remember, did come out of it, and that was a good thing. But
There were two, the floor
Let's-
plate,
If I may, let's stay on the agenda.
I'm staying on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
it's important.
Then it would be helpful to hear this. I heard you saying that the floor plate issue, which was an issue in Pico, is sort of no longer because you're allowing more flexibility in terms of
Okay.
retail size. Is
Right.
that correct? Well, let me just
The-
ask all
oh,
three
yeah.
to save time.
Okay.
I want to be respectful. The second issue was uses, which you mentioned, but one big controversy was actually around alcohol. I remember having worked on the project for 8 months, and at the very end, I voted against it because there were people in the community who did not want expanded alcohol exemptions because there was concern about multiple establishments on the street. So I'm curious about what led you to the conclusion. And then the third thing, which I think has been mooted, is this was before all the state laws that allowed for redevelopment and sort of different rules about ground floor retail. So could you clarify the floor plate issue, which was a big one on Pico, and the alcohol piece?
Thank you.
yeah, let me take a look. I believe NC is where we did maintain a handful of the floor plate restrictions. Really, what we struck kind of citywide was more the frontage issue. Because that was really where the problems were coming in, because you can't really control that, doors are where they are. So that's where we really got rid of things. Neighborhood commercial, I know we did maintain some of the ground floor restrictions, like for certain offices, because we saw that as a more sensitive area. In terms of alcohol, just to give some background, I'm looking at the land use table red lines we made. Previously, NC, it was prohibited to open bars, nightclubs, lounges for the whole NC. There wasn't a CUP option or anything. So our proposal, it's not, what we drafted, our proposal isn't for the AE option, it's to move it to an MUP. The AE question is really for policy, for discussion and direction.
So you're not recommending that it go into?
No, that was just a question. What we're recommending is just downgrading the alcohol requirement from a CUP to a MUP.
Thank you so much. I mean, the CUP is a nightmare, so.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yeah, let's take it from the top. On the pawn shops, first, I don't want to use the word mistake, but the Rite Aid rezoning that happened a bit ago, the word unintentional was used. Would you agree with the comment that the change that currently prohibits moving their pawn shop was indeed unintentional?
I think at the time, and this goes back to the DCP in 2017. That's when the land use changed it from, I think it might have been permitted in the same areas that we are also making it consistent where they can now move around. So that happened in 2017. That was probably an unintended change nonetheless, but before that, there was a specific IZO that changed it to permitted uses, I think maybe in 2013 or 2012. It was very specific, but it was in coordination with the subject pawn shop.
And then the letter also referenced that while there's always still going to be one pawn shop in the downtown, there are like a citywide license limit of 4 pawn shops and only one is being used. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. On the retail, there was mention of a perimeter around the edge of downtown. Apologies, I couldn't find that in the actual language. Is that just like a strict X feet from the edge of the boundaries of the downtown plan, or is
Yeah, I can
there
try
a
to find that
further
language
definition to that?
specifically. That was held in a limitation under the table. Give me a second to pull that up.
Yeah, take it down.
Okay.
I'll just say, I just ask because I feel like if the issue is residential, it should be proximity to residential as opposed to just defining it as a perimeter from the boundaries of the plan.
Yeah, so the way we address this actually, so proximity to residential, like on the Lincoln transition, we require the MUP for medium scale retail versus in the core, like the neighborhood village, the promenade, transit adjacent, it's just permitted with the plot.
That's great.
So we regulated it more that way.
For the PLOPs, fun acronyms tonight, are you ever either requiring or encouraging more parking than was initially suggested by the developer?
No, we're not allowed to do that from state law. Unless it's outside of the AB 2097, then, we can then regulate commercial parking restrictions, but we're following that law.
Great. On the removal of the screen size restrictions and the pub crawls, thanks for the email earlier today. For existing operators that want to get rid of those restrictions, you said they send a letter, it can be processed really quickly without fees. Is there anything stopping, just other than your staff time, which is limited, going through and just striking those without even, for existing operators, to even them up with new operators, just striking them without the applicant having to ask?
Well, I think, so what we're proposing does create kind of a paper trail process to be able to formally kind of make those decisions. It requires the applicant to request, that way it's very clear that they understand what they're doing versus us just kind of going through everybody's historic STOAs, making some changes, and then having like something that has 5 less conditions. I think what it does is it helps our case filing, it helps us with any code enforcement that happens in the future, that everybody's clear that there is a formal letter and then also a formal decision made with the revised conditions for everybody's business.
And then to Leslie's question, have you noticed, like, how would you characterize the rate of violations, and maybe this is not a question for you, but of establishments that sell alcohol that went through the AE process versus CUP or MUP? Any differences overall?
Sorry, was your question, do we feel like people are more abusing their approvals in a CUP versus like an AE? Is that what
Yeah, violating the terms of either.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, sure, bars that are open till 2 could have more noise situations than, the restaurant that closes at 10 a.m., but I don't think there's a difference necessarily how the permitting process happened that results in a bad operator or not.
Let's see, then, would you mind, I'm not taking a 30,000-foot look here, would you mind pulling up the text of the 200-page PDF?
Give us a second, I don't think we have that up.
Oh, yeah.
I think Ethan's going to help us out.
Yeah, thanks. No?
Be careful what's on your screen.
All right, great. So on the PDF page 49, if you could go there, I just type it at the top, probably easier.
Downtown, I think, right?
Like the downtown limitation?
Yeah, so I had emailed about service stations, gas stations. Note 19 applies to them. It says limited to legally established uses. I just want to be clear, does that make them non-conforming uses, the gas stations?
So I can respond to this. Sorry, we did not get back to your second
Yes.
email.
It was
We looked
like-
into this. It kind of confused us for a second because, our stance is if you don't want it, it should just automatically non-conforming. And then the year kind of closure gap would apply. We believe that this was added in to mean that if you were to close, it removes that non-conforming 1-year ability for this specific use.
So it's even more restrictive than an
Yes.
ordinary. Okay, that is good to know. On the community assemblies, which is page 169 of this. These were also pointed out to me in a meeting. I'm not, I admit I did not go line by line through this. There's, at the bottom there, it says 50 feet from any residential district or use. That or use does stick out because there are like mixed-use buildings here. Is that common in the rest of the code that you're not doing residential district, but you're actually talking about residential uses?
We've recently shifted more towards residential use in a residential zone to acknowledge that mixed-use projects exist on the boulevards.
Do other outdoor dog parks, parklets, outdoor dining have that district or use restriction?
OSP, we added that.
Not for the outdoor sidewalk dining, no. Through the OSP, there's a distance requirement for residential districts, but I'm pretty sure we did residential uses in a residential district. So it's almost,
A-lots.
yeah. So it ensures that we're talking about an actual resident in a residential district and not a mixed-use project.
Great. And then on page 123 of this one, you mentioned it in the staff report about the trash enclosure sizes. This was one of the few things that also stuck out to me as potentially more restrictive. We're adding a foot here or there, 2.5 feet there, but that's like square footage that is being taken away from the actual main use for trash. Like, have trash bins gotten bigger?
The answer is yes. A new state law requiring organics recycling has required there to be some larger trash rooms. All of the RR amendments were actually initiated by the self-certification program that staff unveiled to council in December. Everything we're proposing is just to codify the things that we needed to do in order to have the ability to do self-certification. This one, obviously, yes, I would argue that do we need to go to 21 to 22 to be self-cert? It was just a chance to provide more clarity to standards. You'll see in one of them, we got rid of, if you're a large project and it's at the discretion of the public works director, that is not objective. This was a way to provide more objectivity that aligned with state law and actually provide like hard numbers to all projects. So all the RR amendments were really all about that's what started it, but it would apply to every project.
Great, and then the last one here is on page 89. This is the table regarding employment uses citywide. Zoom into note 6. There, nope. Am I on the wrong page here? Page 106. There we go. Yeah, there we go. 6, you said? Yeah, so this saying that like in business districts, there's certain limitations that businesses if they're gonna have like food on site that has to be services for the employees themselves, how do you operationalize that?
Yeah, really, it's business license review. You know, they submit their business description and their floor plans, and we just have to make sure it complies and matches these limitations.
But how are you deciding whether Starbucks is serving the employees of a business park, say, or outside people who could also access it?
I will say that this morning, this was brought up by people that were identifying some logistical, burdens. Fortunately, it didn't get caught in these, but you can always recommend to revise this limitation, as we did here, unfortunately, just today, that this could be a restriction. That didn't provide us enough time to review it, but I hear you in the how do we monitor this is a operational challenge.
Great, that's my questions.
Are there any further questions? Okay. I'll go with Commissioner Chaco. Yep. Who was first? Who wants to go first?
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you very much. Okay. Couple of my questions have already come up, so I appreciate that those are asked. But let me ask this question. We've talked about cultural uses in alcohol. What about cultural uses that sell alcohol, like Broad Stage or Broad Stage? It went through a CUP. Would that change with these amendments, and how would it change?
Yes, so that would be under the cultural facilities, so that for that option. So if we start with the baseline, so that would be a CUP and as an MUP. If the commission supports that, just change for the baseline. The policy questions is whether or not the cultural facilities would also then qualify for an alcohol exemption. So that could be a deeper kind of cut or more flexibility. Or if not, with staff's proposal, it would come back as an MUP versus a CUP.
Okay, so then moving on to, I mean, but first of all, I'm supportive of that, making it less than a CUP today.
Yeah.
Quite frankly. So the problem that we have is, so I like the fact that we'll streamline approvals, whether it's through an AE or through the minor conditional use permit, because it makes it easier and it's more business friendly, and we need to be business friendly right now. The problem is the one or two actors that start as a good use and then become a problem. How with the MUP or the AE can we ratchet them back in? Is it only through code enforcement, or do we have, I know in the code we had this condition that I fought for a lot during the zoning code update, which was kind of a plan review, like if you blow it and you're getting a lot of complaints, you got to come back and talk to us.
Yeah, so when we talk about the conditions that the commission spent a lot of time establishing over the years, those are conditions that we're familiar with. Through the ZA process, conditions can be applied to any operator. They could be special conditions. So it could be a situation where in our MUP hearings that we already kind of have our template conditions for alcohol uses that we've collected over the years, including that one as well. Perhaps maybe that becomes a little bit more of the template condition that we apply, but we can still potentially have the similar conditions that we would at the PC level, at the ZA level. At that point, it could be enforcement like we normally do, or it could be some reach back conditions that say if you're not a good operator, then I don't know. We can kind of think about maybe what that condition could look like. Do they come back to the ZA? Do they come back to the Planning Commission?
Okay, I would just say that, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword because it's being business friendly by giving them the grant in the first place. But I do think it protects the community in the long run which might be a little onerous for that business owner, but it also keeps them on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, and the commission can, in their discussion, you guys could give staff some direction on perhaps maybe crafting those conditions at the MUP level, if that helps out.
Could it be at the AE level too?
Yeah.
Great. Why do you think okay, I'm moving on to my next question. Why do you think we prohibited pub crawls in the past? And has that changed?
Trying to remember back to it.
Yeah, I don't know if we all here know where the origins of pub crawls. I have to imagine it's probably the, going from bar to bar, there's probably noise as you're walking from bar to bar. I'm just trying to think of pub crawls, what they tend to, but
I'm going to highlight to you that I'm aware of two bad instances, and it was sexual assaults.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm not sure that we should give up on that one, that review just yet.
Okay.
We talked about the residential, we talked about the markets, house of worship hours, 25, I believe I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chaco.
Thank you. Bear with me, but I think I need a little bit more clarification on the alcohol exemption process as it currently works. And maybe the best way is for me to ask a few questions to see if I've understood it right, but if you can help broaden on that, it'll be helpful for me. So my understanding is that alcohol exemption permits are written in the code as allowable for particular kinds of uses like restaurants and bars currently within the downtown.
Correct.
And they come with certain conditions, standard conditions.
Yeah, to clarify your prior comment, bars and restaurants that's kind of our baseline. That's the most common one. So restaurants are available citywide and the downtown. Bars, you can get an alcohol exemption in the 3rd Street Promenade area. With this package, we're proposing to expand it to the entire downtown. But you're correct. Every land use has kind of their own set of standards, which also has different closing hours or operating hours.
I see, and those vary by type of use that is granted the alcohol exemption.
That's correct.
I see, and those permits they run with the operator. So if a new operator comes in, a new permit is applied for.
Correct.
I see, and but did I understand right that currently on the table is the idea of extending it to a broader set of uses beyond just bars and restaurants to potentially a few other uses, but also beyond downtown as well?
So the downtown currently, as adopted in August of last year, we moved a set of expanded commercial uses to be permanent in the zoning code. So if I can find the slide, but it's restaurants, we expanded to bars in the 3rd Street Promenade area. They are retail establishments. So the uses that we have included here are consistent with the uses that are allowed for the 3rd Street Promenade area currently. There's a few of them that are missing off of this list because there's those types of uses. I think we're still evaluating citywide some changes, so that could alcohol use will probably be in that discussion. But for the most part, these were the ones that are more consistent with what is currently allowed in the 3rd Street Promenade area. But of course, what we're recommending is the entire complete list, and I can get to that list for you. Okay, so it's food halls, bars, convenience markets. So these are the list of uses that we're proposing to further expand. There is one addition to this list that at the 3rd Street Promenade area doesn't have, and it's the personal services. So that is a new addition. But all the other items are currently in the code for the 3rd Street Promenade area, which is essentially 3rd Street, 2nd, and 4th.
I think my last question then, and that was helpful, thank you. Does the alcohol exemption conditions typically include some sort of a cap on the percentage of revenue from alcohol at that premises?
You know, we've stepped away from that condition. You'll probably see in a lot of our older conditional use permits. It was a 35% maximum alcohol threshold. Since I believe probably around the zoning ordinance update, we've kind of cleaned that up. And when we moved more towards the AE type of applications, we removed the ones that were really kind of hard for either applicants to demonstrate or even the city to be able to monitor. But So those are existing in some of our older CUPs. The process that we allowed for, so the suspension of those conditions allows them to, so you'll see it on that other list, the 5 list of what they can request to be removed from. We suspended those, that specific condition during the EO. So we're kind of carrying that through, just continued suspension. Now, they won't show up on any current AEs or any future AEs moving forward. Yes.
Thank you.
We have one more question from Commissioner Lambert.
Has the police department signed off on this? Because I know they get involved in alcohol policy.
No, we didn't review this with them. They review every alcohol application that
No, but it
comes
might be a
in.
good idea to tell them that you're going citywide with this AE and see what they think about it.
Right now, it's just the MUP, but yeah, we can do outreach.
No, but you're proposing alcohol use for an AE citywide.
That's the policy question
But that,
to
okay,
tonight, right?
okay, but you haven't run that by them.
And the police department, even with AEs, do have to review security plans as part of their alcohol
Oh.
exemption packets. So police are still aware of new alcohol right, that hasn't
Yeah,
changed. Okay,
yeah.
sorry.
No, you're
They
right.
are still aware of any new alcohol establishment, part of an AE application that any business applies, has to provide a police department approved security plan.
And what if they don't do it?
Then their application's incomplete
complete.
and we can't take it in.
Okay, so AE right now is only downtown, right?
AEs are everywhere.
AEs for restaurants are
And okay,
everywhere.
restaurants and bars are citywide.
Just restaurants. Bars are only downtown. So restaurants
Okay.
are citywide, yeah.
Okay, I
And
got
that's been in place for a bit
Okay,
now.
thank you. But not shoe stores.
Okay. One more question from Commissioner Chaco.
I'm just curious, and we don't need to spend a lot of time on this, but how do you distinguish between bars and restaurants if they both serve both alcohol and food?
I think this is the reason why we don't see our traditional bars as applications as much. The threshold really lands on food service, which gives them a different alcohol license through the ABC, but it also changes our zoning definition. So a bar would be purely alcohol sales without any, like a kitchen for hot meals or anything. I think that's really the differential.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and one other thing to note too is, as you mentioned, there are 2 different land uses with different AE standard conditions. So the bars will have the later hours, the restaurant AE will have shorter hours, requirements for food service, and all of that.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Steve and Carrie. I thought we had good questions. I don't really have any detailed questions. I do have kind of an overarching 35,000-foot level question, which is, we have hundreds of pages of code, and we have, on this discussion, focused on a handful of those with a relatively limited set of changes and recommendations. You know, my feeling is that there's a long way to go here, and you mentioned this is going to be the first of many conversations we're going to have at the Planning Commission about how to streamline our code to make it easier for businesses to come into Santa Monica and expand within Santa Monica. Can you walk me through like the framework that you use to come up with this initial set of recommendations and how that might be either consistent or different with future recommendations that we'll be seeing from you?
So we started with kind of our approach, as Carrie kind of outlined, a lot of the thought processes about when we downgrade either a land use review or potentially eliminate. So in the downtown for the promenade, we took kind of the biggest cut during the COVID period. So during the IZO, we just looked at it from if it's a CUP and MUP, let's see if we can get it to just a permitted use. The strategy kind of based off of that, just in terms of it, because we did see, and the feedback we were getting was really positive in terms of businesses feeling certain. The strategy outside of the downtown slows down a little bit. It's not as just, let's take a CUP and take it down to a permitted use. As Carrie kind of highlighted, when we evaluated the uses and if what the utility of having the public hearing and the discretionary review, we took those components, which often was the plop, its circulation, its trash, and we kind of took those out, and if we're able to find a way to do it administratively, per like the plop, That's kind of justified some of our downgrading. So I think maybe Carrie might have a little bit more to add to that. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good kind of hit on how we did the downgrading of the entitlements. But the other side of it was really looking at kind of what we've heard over the last few years, both through our outreach when we were, we did kind of a task force with all the city divisions where we were out in the field. We had one in the downtown where it was all the business community, just to let them know that we're going to start this kind of process and to hear from them, like, what's working, what do you need help with? And that was after we kind of did some of the DCP changes that we already were seeing success on. And then we also did another one with businesses from the Palisades that were interested in relocating, just to kind of provide them with services and to hear, like, what are the problems and what's going to make it hard for you to move here? So that influenced a lot of how we looked at land uses. And kind of touch on what Steve said. We did look broader at the city of, like, what are the commercial areas? We have the downtown, the BAP, office campus, and then kind of the boulevards. And then, really tried to assess those in a buckets of sensitivity and comparable land uses that are existing and also comparable development patterns. So really large parcels versus small, what can be accommodated in certain areas and what can't.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, with us concluding the commission question portion and moving into the discussion, I'll propose that we take a 10-minute break just to stretch our legs and walk around a little. Is that okay? Do we have a
So it's
second?
8:16, so we'll shoot for 8:26 or 8:27?
Do 8:27.
8:27, 8:30.
I could have fine-tuned it. Let's call the meeting back to order. And we are now ready to start with the discussion portion. Here's what I'm going to propose, and because we have a lot to go through, and it's a very detailed and thorough staff report with a number of different policy questions and recommendations. I also want to make sure that we get to the broader policy questions as well and have enough time for an honest and robust conversation about those policy questions. And so in order to help organize the comment period, what I did is I went through the Planning Commission report and identified all the different various kind of policy questions that were in the report. I counted more than 25 specific questions. And so what I would like to do is go through the staff report kind of page by page. I will do my best to bring up those specific questions in the report. And then what I'll do is I'll ask my fellow commissioners if they agree with or have any proposed changes or amendments to those policy questions, so that staff has really clear guidance about our recommendations, and then we can then incorporate that into a resolution at the very end.
I have a point of order. Aren't really basically what we're being asked to address the three at the very end? No?
No. And I gathered from our Q&A is that there are policy questions that we have the ability to weigh in on and change for staff's review and consideration. So,
Can I?
yes, sir.
Yeah, just 2 points of order. One is, just to what you just said, Chair, I think it's important to state, because we've done this before, it's not for staff's review. Whatever we recommend goes to council. Staff might disagree with us, and they would tell council, but it's still our recommendation and our red line that goes to council. Just to be really clear, because we've fought this fight before, and we do always lose it, right? Well, no, but, well, my next point is that I wanted to ask staff what the timeline is on this, because to the extent that we have requested changes that might require more detailed analysis, would it make sense to for us to give direction tonight and then get red line back at a subsequent meeting that could be voted on?
I will say that we are planning to go to council on February 24th.
Okay, so that's a
So
no.
there's not a lot.
So
I'll
that's
let
a
you
no.
deduce
Okay.
what that means.
Okay.
I think there are a handful of IZOs that are expiring. There's the
Got it,
EO.
okay.
There is movement that kind of needs to happen. And just to go back to the recommendation, of course, staff will always forward that the recommendation is yours. If there are areas that staff disagrees with,
yeah.
we will present both, but always yours will be forwarded to city council.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that?
Sure.
Is the time sensitivity applicable to everything that's on the table or primarily to making permanent the current IZO?
Not everything is subject to kind of an immediate vote, but we are hoping to move this forward pretty quickly. This is, again, just the next phase of economic growth and recovery is one of the priorities of the realignment plan. There's a lot of other stuff going on the 24th as well regarding the realignment plan. So, but of course, if there's something that you are not comfortable with, you could hold that back as your recommendation.
I have another question. Isn't the downtown provisions the most time critical?
I would definitely focus, things that I think are critical are those ones that are kind of already in those existing IZOs.
right.
I think that is a way to organize conversation around, like, what are the things that have already kind of been discussed? What are already out there? What are things that businesses are already utilizing? And we can't pull the rug out from under them a little bit. And then there are the bigger changes where we are going, expanding beyond that in the downtown, using downtown as kind of the testing zone for what was successful. So I think that is also kind of a conversation as well to have.
Yeah, I think this falls into kind of three broad categories. The first one would be what has already gone before either the planning commission and the city council that we're seeking to make permanent. What is already allowed in the downtown that we think could work along the boulevards. I would actually turn that in reverse and say what's working on the boulevard should apply to downtown. Okay, so we have what's working in downtown should be applied to the boulevards, and then we have whole new recommendations that we are seeing tonight for the first time.
Yeah.
So I think it all follows, so we have like three categories. So what I'll do is.
Chair, can we clear the pawn shop first?
Yeah, let's do that.
Sure, yes.
I want to acknowledge that some of us had some conversations with the pawn shop folks out in the, during the break. So I had a conversation with Barbara Tenzer briefly. But I would just, I don't know if that's a separate motion. Can I move that separately, or is that part of a package?
Why don't you make a why don't we discuss that first?
Yeah.
And we can make recommendations.
Right.
And then there's going to be a single vote at the
Single
end.
reso, right?
You could pull that out, or you could kind of take, a straw vote.
Yeah, I was gonna
essentially,
say, I'll
like,
move a straw
close that
vote.
topic, and then we will make sure that makes it into the final
Just so they
comprehensive
can leave.
recommendation.
I mean, they've been here for
Yeah.
hours.
I
I'm gonna,
understand.
I'm
Just
gonna,
to be clear, the resolution is, several hundred pages. so
yes.
Yes.
Okay, so on page 11D7, right? I'm just gonna move for straw poll purposes that we take the staff recommendation to allow the relocation of the pawn shop.
Do we need to vote?
Yeah, we
We
can just
just
do
do
a
a
straw,
straw
or I can,
poll.
yeah, we can do a straw vote. I can go around and get both of
Yeah.
all you to
Okay.
weigh in. Does there need to be a second for that?
For a straw poll? No.
No.
You want one? That sounds like Leslie will second it.
Okay,
I
let's
didn't
have
hear
a
it.
straw poll. Do we accept the staff recommendation regarding the pawn shop item?
Sure. Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese? Commissioner Wasserman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Chair Hamilton?
Yes.
So the straw poll for the approval of the staff recommendation of the pawn shop will move forward in the ultimate recommendation.
Yeah, and I just want to add, thank you for your 45-plus years of working here in Santa Monica.
Thank you for acknowledging.
Yeah.
It means a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Ken Genser continues, his legacy continues.
Yes. So moving on, about the first 5 or so pages of the staff report focuses on items that have already been reviewed either by the planning commission or by the city council that are in IZO or EZO form. Let's have a straw poll. Does the commission want to accept and make permanent those changes?
No, can we flip to that first?
No.
slide? Sorry. I'd also just recommend, you're right, the first couple pages are the kind of existing IZOs that are out there. However, there are some existing ones peppered throughout the report, specifically the ones in the RRR section that were in IZO through the self-certification. There is the codification of the outdoor dining IZO, and I would also maybe pull in the EO about school. That's kind of, I think that would be the universe of things that already have some type of implementation document.
Okay.
If you're willing to group all of those, bunch those together, I think that covers everything.
Would you just repeat them again?
Yeah, if you could pull up the slide, Carrie, of the ones, I think it's the next slide. These are the ones that already have an IZO out there that we're looking to codify as is. There's 3 other ones not on this list. There is the IZO around the RRR amendments that was initiated through the self-certification program. So that would be an additional one I'd add to this.
Okay.
There's the outdoor dining IZO that is later in the report that I would also group on this list. And then for just theme, I'd probably also recommend the emergency order around the schools to also be kind of, again, the theme of these are all kind of pre-vetted ones, but.
Chair,
And wasn't the massage?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, and the massage. Thank you very much. Yes.
If I can ask a quick clarification, do they all apply only in downtown, or do some of
That's
those
downtown.
apply?
Though, these are the downtown ones. The extra ones I just talked about are more citywide ones that are also already in place. I think also Arcades is an existing IZO.
Sorry, just for clarification, can we not do, just so that we keep the conversation coherent, can we not do the CUP, MUP piece right now? Because there were some discussions about like, what's on the promenade, what's not on the promenade, and it just says simplified land use review. I think there were enough questions about those that I'm
Yeah.
personally comfortable with everything below it, but for clarity, I don't feel comfortable voting on the first one.
Just to respond to that, the first one on this is just, again, the existing ones that have already been downgraded, not the handful of additional ones we're proposing tonight. There are ones through IZOs that have already been downgraded to MUPs that are working right now.
So is this, just for clarity, on page, well, where's the page number? There's no page number. It's like page 8 of the staff report, I think, which is in the DCP area. It's grooming and pet shops, bankers above 7,500 square feet, small-scale facilities and office. Is that what we're talking about?
I don't think so.
Those are not in the IZO.
Where's the list of what's in the IZO?
If you look at the first page where the discussion starts, which would be page 4 to 5.
Yeah.
Where it says permanent adoption of current downtown economic recovery IZOs. Those are things that are already adopted through IZOs that we're looking to just codify.
Sorry,
as
what are
is.
they?
One is simplifying some land use limitations. Now, there are additional ones we're adding tonight, but this one would just be for those ones. I don't have that list off the top of my head. I don't know if there's.
And they're
an
already in
example.
place and being used, correct?
Yes, and
Got it.
It's IZO 2825?
yes.
Okay.
Which includes already some simplification of land uses, which includes rooftop commercial uses, some floor area flexibility for non-conforming buildings, outdoor commercial users on private property, TUP processes, which has actually been a huge benefit to business. We've heard great response to that. And also some revisions to small-scale facilities for game arcades. Those are existing IZOs right now.
What about the schools and the other stuff?
And then there's the emergency ordinance for schools, for relocated schools. And then there are some RRR amendments that are in existing IZO. There's massage establishments. Thank you for reminding me on that one. And there's also outdoor dining IZOs. That would be the universe of IZOs that already exist now.
Clarification, RR is a district.
It's the trash. Yeah, sorry. Resource recovery and recycling, sorry. Forget the acronyms. So maybe that could be a way to like, if you're comfortable, but like clear those out and let's focus on new, not what's kind of already happening. And, I would recommend, and, you obviously can make your own recommendation, is that businesses are utilizing these. We need to provide certainty to our businesses, and any change makes them uncertain.
Good point.
Right.
Sorry, one last question. If we wanted to do the thing with letting businesses, like the existing spaces piece, do we need to solve for that in this straw vote because it affects the promenade, or no? We can do it later? Cool, okay.
That would be done later under proposed.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that we're not accidentally, like, I guess, nothing is final.
Okay, any other clarifying questions about the process we're about to vote on? Nope.
I think we're ready for our first straw.
Okay.
vote.
I just have one proposed amendment that didn't come up in questions, but on the Palisades Fire School one, I just kind of want to future-proof it. It's on the very first page of the thing. It says, schools impacted by the 2025 Palisades Fire, displaced by the 2025 Palisades Fire. I would suggest we just substitute, I assume there's a standard definition of natural disaster in city code somewhere else, that we do that. I mean, maybe that's a separate question, but.
No, I'm going to disagree with that. If I may, I would feel more comfortable naming the Lockman Fire, which is an alternate name for the Palisades Fire, but there were something like a dozen natural disasters in LA County or in that, in that same 7-day period. And I would be happy to have a conversation if we want to encourage relocation of anyone affected by natural disaster, but we do have to bound it or define it. Because Altadena, Burt, Sunswept, I mean, these like, there were a whole bunch.
I think also we're trying to keep the straw poll within the bounds of existing IZO in that language. So I think we can take that comment and staff can bring that back for a future discussion if
I'll let
that's
that lie.
warranted. Okay? All right.
Do you want me to summarize?
Let's have a straw.
So the straw vote would be to adopt the existing IZOs that are in place for the downtown, including the existing IZOs around the trash enclosure applicability and sizes through the self-certification program, the outdoor dining, and the massage establishments, as well as the emergency order around relocation of schools. So all the existing pieces of legislation would be adopted as is.
Okay. How do you want to do the straw poll?
I'll
Do you
just
want
do a
to
straw
ask?
vote again.
Okay.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese? Commissioner Wasserman? Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Chair Hamilton?
Yes.
Great.
Okay. Great. Now, moving on. Now I think we're just gonna go through the staff report, and I did the best I could to identify questions. If you found that I missed something and you want to go back and talk about it, please let me know. But the next policy question for our consideration is, do we want to expand the streamlined A&E review to downtown adjacent and the Santa Monica Pier?
Could we bring up the question? Staff asked us, I think, 3 questions about that.
So
Maybe it would be
those
helpful to
are
have those up.
3 specific policy questions that are not necessarily part of the amendments. I think what Chair Hamilton is doing is going through the now additional amendments that start on page 6 for the downtown. The first one is actually continuing simplifying additional land uses. Then the next one would be expanding the alcohol exemption. So I think it's not so much policy questions, but of like, do you agree with that topic of amendments?
But could we do the could we go high level at policy and then get granular?
You would like
Would
to
that
start
be
with,
okay?
if you would like to start with the 3
Where
policy
are we?
questions?
Because I'm confused about how we're
Before
doing
we
it.
zoom out,
I think Josh had it organized, so why
Okay.
don't you?
Yeah,
Okay, staff
I
had-
you know,
I think that works, just go in order.
I think it,
All right.
and here's why, yeah, going in order is efficient, and then it also is gonna inform the policy questions at the end.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
So the next policy question is, do we want to expand alcohol exemptions and streamline review improvements to additional downtown areas and the Santa Monica Pier? That is found on PDF page 6 of the staff report.
Have it on the screen, which section we are looking at.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and here's what we'll do is, I think we're free to ask questions of staff
Yeah,
here.
I think for clarification.
For clarification. And if we want to make any changes to these recommendations,
Pages aren't numbered.
please bring it up now.
Yeah, you could do it by
No,
topic.
My printout is not, yeah.
So the question is, do we want to accept the staff's recommendation on this item, or do we want to make any amendments?
And this is largely taking what I believe is on the promenade already and just expanding it to the entirety of the downtown area, except for the areas that are kind of the border zones, so the WT along Wilshire and the Lincoln transition on LT. Is that correct, Carrie? Yes.
So you're just expanding the definition of the downtown area.
Basically, we're opening up AEs that were already allowed in the promenade to the handful of more streets in the downtown area.
Got it.
while protecting for residential adjacent.
Except for the perimeter ones as those abut residential. Residential zones, not just uses. Zones.
Question. There are on Santa Monica Boulevard, west of 7th, I want to say, or west of the library, a number of restaurants that have either had a lot of turnover for struggle, they've had a lot of struggle, and some empty places like Wexler's is empty. I think it's becoming a ghost kitchen. Would this help them reopen?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
This would apply, now, basically everything in the downtown could just be an AE.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And
I'm generally in support of that for the downtown, for sure. Yes. Any other?
Do a straw poll?
Let's do a straw poll.
Did you say all that says, all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Not opposition say nay? Sorry, that one passes.
Okay, cool. The next policy question had to do with the pawn shop, which we have already worked through.
I'm sorry, you might have skipped one, the
Yes.
first bullet on simplifying
First
land
one,
use
simplifying
review.
land use reviews.
Although that was part of the IZO, this would expand additional land uses. Carrie, can you give an example of maybe one that would fall under that first bullet?
Yeah, so this would be like when we downgraded CUPs to MUPs in the downtown for grooming and pet stores, banks greater than 7,500 square feet, offices greater than 7,500 square feet, permitting by right, community assembly uses, food halls, banks under 7,500, retail under 80,000.
May I? I'm all for that. I just want to allow the reuse of space without limitation. Like if a bank wants to go, maybe they'll stay. If TJ Maxx were to leave, right, and a bank wants to go in there, I don't want to say no. I want to lease it. I want that income.
I'm also in support of that, but I'm curious about being able to match the provisions for banks downtown as with other corridors, rather than making downtown more restrictive.
We're not there yet. We're not in the citywide part yet.
No, I'm
Oh,
talking
we
about
are.
as it applies to downtown.
We are.
Downtown is more restrictive than corridors, and I'm suggesting that we make it the same.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
What page are you on, just out of curiosity?
It's page 6 at the top, the first bullet.
Okay.
But I think there's a slide that kind of demonstrates what are the additional land use changes we're making for the downtown. We're just talking about the downtown right now,
Yeah.
and then we'll move to citywide.
Yeah.
But I think what Vice Chair Chaco was saying is there's a handful of uses in the downtown that are actually more restrictive than the boulevards, and your recommendation would be to align them with the boulevards. Sorry, I just want to make sure I understood you
But
correctly.
the only one I was aware of was banks, but if there are others, I think it'd be worth calling them out.
I'd like to know if there are others.
I will lean to Carrie and Steve. I know Banks is one of them.
You're talking about reuse of bank space?
Not reuse, just, there's just a
What about,
regulation for all uses.
what if the motion was that you guys look and
That
make
would be-
these more consistent
Yeah.
in the
To
future?
always
as
align
opposed to find
with
every one of them
boulevard.
to
Never
be-
make the downtown more restrictive than the boulevards.
Okay.
So align with what we're proposing.
Yes.
I'm going to make a 30,000-foot point, which is about your end goal, taking a page from Commissioner Lambert. Banks are an example of something that are broadly going away, and it's making us frustrated because the ability to do retail banking is declining, right? So I think what Vice Chair Chaco is saying is, let's not make it hard for banks to open brick and mortar in Santa Monica. My question to staff is, what other uses in the current market are going away and we don't want to make it harder? Restaurants are an example, right? But we don't want to make it harder for them to create brick and mortar experiences for Santa Monica residents and visitors.
I mean, I would argue that all retail is difficult right now.
That's true.
I think all business
Right.
is difficult right
Yeah.
now. So by adding an MUP or a CUP anywhere will be making it more difficult for any business for time and money. So I guess the question is, which businesses do we want to have a little bit more purview over, and which ones are we comfortable with just allowing to go in permitted by right?
Why continue the CUP?
Your motion could say move all commercial uses to an MUP.
There
or
are
not over a P.
there are some uses that I think would be good for CUPs. Like, we have large scale facility, which is just kind of a broad.
Convenience stores.
Yeah,
is another
convenience stores,
example.
liquor stores, things like that.
I would say that
Yeah,
is-
auto uses.
That is the general consensus. We are trying to make it easier
Yes.
across the board. If there are a handful that you notice that we didn't, we could align them with whatever version is the easiest to make it consistent across the city.
I think what would be really good context is, looking at moving in the DCP area, moving from a CUP to an MUP, you've identified grooming and pet shops and banks. But the question is like, how many other uses are falling under that? We don't have that. Maybe the next, time we look at something like this, you can give a more thorough list of uses that we can review. But I'll say that what does the kind of a policy question here is, what is this regulation? How is this helping and serving the community? What are we guarding against and what are we trying to protect against? Particularly when it comes to grooming and pet shops. I don't think that is a necessarily onerous or odious land use, nor banks. I mean, I know banks can be kind of a dead space if you're on a pedestrian corridor, but right now, as Commissioner Landris said, banks are disappearing. And so can we just remove banks and grooming and pet shops from the CUP, MUP and just go straight to P?
Correct, yes.
Yeah,
That could be very
okay.
much a recommendation.
Can I think again, staying at 30,000 feet, downtown Santa Monica used to be a visitor destination and a shopping destination for people who did not live in the downtown. The people who visited the downtown, whether they lived elsewhere in Santa Monica or not, did their neighborhood serving services where they lived. Now, we've just upped the population of downtown substantially. So, for instance, I would be looking to completely relieve the burden on opening a business that would serve somebody living in the downtown.
Right.
It's a bank, it's a tailor, it's a shoemaker. We talked about, using the alleys. That was years ago. But to your point, Chair, I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking to get to acknowledge the transformation of the downtown into both a residential and experiential visiting serving district, and try to make it easy for those kinds of uses to get going. I think we've had enough conversations with the public and hear about things like convenience stores that, to your point, right? There's a point at which they become an attractive nuisance, and that's why we need a CUP. But that's not a bank or a tailor or a shoemaker or whatever,
Can I
or
say
grooming.
something? For a number of years, there are 4,000 people who've lived downtown, and I haven't seen a real turnaround in the economic stability of downtown, so I'm not sure what we're doing wrong that makes that the case.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and it's kind of fundamental to what we're trying to figure out here is it does appear Santa Monica is lagging behind other cities and even lagging behind parts of Los Angeles, very adjacent to Santa Monica, in new business growth and business expansion. And I think it really behooves us as a planning commission to work with the staff to make sure that we're going through the code and eliminating things like this that really aren't serving a clear public interest, and maybe even harming the business districts in Santa Monica. So I think we're all aligned that grooming and pet shops and banks should be exempt from a CUP or an MUP.
Permitted by right.
Potentially, and just go to permanent by right.
Without any size limitations, because I know there's some banks that were saying that depending on the size, but I think I'm hearing that just do all of them.
Or, maybe we talk about that size limitation in the same way that we talked about the size limitation that you did for grocery stores, where we get a sample of floor plates for banks in Santa Monica and figure out what that right number is, what that right cutoff point is in square footage, and look at that in context of other banks.
We don't have that data for you today, so if that's what you're wanting to use to decide a threshold, we wouldn't have that, or
Not
I would say
today.
7,500 square feet is very big. So I mean, I think, I wouldn't say normally banks are bigger than that.
Yeah, okay, go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say, this isn't housing policy, luckily enough. So if we release
You
the
could ratchet it
hounds
back.
And all of a sudden, we get 20 banks.
Yeah. You can't,
We can say,
can
holy
dial it back.
Toledo,
there's
we
no
need to regulate.
It's a good sign, though.
horse.
I would be in favor of no size limit.
The problem we had with these regulations 10, 12 years ago is because we were so sought after. People wanted to come here. We could charge them. We could condition them up the yin-yang. We can't do that anymore.
Nope.
So that's what we're trying to.
And we need to remember, we're going to lose two banks at
Competing
4th and
against
Arizona.
smartphones.
We're going to lose 2 banks at 4th and Arizona.
So I would be in favor of no size restriction on banks, but I'm curious to hear from other commissioners whether we may want to not extend the same degree of openness for very automobile-oriented uses like, say, gas stations, for example.
Well, so that's a great question. And I think this is the first of more to come. And I think that, right now we're focusing on grooming and pet shops and banks because that's what's before
retail,
us. But for the next iteration of this code review, give us a list of all the other land uses that have similar restrictions. And then we can go through and give you guidance about which ones we think should have greater relief and which ones we want to be remain
That could
restrictive.
definitely be a
And
future phase of
yeah,
our
and-
continued review.
in, automobile uses and things like that, we can talk about that at the right time. So, bring us back, Ross.
Sounds
What's our-
like the motion would be to essentially adopt staff's recommendation with the revisions to eliminate the size limitation for banks and pet stores to allowing those all permitted by right. And we're talking about the downtown at the moment. And to, let's say, ensure that no restriction in the downtown is more onerous than the boulevards.
Good point.
And we can look in that as your direction.
Okay.
I have a third thing that's anywhere where there's an MUP, allow it by right for reoccupancy of an existing building. Is that part of that? Okay.
Reoccupancy of any use?
A use that requires an MUP, they can reoccupy an existing building without the MUP. If you want specific uses, exclude, yeah,
We can go away. There's one commissioner saying he's good with it, but the rest of us are not quite,
okay.
quite there yet. So somebody give me another attempt at explaining why this makes sense.
I mean, I'll give it a try. I
Can't
think
hear you.
to your argument that we can take it back, first of all. This is discretionary. If it doesn't work, we can take it back. But it's a it's a,
Just give me one example. I guess just give me an example of what you're thinking. Like what uses leave, what goes back? What you're saying is that if I went in there, I had to get an MUP for whatever use I was doing.
yeah.
And I leave and Josh takes over a new business that needs an MUP. He just takes on those new conditions and keeps moving.
Pretty much.
Grandfathered into
No,
somebody else's MUP. Can you do that?
No, I don't think it's
No,
about
I'm not-
reusing the MUP. I think it's more, an MUP would be, the model before was MUP for new construction. If you're moving into a new building, no, or existing building, no MUP. So I think it's following that model of if a use does require an MUP for new construction, then it shouldn't if it's just going to occupy a vacant building that's been
That's
sitting there.
that's a better description.
Say that one more time, because I kept hearing people talk.
Yeah, no, I'll give like grocery stores as an example where it was anything over 15,000 requires a CUP. Our amendment was the 25,000, but if it's moving into an existing building, we don't look at the size. The size only comes into play and the CUP comes into play when it's new construction.
Okay, so so what you're saying then is if there is a 26,000 square foot commercial building that was, say, an Office Depot that goes out of business, a grocery store could move into that 26,000 square foot space and not require a CUP.
Correct.
And go in under an MUP.
Correct. Oh, just by right.
Just
That would
by
be
right,
Yeah, they'd
okay.
require the plop, of course, but yeah, by right permission.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if it's an existing vacant building, then that's greater than the square foot limitations that you've outlined. a new business could occupy that vacant space by right.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, so what is the distinction with if it was new construction, why would it be different? Because it's really the use of that 26,000 square feet you're talking about.
Yeah, that's
Whether
why
it's-
this change is being proposed.
Whether it's new or it's existing. So I guess I'm missing that nuance of what's the difference.
I think we, sorry.
So there was new construction Trader Joe's at 23rd and Wilshire. They presumably had to go through, I don't know if they were they above the limit?
I think they were above 15,000.
Yeah, so
I can't. be
I think
certain.
so, but
Yeah,
then Trader
I think
Joe's
so.
just bought
The Rite Aid. on
Rite
Wilshire.
Aid on Wilshire. So in this theory, if this were in practice, Trader Joe's could just go into the Rite Aid. Because the Rite Aid we're saying that drugstore and grocery store are similar enough to each other when you think about that.
I like that analogy. I'm just concerned that there could be a use going into that.
Can an auto body shop take over? No,
I
sorry,
mean,
go
that's
ahead.
it. No,
Yeah.
you're right.
No, you're
Yes,
asking the right question.
I'm thinking about a really extreme use that we really don't want. And I hate to bog down this conversation, but
I think maybe that conversation might be better served when staff has a little bit more information about, I think there are certain uses, like the grocery store. The Wilshire one is one of the reasons why this got brought up, and this is public. Trader Joe's bought that Rite Aid, and they had to ask us, well, how do we cut out a corner so we could go in? And that was one of the reasons why we said existing spaces. But I understand what you're saying, that we have not analyzed, allowing any use to go into an existing tenant space without any discretionary review. I can't, off the top of my head, come up with the unintended consequences of that at the moment.
I know.
But that's
and the
not-
fact of the matter is, we might never come up with that until we've passed the ordinance and then it comes. But that is a little concern I have on that issue.
But that idea, that's not in the
No,
report.
what
That
you're
was
talking
a
right now is an
proposed
expansion of one of
that
the.
Sean brought up.
Yeah, I mean, I think again, it goes to the way business and retail are changing. We have on the top of the promenade an old clothing retail, right? It was J.C. Penney, and then it was Banana Republic, and now it's a gym, right? I don't have an issue with, that being by right. I mean, we could come up with a preliminary expansive list that is not auto body shops, right? But in general, I'm having a hard time thinking of what in the current economic environment and retail environment is going to really bother us.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful, for staff to give us a list of potential uses for vacant space. I think the policy issue here is we're seeing more and more big box stores go out of business, and we don't want those spaces to remain vacant for a prolonged period of time. We particularly don't want them to remain vacant because a new business can't figure out how to fit their business within our code. So we don't want our code to be what's keeping that vacant for an extra day. So what we can do is we can say our policy goal is to have vacant spaces filled as quickly as possible. And what's the box that we want to be lenient? What's that box of how do we define that box of potential new businesses that could go in by right?
Chair? For
Yes, sir.
purposes of efficiency, because there may be a few more like this, I believe because council is going to be. Sorry, my mic. I believe because council is going to, they can amend this stuff too when they get it. Could I suggest that we create a running list of kind of direction to staff so that
Yeah.
Potentially when the staff report goes to council and the presentation is made, you could say, Planning Commission gave direction to explore maximizing access, including but not limited to expanding this, by right approach. And we've studied it, and if you like that idea, here's some language you could use.
To give staff a little bit more time.
Yeah.
To make sure, and if you want to maybe list out things you definitely don't want on that list of review, you could, but I think you could definitely say that we move staff's recommendation with maybe a couple things that you all immediately agree on. But as staff moves to council, continue to look at how to better utilize re-tenanting our existing stores without discretionary review.
And I don't think you need to, because I don't think you need to bring the list back to us. I mean, I don't, this is I think, given that you know how we feel, I'd feel more comfortable with you bringing some text to council.
And we could take a first swing, and like I said, there will be a phase 3 for the things that we didn't capture.
I like that approach, and with all land use, you never know until you pass the ordinance and then people start driving holes through it. So
I think we definitely understand the theme that you want us to explore, especially the neighborhood serving uses. Yes, I think that's really important. The retail, the pet stores, the banks, those type of like, what do people need to create a neighborhood?
Okay, so let's move on to the straw poll. Is there, looking at this list of items that are being proposed to move from a CUP to an MUP in the DCP area, the boulevards, the Bergamot area, and the employment districts, besides the guidance from about pet stores and banks, are there any other changes that we would like to make?
My only question, which I asked earlier, was are there more restrictions in the Bergamot area that we can relax, given that that is the ground up district?
So we took a swing at that originally in the housing element cycle already, so that's why there aren't that many changes proposed for Bergamot and employment, because housing wasn't allowed before, and I believe you guys did give us a direction to already allow neighborhood serving uses, so that's why it's so streamlined for those.
Staff is trying to be very proactive. As we hear of issues, we will be bringing them forward to make sure that we are not an impediment to businesses.
When is it appropriate for us to say, please go to 30,000 square feet on grocery stores instead of 25?
We're getting there.
Is that not this?
I think that would be a little bit more the city-wide one, but we could take that
that'd be
kind
next.
of, yeah. that'd-
Because these are specials, right? Bergamot area plan.
Okay,
that's fine.
Later on in the staff report, we'll have the chance to talk
We can
about
also take like a
grocery stores.
quick extra straw poll on that one too, just to kind of clean it up through citywide. So
Okay.
let's move the straw poll for the downtown to move staff's recommendation, except for remove the size limitation on banks and pet stores, and continue on the way to council to continue to review how to better utilize our existing tenant spaces without any discretionary review.
Not just the size, but also just making those by right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I add,
Oh, and not making downtown any more restrictive than a boulevard entitlement process. Sorry.
can I add with a view to preserving walkability?
It's good.
Yes, we can look at that.
And just to clarify, one of the reasons that I brought it up, and it's relevant to this, is that there are situations now and we have these properties on the promenade that are defaulting or going into receivership, that it's sometimes cheaper for a company to take more space than they need for less per square foot than to go into the smaller space that's more per square foot. So that's as the staff analysis proceeds, I would encourage you to look at actually look at the rent rolls on the promenade.
Let's go with that straw poll.
Let's do a straw vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All in opposition say nay. Great.
Okay. The next set of recommendations has to do with moving from a CUP, MUP to a by right. And we have
I mean, I think in that straw vote you just took, I think I would look at that as you've kind of approved all of the downgrading we just did in the downtown.
Okay.
So anything that was from a CUP to an MUP, we could do that. Anything that went from a MUP to a P or a CUP to a P, we also just did that.
Okay, that's
Let's
fair.
just assume,
That's fair.
I think we understand your direction and your votes.
Okay.
So really, it's now moving into the city-wide amendments. So this is not downtown, or if you want, since grocery stores could technically be in the downtown, we could take a quick straw vote globally of grocery stores,
I suggest we do that.
just to kind of cover it in both territories.
come up 3 times by itself, so let's just not.
Yeah. So I think there was a recommendation to increase the size when it's allowed permitted by right. And was there a size someone wanted to recommend?
30?
I'm at 30 as well.
I was gonna say 28, just because that's what your study said, but if my colleague
Round
wants to go,
upwards.
what's that extra that's that extra 2,000 square feet.
Clean number.
Well, if you just look at the list of grocery stores here, you know, all but 2 of them fall under 30,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And I think that's just a,
3 of them, there's 41.
oh, sorry, 4 of them, yeah, 3 of them.
And then just anything above whatever size you fall on, I believe would be a MUP, no longer a CUP. Is that correct?
We still maintain that as a
Okay.
CUP.
That could be a question for you as well.
So the reason I say 30 is because the reality is that nobody's going to build, I mean, the ground up process, right, for the Vons, Gelson's, if that property is replaced and Gelson stays there, they're going to go through a ground up process.
And it will be smaller.
And it will be smaller. It by definition will be smaller. So so the Vons at 1311 Wilshire, yeah, I mean, I'm more comfortable with,
What is that, 30,000?
I'm more comfortable with
What is
30,
Vaughn's?
33. The Vons at 13 and 13th and Wilshire is 33, sorry.
33,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm
I'm
hearing,
fine with the 30. I was not focused on your table. I was focused on your numbers that you talked about. Understood. My bad.
so it sounds like the motion would be to allow any grocery store just to increase the staff's recommendation of 25 to 30. Is there any desire to allow the above 30s that are still a CUP to not be a CUP?
Yeah, MUP.
And then move anything above 30 to an MUP?
Yeah.
Okay.
For downtown.
No.
This is
citywide.
everywhere.
Oh, everywhere.
This is everywhere.
And again, the CUP is just for their alcohol-related stuff. There's nothing else that we're trying to regulate.
An alcohol, if a grocery store wanted alcohol, it'd have to have its own CUP on top of just the land use CUP. So I think your question is, what are you really conditioning in a
Right,
grocery
exactly.
store? And they would all need a plop. They would all, because I will say, grocery stores have a lot of loading, obviously, so they would all, regardless of it's an MUP, a P, anything, we would require a plop.
So it's an MUP for their use and for the alcohol use.
The use would be, if this passes, an MUP, and depending on what you do with alcohol, there is not a proposal to downshift an alcohol use in a grocery store from not being a CUP.
What do you mean by alcohol use? Being selling alcohol or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the Montana on Pavilions recently had to do a CUP to sell alcohol.
And so they would be in a place where they
They've been
could
selling alcohol for years.
I think it was also to have tasting in
Tasting.
store, yes.
It's like Gelson's.
So,
We can revisit the alcohol component.
but my only thought on that is I support the 30,000 as long as we're talking about downtown. If you're talking about citywide, I need to think about that a little bit more. And maybe we should discuss that separately.
Are you saying for the size or whether it could be an MUP instead of a CUP?
For above 30,000
Okay.
MUP instead of a CUP.
We could
yeah.
take individual straw votes.
But in general, I think at least the way my mind's working, we were on downtown.
We've now
Let's
moved.
dispose of downtown
This is now,
first.
we moved off of downtown.
Except for the
This is
groceries.
citywide, but this grocery store would apply to the downtown as well.
Yes, but I think I would think differently about it depending on whether it's within downtown or outside.
You guys can discuss if you want to make a difference between downtown and the boulevards.
Look, I think rather than doing this in the cloud, let's think about where a large grocery could go.
Downtown?
No, in the city. Large grocery could go into Bergamot, where I'm inclined to let them do it at whatever size they want. If they want to put in a 63,500 square foot Vons type 2.0 in Bergamot, cool, let them do it. I need a plop. I don't need anything else for that, right?
I agree with that.
But I think if we're talking about whatever Boston Properties does or whoever owns it at the time in the Santa Monica Business Park when they're building whatever they're going to build, you know, maybe there's going to be a grocery store there, right? So again, I have a hard time hyper-regulating the size of that grocery store. They're not going to build bigger than right? To Vice Chair Chaco's point, elsewhere in Santa Monica, there just isn't, I mean, unless we're talking about Trader Joe's going into an old Rite Aid, there just isn't grocery space. It's the Gelson site, the business park, and Bergamot. Or demand, but, right. I mean, it's like you're more likely to have like another Dollar Tree And that's where I want the plop, because that's been fun, but,
Can we allow this in everything except for the neighborhood commercial areas? Allow it, because I mean, I can think of the Whole Foods, what used to be a 360 is now Whole Foods.
Yeah.
Pico and whatever that was, 26th.
Yeah.
That's a big plot of land, and it's a very inefficient piece of building.
agree.
So somebody could go in there and get crazy and put a bigger market there.
Was that new construction?
That is
That was a retrofit.
26,000 square feet. It's on the list.
Right, I know, but what I'm saying is really inefficient.
Agreed.
It's too,
Terrible.
yeah, it doesn't work that well. So I could see in some particular cases, maybe somebody could level something, put it in neighbor commercial. And I think to get to Commissioner Chaco's concern, and I think your concern a little bit, is let's protect the neighborhood commercial areas, because A, they're successful, and B, they're closer to the residents.
Housing there too, with the Whole Foods on ground floor.
I'm okay with the housing, it's this, we're talking about grocery stores.
So Commissioner Reese, I think you're probably onto what I was trying to understand. I think my main concern is the potential for residential proximity. And size doesn't matter there. I'm not as familiar with the rest of you on what parcel sizes exist and what's physically possible, but I'm wary of just putting this blanket provision everywhere in the city. Right this moment, I'm totally comfortable with it downtown. I think I need to understand the conditions better for.
People are not going to
for-
be building big supermarkets all over the city. I mean, that's just not going to happen.
Understand, but I'm talking about any situation where there may be a residential proximity. I'm just wary of doing a blanket provision that hasn't been thought through.
Okay, I have another proposal.
You what?
I have another proposal. Why don't we allow it downtown Bergamot and in the office core, wherever, whatever we call that?
Business park.
Business park, office campus.
Yes.
Because that's the most likely places where they would do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that'd take,
By right at
Because the
any
demand will be there.
No size limit.
By right with no size limit?
I didn't say, I mean, where were we at? We're at by right up to 30,000 and then an MUP after that.
Correct.
Good.
That's where we got bogged
Good,
down.
okay. I
That's
like that.
MUP and a plop, which I think
But that's
is
part of
going to
the-
speak to the concerns that we're hearing here.
Right.
And that's part
Well,
of,
doesn't mobility weigh in on an MUP?
They would review the plop.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're the ones that review the plop.
and MUP includes a plop.
I think I can support that too.
And so what is NC going to get?
Nothing.
I will say, current regulation,
Should they?
NC, they're capped at 25,000 square feet for, 25,000 square feet for general market now. So currently you could get something bigger than 25,000 on the boulevards with a CUP. NC, that's the max they can get, so they can never.
You're
even
talking about
exceed
NC boulevards,
Right, that's the current
which
regulation.
is
With an
never,
MP
never going to
Is that
happen.
with
but-
an MUP? or
This
without?
is with the CUP currently,
I will
yeah.
say
That's the top of our.
parcel sizes in the NC are
Exactly.
significantly smaller.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, look at the Vons, which is the largest market, which is at 710 Broadway. That is a unicorn of a site.
Yeah.
But you know, Ross, there's a
To
lot
be able
of,
to handle that size of a
there's a
grocery
lot of
store.
common ownership in NC.
And look at,
Multiple, yeah.
look at the Whole Foods on Montana, that's 12,000 square feet. I mean, that is probably more in line with what you'd be seeing in general NC.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I agree, it's very unlikely.
So
So
to
we just
Commissioner Reese's
summarize-
proposal, by right to 30,000, MUP above 30,000 in the downtown Bergamot
Yeah.
office, Santa Monica Office Park, or whatever the heck it's called, and what, like the Water Garden?
Maybe the IC as well, if you're talking about the larger.
IC, yeah, exactly. And everywhere else, it's whatever, it's the existing rule because it's 25,000 max.
No, it's.
That's only a
it's-
neighbor, that's a
it's
neighborhood.
Neighborhood commercial.
Commercial, but on mixed-use boulevards or something, that's, I think they're proposing
Well,
something.
it's 15,000
We
square
were,
feet.
we
They're
were proposing
proposing
just
it to go to 25,000.
25,000 across the board that would be permitted by right. Anything bigger would be a CUP. We've heard desire to increase that number to 30,000, but maybe not everywhere. And make, in the areas such as the downtown, Bergamot, IC, and Office Campus, allow 30,000 and under to be permitted by right.
Right.
Anything above to be an MUP, and keep the 25 for NC, and I don't know where you guys fell on the normal boulevards.
What's normal?
I'm sorry, like Wilshire, Santa Monica. Sorry, like Pico is a boulevard, but it's not necessarily all NC. So like the Wilshire, the Santa Monicas,
Well, you've got everything from a 13,500 square foot Erewhon to a 33,000 square foot Vaughn's on Wilshire.
I'd also argue, we're getting very artisanal.
Yeah, we
Going
are.
like almost block by block now.
Let's not do
You want
that.
to do it at 25 or 30? I'm happy with 30, but.
Let's, I think we want to streamline as much as we can.
Yeah.
So the more artisanal we get, we're kind of working at cross purposes.
Agree.
So I would say we have a staff recommendation to go to 25,000 square feet throughout the city. We have planning commissioner recommendation to increase that to 30,000 throughout the city.
Everywhere in certain areas.
Certain areas. It's Bergamot, Business Park, downtown, and what was the other one? Is that it?
I mean, you also could,
Let's find out how
everyone
many,
will agree. I
What's-
mean,
What's 5,000 square feet, though? I mean,
5,000 square feet.
right, I mean, but it's not for, I mean, I don't think that it radically changes the profile of
But
that
Well, it's
market.
never gonna
is
happen
our
anyway.
intent to do that in NC as well?
Can I ask a question, just out of curiosity? Is the pavilion site,
on Montana,
pavilion site on Montana, NC?
it is, yes, it is. And it's
So if they wanted to do
almost
something like
25,000.
the Gelson's project, it wouldn't be bigger than 25,000 to be by right? If they put housing and the supermarket back?
Yes, the staff's
So
recommendation.
we would have no discretionary review?
Correct.
That's a good thing, okay.
Okay.
I'm
Why
not
don't we just
100%
take-
sure where you've all have landed on
Yeah,
this.
yeah, I'm trying to get there. So
Okay.
we have a 25,000 square foot by right throughout the city proposal from staff. What the planning commission is saying
We wanna
is,
increase it.
can we increase that to 30?
Correct, yes.
And then anything over 30 can either remain a CUP or be downzoned to an
I thought it was
MUP.
30 just in certain areas.
Correct. That could be a motion.
And
I think it was Vice Chair Chalker that was concerned about what size is appropriate for downtown and what is appropriate for other places.
Right. 30,000 is not appropriate for neighborhood
And
commercial.
I would be comfortable with increasing it to 30,000
Jacob,
for
are you
all.
going into a coma?
I would be-
hold on. What do you want to say?
I would be comfortable supporting increasing to 30,000 everywhere in the city on sites that do not have residential adjacency.
I will be honest with you, all of our commercial districts typically have residential
be nowhere.
adjacent.
Right.
We have, everything has a residential zone immediately behind a commercial, except for maybe downtown.
Right.
So that will be hard.
So the recommendation for 25,000 took that into consideration
Yeah.
and found it to be appropriate.
I mean, like, the pavilions on Montana is about 25,000, and that is
Yes.
immediately adjacent to residential and is in the NC.
And
Yes.
I would add, people like having a market near their home.
I
Yes.
to that pavilion.
part of the loose was a big part of the
So
loose.
let's take a straw poll about simply increasing 30,000 square feet by right throughout the city, mirroring the, just slightly adjusting what you
Yes.
propose on 25 and leave the CUP, MUP question off the table for now. So can you take a straw poll on that?
Sure, so the vote would be citywide, downtown and everything, to increase the permitted by right ability to 30,000 instead of staff's recommended 25. All in favor, say aye.
I would say no, because I want to see 25,000 in neighborhood commercial.
I would say no as well.
So we have four,
Let's do roll call.
let's do a roll call on this one. So Commissioner Landbert,
No.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco,
No.
Chair Hamilton.
Yes.
4 passes the vote.
Okay, so let's take another straw poll about
This would be grocery stores
30,000,
above
anything-
30,000. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
anything over 30,000 requiring an MUP instead of a CUP.
Okay,
Citywide or just in Bergamot?
I think it was,
Let's go citywide. And then,
would still be a discretionary MUP for anything above 30,000 anywhere in the city.
With all due respect, this is sledgehammer planning. I mean, we're not really looking at micro areas and what they can accommodate traffic-wise or adjacency-wise.
Leslie?
But a no vote on this straw poll would mean that we want to cap it.
It would keep it at a CUP for anything above 30,000.
and I think the question to consider is what's the public benefit of a CUP versus an MUP?
that's
None.
What are we really gaining
I would support it.
other than costing the client more money.
20.
What, if they still have a plop, they still have review, they still have conditions, it's still appealable. It's simply appealable to the planning commission instead of the city
Be a
council.
more appropriate
Agreed,
appealable
except,
body.
Chair, I thought I understood that there are certain districts where you just can't go above 30, full stop, or 25 now. Like, you can't go above 25 in the neighborhood commercial.
You shouldn't be able to.
That is currently,
Yeah, and we maintain that in the code.
We're gonna and even this
That
vote will
language still there.
maintain that.
Right. That language is
Okay.
never removed.
So that,
25,000 stays in
For
neighborhood
the
commercial.
NC, yeah, that's
Okay.
always, that's.
Okay.
I don't think that was the understanding of the vote.
I don't think so
I
either.
think the 30,000 was
mine.
everywhere. So if you're wanting to keep 25 in NC
Which I
and
am.
30,000 everywhere else, to all that be the
Yeah.
P, and then in the NC, anything over
Over
25 is
25,000
an
would be an
MUP,
MUP,
and
right.
everywhere else, anything over 30,000 is an MUP.
Right.
I think that could be a vote.
But we're saying in the NC, nothing happens over 25.
No, an MUP.
Or is there an MUP above 25?
Not,
We're
not
saying
right-
there is.
Not right now.
We're
but
saying so.
You could introduce it if you want, but right now,
Right
there's.
now, it's a hard cap.
I'm saying keep the hard cap in.
Okay,
neighborhood.
that's fine.
That's why I
So-
went to 30, because I thought I want to go to 30 in the NC with a hard cap, and I only want to go above 30 in those districts.
Let's roll it back. What is staff's recommendation?
Staff's recommendation was citywide to do anything 25,000 and under to be permitted by right.
Yes, but,
And then anything above 25,000, except the NC, because the NC stops at 25,000. So that means anywhere else in the city, 25,000 or above was staying the same as a CUP.
Well, I mean, we're not going to see a 30,000 square foot grocery store built anywhere in Santa Monica while I'm alive.
Maybe
Why are you
there's,
worried about this?
So, then
Why are
why
you
put-
worried?
Because it's disingenuous to even say it.
But I don't think so, because I
Okay,
think there are.
Why not say 25 like it is
do you
now?
want me to try to rephrase, I think, what I think is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then let's call for a vote, and then if we don't add up unanimously,
again.
we move forward.
Yeah.
So I believe the vote is in the NC district, 25,000 is a permitted by right, and it ends there. Everywhere else, citywide, including the downtown, it goes up to 30,000 permitted by right, and anything above 30,000 is an MUP.
Okay,
Is that, okay?
Yes.
I'm gonna do a roll call on this one.
okay, let's do it quickly before we
Okay.
change our
Please
minds.
repeat it one more time.
Yes, okay, so in the NC district, permitted by right for a grocery store up to 25,000. And there is no other ability to go bigger in the
Nor
NC.
would it ever happen.
In everywhere else in the city, we would increase the permitted by right to 30,000, but allow anything above 30,000 to go through an MUP process.
Right.
I like that.
Love it.
Okay, Councilmember Lambert.
Council member?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Lambert, I'm sorry. It's- there's a lot of
I'd rather be
things
a
happening.
commissioner, actually.
Excuse me, Commissioner Lambert.
I'm happy being a
Yes.
commissioner. Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Commissioner Reese.
I'm gonna vote yes. I want to just make sure that there's no spot zoning concern in this. I don't think you have to make that determination now. Think about it.
I don't think there would be. There's already
Already in
currently
place.
size limitations that stagger between zones.
We'll take a look.
Yeah,
before
but
it
we'll
goes to
take a
council.
look. Commissioner Wasserman. Yes. Vice Chair Chaco.
Yes.
Chair Hamilton.
Yes.
Why would there be a spot zoning concern?
Okay.
Let's not talk about it. Let's move forward.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Let's let
Explain later.
Okay.
The rationale was taking into account the parcel size in the NC and to keeping that a little bit more small scale in comparison to the downtown, the Bergamot area plan, the IC, and the boulevards.
True.
Okay, so when we jumped over a couple
Yes.
sections, I think the one I identified as a simplifying ground floor standards.
I think, sorry, do you mind if I
Go for
jump
it.
in? So
Yes.
I think we ended downtown, and then we quickly just did a global
Right.
grocery store conversation.
Right.
And now we're re-engaging into the citywide amendments. So this is outside of the downtown. And the first one is kind of a similar conversation to the land use streamlining we did in the downtown, but would you like to apply some of those to the citywide areas of the city? For example, on the boulevards,
What page is he on?
Right there.
it's page, I wish there was
Oh,
page
duh.
numbers,
Not really
sorry.
clear on the page. It's-
7?
It's what's on the screen, right?
Yes, I mean, this is a summary, yes.
It works for me.
And again, it's the theme of moving things from a CUP to an MUP or an MUP to a P, unless there are certain uses you want to just get rid of any discretion that maybe staff didn't necessarily propose.
This is where Leslie's gonna get her
What?
alcohol next to, when she's having shoes anywhere in the city?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, but there's no alcohol involved.
So we'll visit alcohol as a whole separate topic.
All right, I'm
This is
sorry.
just
I thought-
land
my
use,
bad.
Right.
not alcohol use.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, so it's both of these, CUP to MUP citywide, also this CUP, MUP to by right citywide.
And with the same understanding that we could still continue to look as staff as we go to council if there's other downgrading, unless you don't want that in the boulevards.
Question. I really like food halls. I think they're great. Food halls are comparable to restaurants if you think about kitchen capacity and seating capacity. They're just restaurants with they're
Multiple
just
stalls.
subdivided restaurants.
With
But food halls are, as a business, it's like rent arbitrage. It's really, it's like a restaurant and harder. I would like to make it as easy as possible to run food halls that are not ghost kitchens. Because we had the whole ghost kitchen conversation.
Ghost kitchen.
It's a food hall without
we
seating.
have different land uses for a food hall
have
versus, I
commercial
think, a
kitchen.
commercial kitchen.
Great, okay.
So there's a distinction already.
Fantastic. So Bergamot area has a commercial kitchen if we need ghost kitchens there.
Correct. And those are, the Colony on Santa Monica is an example
Exactly.
of that.
So, right, Colony is a great example. But I would like to make it as easy as possible for food halls to happen. I was concerned a little bit about how the calculation was going, where food halls were, I want to make sure that food halls aren't treated worse than restaurants. And if possible, I'd like them treated better than restaurants.
We, as proposed from staff's recommendation, they're matched up, food
Great,
halls and restaurants.
perfect, okay.
But just to, if you want to make them easier, the one thing that is still a limitation is 5,000 square feet is permitted by right. Anything over 5,000 is,
As a MUP, both for restaurants and
if you're
food
trying to
halls.
make them
Yeah.
easier, it would be to remove size limitations. But the boulevards are very adjacent to, residential uses. That's why staff originally kind of had a little bit of a cap. 5,000 is still, well, it's a decent size for a restaurant, but I understand food halls are.
What I'm thinking is that like a 7,500 square foot food hall or even a 10,000 square foot food hall, because it subdivides into multiple restaurants and multiple uses and even some ancillary non-food uses, can very quickly become a neighborhood serving entity, and I'd like to encourage that.
So then to get rid of the size limitation, allow any food hall to be permitted by right?
Does the boulevards include NC areas as well?
We could carve that out, but technically, yes, boulevards are encapsulated in the boulevard
And
conversation.
in fairness, we have some food halls in the NC or very close to the NC, like the Pico. Pico loves food halls.
Do we have a?
Yeah,
food
the
hall?
one on, the new one.
The CCS,
The CCSM one.
Oh, I didn't even
Yeah.
know.
I mean, they're tiny little kiosks inside and tiny little food operations, but they also offer tremendous economic development opportunities.
So
Clothing
food halls
and
are
jewelry and-
incubators. They're,
Yeah.
it's a
Exactly.
less risk to test out a new restaurant.
And that's what Pico wanted.
Well, they had to keep it tiny because they were constrained. I think.
It's part of a housing
So
project.
I had that same question, and I would propose that we increase the size of food halls to 10,000 by right, because I love food halls too. They always seem to be in much larger format spaces than what you'd see at a restaurant, just because of the economies of a food hall versus a restaurant. So to me, 5,000 seemed too small.
Okay.
Great.
Would that be citywide, or do you
Yeah.
increase to
Why not?
10,000
I
for
think
food halls
people
citywide,
love food
permitted by
halls.
right? Anything above 10,000 is an MUP.
Yeah, yeah.
Would you align restaurants with that, or are you going to keep restaurants at 5,000? So it was a desire to align, so I'm just confirming.
The Pico people wanted smaller restaurants so they
Yeah,
could have
I
neighborhood
agree.
restaurants, so 5,000.
5,000, and use the context of the business operations of why you're allowing bigger food halls.
Right.
Right.
So how does the alcohol exemption apply in this case?
We're not there yet.
Doesn't,
So an alcohol exemption, right now, alcohol exemptions apply to restaurants across the board. That is that's where they originated
Everywhere.
from. I think they would also apply to food halls. I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head. I'll let Steve answer what it currently is. Okay, not currently.
So while that's being researched, if a use requires an MUP, or if a use is allowed by right, does the AE approval process still, is that something
That is
like
a separate entitlement. So
is that
regardless
similar
of-
to an MUP in the way that gets approved?
Regardless of how the land use is entitled, an AE is a separate process. So you could have a restaurant that does need a CUP because it's a restaurant, but the alcohol exemption of it would be ministerial. That's the point of the alcohol exemption. It's
Understood.
not it's not a discretionary entitlement.
Understood. My question was, is that approval process, that ministerial approval process, is that similar to how an MUP happens, or no? There's no hearing.
It's at the
is it?
staff level. An MUP just goes to the zoning administrator. It's still a full hearing. It's just on a Tuesday at 10:30. Which how amazing.
Sorry to answer that AE question. We actually did draft red lines tonight that include food halls citywide for the AE process with restaurants. That was part of our aligning the two uses.
I agree with that. I mean, I think that food halls and restaurants can really be thought of as the same type of service. And we should try to find as much alignment as we can between the two.
Quick question, is there what would be the hours of operation for such uses that would be allowed by right?
There are hour of operations limitations, I think till midnight. I'm trying to remember what is existing right now, what is there, but
Yeah, for alcohol service, is that what you're asking for restaurants with alcohol?
The AE
Citywide, that goes to midnight.
And that would be the same with food halls, I guess.
Correct.
it sounds like there's a desire to align them except for the size limitation.
Yeah, so I'm less concerned about the size limitation. I'm more concerned about the hours of operation.
In the alcohol component, or just even a restaurant that has no
For any
alcohol?
use that typically would have an alcohol component.
Oh, yeah, so the alcohol we do regulate through the AE process or any, whether it's a CUP, AE, the hours of operation are regulated for that. For alcohol service, we don't typically regulate hours of operation for just standard businesses, though.
Understood. So if we would increase the size limit, you would still potentially have a more restrictive hour of operation for alcohol use.
Correct, there could be, yeah.
All right, so then we can talk about that later.
So it sounds like the motion was, you are good with the staff recommended streamlining of land uses, but with the modification to allow food halls citywide up to 10,000 permitted by right. Anything above would be an MUP, but to keep restaurants at 5,000 being a permitted by right, and anything above is an MUP. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think there's agreement, so I'm going to take just a roll, all in favor say aye.
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 All in opposition say nay. Okay.
Question, did we need to deal with the 50? No, that was great.
I'm sorry, was there an abstain? Excuse me, I didn't want to.
I'm going to abstain on that. Just because of the restaurant thing, I'm struggling a little bit with the restaurant comparison issue, but
So for
move on.
the record, Commissioner Lambert, Landris, Chaco, Hamilton, and Wasserman were a yes. Abstain, Commissioner Reese.
Let me say that the Pico workshop made it very clear they didn't want chain restaurants coming in on Pico Boulevard, and that's why they said the 5,000 square feet. Whether that applies to all the other neighborhood commercial in the city, I don't know.
But I also was curious because we had a conversation about doing away with a 50-seat.
That's in the alcohol exemption, so we'll get to that.
Let's get to that.
Well, okay, so take alcohol. I mean, it's hard to run a restaurant without alcohol. I get that. But my argument for the 10,000 relative to the 5,000 for the restaurant is that let's say a food hall has 3 restaurants inside. Those are 3,300 square foot.
I didn't ask you to clarify for me. I said I had a little concern with it in my head, and I asked us to move on.
Okay, I was asking about the 50 seats because I think that becomes a
The 50
regulatory tool.
We're going to get there.
Okay.
I think we can get to there into the global conversation of alcohol.
Okay.
I believe
They go together. That's why I was raising it.
I'm a little lost in where
Yes,
you're
I
at,
think
where
the
I'm
next
at.
I think the next one is the simplifying ground floor standards.
That's it. That's where
Yes.
I'm at. Okay.
Unless, Carrie, Steve, am I missing something? Seems like they are.
Yeah, that's where I'm at as well.
Because we
Okay.
just did the simplifying review process.
So I guess the policy question before us is whether we want to relax the linear street frontage restriction in downtown and areas identified in the staff report that are outside of downtown.
Yeah, this is like more of a citywide where we have limitations that limit a storefront has to be no more than 50 linear feet. We've had many examples where they were 51, you know, and I think it's, why are we saying, we're saying no to business based on size frontage limitations.
And let me just clarify, I mean, the frontage of a business has to do typically with the existing, I mean, along the boulevards, you have existing commercial spaces that kind of are what they are. The linear square foot or linear space is not going to change typically. And so what you're saying is that some of those spaces are beyond 50 feet and make it difficult for new businesses to move in.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
I have no problem with this.
Neither do I.
And I believe there are still some size limitations applied to Main Street and Montana, given their development pattern of smaller storefronts.
I want to get there. Let's take a straw poll on that first question.
Okay. So I believe the question is, let's say to remove the ground floor restrictions on tenant size and linear street frontage in citywide, but we'll remove the NC from that. It sounds like there's conversation around that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's take a straw poll on that.
Okay. Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
I'm gonna vote yes, but I'm gonna say the reason we had this originally is because we were afraid of big chain stores and we didn't want them in our community. And the reason that we had this originally put in the 50-foot limitation was to avoid big chain stores.
You're right.
Right? And now I think we're happy to have any stores and we can always go back. So I'm in favor of this.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Chair Hamilton?
Yes.
And now I think there was a desire to visit.
So there's another statement here about whether we want this same standard to apply throughout the city, including Main Street and Montana.
We just did that, didn't we?
I think we're now talking about the Main Street and Montana piece.
The Main Street and Montana are carved out under
They're neighborhood
separate,
commercial.
yeah, under neighborhood commercial.
There are portions, Montana's all neighborhood commercial. The majority of Main Street is neighborhood commercial. Some of it's MUBL as you get closer to Pico. But there are other neighborhood commercials, as Commissioner Lambert had pointed out, in the city, such as Ocean Park and Pico. Not all of it, but some sections that it sounds like there was a desire to maybe retain some, the existing size limitations, but.
Why is staff recommending that we retain size limitations for Main Street in Montana?
Yeah, so there were just, certain land uses that we maintained it for, which.
It wasn't
I'm trying to
across the
pull up. It wasn't across the board. It was for, they're very specific things like, there's a regulation on media production uses for offices that can exceed, I think it's like 12,000 square feet for NC. So we maintain that because although we allow office, we saw media production could be closer to industrial, or you can actually have like sound studios and things like that.
I'm just asking about Main Street in Montana only. Like you've separated that out from your other changes. Is that coming, because I know Main Street and Montana both have business improvement districts. Is that guidance coming from the businesses or those BIDs? Or is that coming from staff? I'm just trying to understand the origin of that.
Yeah, this was really staff direction and just kind of following the tradition of NC having a little more protection.
But it's not all NC.
Right. It's not, yeah. It's just two streets.
Are you stuck on?
Yeah.
What did we do with Ocean Park, Ross?
I do not remember off the top of my head, so
What?
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I don't know exactly. I forget.
Because they're all the
exactly.
same, all neighborhood commercial for the most part.
I think you could make a motion to, so right now staff's recommendations were we're just retaining some of the size limitations only on Maine and Montana, as I don't think there was a lot of size limitations on Ocean Park and Pico. Historically, I think Maine and Montana were more limited than even the other NC areas. We've now seen the success of other NC neighborhood areas that might warrant some similar review as Maine and Montana. I will let Carrie and Steve speak to like.
So what applies to Ocean Park Boulevard, for example, as it now stands?
Let me find out for you.
Which part?
The NC portion.
The NC portion?
I mean, is the,
We're in that granular part of where
What?
we're splitting hairs again, and why are we?
Well, why don't we
splitting-
just say neighborhood commercial? I mean, why are we splitting up?
That's what I'm
streets?
at, that's the point of my
You know,
question.
Yeah, just say neighborhood commercial.
Honestly, existing, only the limitations regarding maybe sizes or even like that seat count situation really only ever applied to Main Street, sometimes Montana. There are not really existing, I'm gonna call them protections for lack of a better term, that apply currently to Pico and Ocean Park.
Then what is so the 50 feet, what's the relevance to
A
Ocean?
lot of that is more the boulevards.
So we're just, there's nothing, which is fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
Can we just make it consistent with all the NCs? Make them all consistent?
we can move staff's recommendation to retain some of the limitations that staff's proposing to maintain.
can I just, I want to make sure we don't get into unintended consequences here. Part of what's going on, and remember, we moved on from the whole floor plate discussion to a more, because we can't move doors. Well, the more we can't move, the more we get limited by, the more incentives we create for people to say, well, I can't handle the building that's there and I need a new building. So, and then it starts to raise questions about, well, what's the highest and best use of the building? And while we do need housing, we also do need legacy businesses and neighborhood serving businesses. So I want to be wary about making changes that could unintentionally create a perverse incentive to, to get rid of, when we think
Right,
about
that
these
there are no
neighborhoods.
standards right now for neighborhood commercial. There's no minimum width of a storefront.
Yeah, well, I guess because they're all existing. at the
Which is
moment,
fine.
Which is fine, I guess.
So what are we arguing over?
I might move that we defer to staff on what of these limitations make sense to keep for neighborhood commercial versus get rid of, but that they be consistent at least within neighborhood commercial and not single out particular
Yeah,
streets.
like it.
I'm willing to let staff
Yay.
make that decision.
Done.
Agree with that.
Thank you for articulating that for me. It sounds like there was universal agreement, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All in opposition say nay. Great.
To what, literally, the direction is what Jacob said.
At 9:48, just as a timestamp.
Okay,
I got
Okay,
that.
so we just covered simplifying ground floor standards.
yes.
And then it looks like,
We're back to the restaurant and food hall comes next, and that reads, should restaurants and food halls greater than 5,000 square feet or less be by right, greater than 5,000 square feet be covered under a CUP?
I
We
think
dealt with
covered
those.
that.
I thought we already did that.
Did those.
Right, okay, just
think that-
making sure we get through it.
Mm-hmm.
The other
I think then the
next
next.
question
I want
has
a
to do
drink
with
before
the
we do the
50-seat
alcohol.
maximum.
Drink two.
Correct.
Let's
Sorry,
get right to
could
the
you repeat
alcohol.
that? I couldn't.
Yeah,
hear.
then, and as Chair Hamilton just said, the next topic would be in the NC district, I think specifically on Main Street, there is currently a limitation that only 2 restaurants per block can be greater than 50 seats. Nothing to do with size, seats. Staff's recommendation is to get rid of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I can't remember when that
Great.
happened.
I think then the
to
restaurants.
reduce
Chain
competition.
restaurants. We didn't want big chain restaurants,
Right.
right?
I think Denny Zane had it. That was a long time
And it
ago.
was to reduce competition. I mean, it was to make sure that we had enough.
Well, there wasn't there a limit on bars, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next on the
Okay,
Price is Right.
next question. Okay, moving on to
I think the next one's
a
the
new,
brewery. Yeah.
a new brewery definition. Do we want to establish a new brewery distillery use classification and related uses such as brew pubs, tap rooms, and restaurants with ancillary on-site brewing?
And just as a summary to remind you all, so right now breweries are classified as industrial limited, and that is grouped in with a handful of other things. Staff's recommendation is to pull that out into a new land use called alcohol beverage manufacturing, so we can be more specific on where we would like those uses to go, and they're not unintentionally getting grouped together with far more industrial uses. So I think that is the purpose of
Okay,
that.
so the Santa Monica Brewery on.
Santa Monica Brewworks
20th,
would be this new classification. It's also us
Okay.
trying to signal to the business community where like some people just can't find their use. And this would be pulling out a use so we can say that this is a brewery use.
So that explains why they're in an industrial space then?
Yeah.
Okay.
And to clarify, this permission by right matches with industrial, which is already permitted by right, but this is not for alcohol sales. So if they do want to do like brew works where they sell alcohol, they still have to go through the process of a alcohol entitlement.
But this would just allow more breweries to
Right.
open up in Santa Monica, in commercial areas, brew their own beer and sell it on site, like other cities do.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't have a problem with distilleries. They exist in the Arts District.
Yeah, that's part of it. We generalized it to alcohol
Great.
beverage manufacturing
Okay,
to cover
so
all
that
of it.
covers everybody, kombucha, whatever,
all of
whatever
that.
can be hard, okay.
Not how their alcohol will be permitted, it's just how the general use would be permitted.
Okay, where are we talking in those contexts? Later, we're gonna talk about whether or not they have to serve food, right?
That would be in the conversation of like the alcohol portion of it. I think one thing we would want to say that in the introduction of this new land use, we might want to highlight where we are allowing this new land use. Obviously, these uses are typically larger in size. I believe staff's recommendation is to kind of permit them by right, like in the IC and the Bergamot, where these are bigger parcels that can kind of handle that use.
Okay. Is there a way to allow them to be attached to, because this is could be a typical use, attached to immediately adjacent to food halls?
So,
well,
I think that might be different.
Making it a destination, folks.
Well,
Like art, food hall, brewery, that like, to Ms. Levin's comments, like, that's how you build a destination.
That sounds like a great place to hang out. Well, I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that-
we also kind of contemplate a brew pub, which hits
Yeah.
at that of like microbrew, press restaurant,
Yeah.
that mix of use.
Going back to the staff report, I think the question before us is, do we want to create a new industrial land use called alcohol beverage manufacturing, which is currently not in our code? And so whatever flows out of, say we create this designation, the question about where it's located, what the appropriate size is, where, that is a question for a future planning commission
I think
meeting.
the introduction of the new land use needs to also come with where is this land use allowed? And I believe we have a proposal.
Yeah, since it was already captured and allowed through industry limited, we really just followed that. So where it was allowed, it was allowed. Aside from like downtown, which we permit in the promenade area, but this is a use that we did not include on the boulevards because we just thought that's way too big of a space and, would smell and things like that.
Okay,
Would
so
you
downtown industrial area.
Yes.
What about, for example, would a company like June Shine ever ask to brew on site?
So that would, I guess if they're brewing on site, then that would fall into this. We were also envisioning in maybe the context of when we get to alcohol to introduce another potential new land use called tap rooms and wine bars. They're not necessarily brewing on site. So yes, if June Shine wanted to brew, ferment on site and also have a tasting room in it.
Yeah.
Which is very common. I believe we were gonna allow ancillary tasting
Right, that's part of the definition that
in
they
the
will allow
alcohol
that.
beverage manufacturing.
They would just have to go through either the existing CUP or if you choose to downgrade that to an MUP. Unless it's in the downtown, then they could potentially have the AE process.
Is there, I don't know if this exists in land use, but is there an overlay concept? In other words, I'm a brewery and I want to have a brew pub attached, so I'm going to do both applications. Or I'm a brewery and I want to be a bar. I'm a tap room and I want to be a restaurant. Like, is there a way to more than one use?
Right, so one other concept that we had adopted through the IZO was like a director's discretion, where the director can approve some new use that combines uses that are already allowed in the table. So they would have to be something that's permitted, doesn't have impacts, but maybe just doesn't quite fit into one of these very specific definitions. Then the director can make that determination that that's a permitted use. And that's something that we've also proposed to expand to all the commercial districts to cover
I
that.
would encourage staff to, again, trying to be flexible, trying to let people develop fun hybrid businesses, thinking about Ms. Levin's comment. Could we give direction to staff to bring this kind of overlay concept to council on the understanding, thinking about Vice Chair Chaco's concerns and other concerns, that it's sort of the strictest, right? You're combining, but you can't combine to go more, it limits your ability to make a massive operation in an NC or something.
I guess I don't know if that's needed, as I
Okay.
think it could already just happen under this new use.
Okay.
A new alcohol beverage manufacturer can have a food component. The main use might be the brewing.
Right.
But they could, like, think of Santa Monica Brew Works, if Emmy Square was legitimately part of Santa Monica Brew Works, not like kind of a separate business.
Sure.
That could operate, I think, under this new land use classification as a brewery
With
or
ancillary
a manufacturer brewer that has the land use, or that has the component of food attached to it.
Right.
That's why we were largely pulling it out of industrial limited, because we couldn't craft it specifically for that use how we wanted to, keeping it in that bigger umbrella. We pulled it out so we could give it more life a little bit.
I gotcha.
I'm going to have to leave. I really can't do any more.
We have
Sorry.
So we got.
Did we lose 4?
We would
Getting
still
there.
have 4.
Close.
I think, did Commissioner Reese left?
He just
Just a
left.
minute ago.
Okay. If Commissioner Lambert leaves, we just need to have yeses for the last of all 4 to be able to pass a recommendation.
Now we got some real
Before,
leverage
I just
here.
want to say, before we lose Leslie, I'm just going to just jump in and say this because I want you to hear this. I will, when we get to adjournment, be proposing that we adjourn in memory of David Wasserman and Helen Wasserman.
Thank you.
The father and grandmother of our colleague, Commissioner Jacob Wasserman, and they both passed away. Jacob's father and grandmother passed away within, like 2 weeks of each
Oh, my
other.
God.
And it was his father's mother, just in the last month. So I will make that motion, but before you go, I want to make sure.
Well, I would agree
you're
if I
for
were
that.
here.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, staff.
We're not leaving, so I can't make the motion.
Before you have to
do-
stay.
Are we ready for a straw poll on this item?
I am if you are.
Okay.
Well, before Commissioner Lambert leaves, if we could do a straw poll on that conversation, I guess all in favor say aye about the establishment of the alcohol beverage and manufacturing land use.
Aye.
Can I just say one thing before I leave?
course.
I am really not happy with the AE universally applied to neighborhood commercial.
Nor am I.
I understand bars and restaurants, that kind of makes sense, but it doesn't make any sense, given that it's a neighborhood commercial district. So that's where I stand on that, if the vote ever comes up.
Thank you.
Okay. The next policy question before us would be staff proposing a shift in review procedures for bars from requiring a CUP to an MUP. I'll just state, I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
Bars CUP to MUP?
Yeah.
I'm not either.
Just for the land use.
Yes,
Yes,
correct. It's not the alcohol,
yeah.
yes.
And this
Even though they
city,
typically have to come with that.
this is citywide.
Citywide, yeah.
Okay, so the motion would be for bars that are serving zero food. I mean, that's the distinction between like a bar and a restaurant, right? To still need a CUP process.
So I have I want to name specifically, I trust you, Ross, like as the zoning administrator or but I do want to see these conditional, I want to figure out a way to have that safety valve, right? And then the other piece is, and I don't want to, so we went, I actually have been to places like Juneshine, which does not serve food.
Correct.
And it really feels like a bar. And it's hard to go there with a group and not drink hard. I mean, like, there are a couple of non-alcoholic options, but very little. I have some concerns about that, particularly in the nighttime context. I'm less worried about it during the day. So to the chair's point, I worry, and to Commissioner Lambert's point, I worry about loosening those no food situations, and I really want to make sure that we've got them buttoned up.
I think an example, so bars, those are the ones that are obviously typically have no food, are open much later, that also come with a full-blown CUP for alcohol. I think that is why staff's also later in the staff report proposing potentially an additional land use of the tap room and wine bar to capture those non-hard alcohol establishments that could still maybe have a requirement to close at a certain hour.
Yeah.
So we distinguish, like, what's the Juneshines during the day?
Exactly.
Up to maybe 10 p.m., midnight, maybe aligning with restaurants, versus the bars that are gonna wanna go till 2 a.m. I think that is why we were recommending like a lesser version of a bar as well.
To my mind, we're talking 8 or 9 p.m. as long as it's really as late as you can easily go get some food next door, which right now on Main Street isn't much later than 9 p.m., to be honest.
Yeah, I think like even on Montana, 10 would be probably the latest I see most restaurants.
I have to say, we just literally last week with the whole family, we were trying to find dinner, and we were trying to go out for dinner because we just needed to go out for dinner. It was 7:45. We went to 4 places that were all closed, 4 relatively reasonably priced places that were all closing at 8 p.m.
Okay.
It was really hard, to be honest, to be able to go out for a reasonable meal in Santa Monica for a family of 4 after 8 p.m.
You could definitely, if
Benny's was great. That's where we landed. But
if voted to recommend the establishment of a tap room / wine bar, basically the non-hard alcohol versions, the AE that would potentially have to come along with that could have the hour limitation. So it's kind of coupled together. Because you have to get the alcohol approval along with the land use approval. So the land use could be permitted by right, and then the alcohol component could come along with, let's say, an AE, but the AE limits the hours of alcohol serving. So it essentially will close the restaurant or that use at that time. And that is one of the policy questions. And we are asked that if you vote yes, to give us some direction on maybe hours of operation.
So, for example, sorry, Juneshine, but you're going to be
They're-
our
they're-
example
they're-
tonight.
they
They're
went,
going to
yeah.
be here at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Right, they're going to be.
They're gonna be
But no,
pissed.
but let's say we're using that for them. They could stop serving over the counter at hour A, but then let people who live in the neighborhood and want to come in and pick up a 6-pack and walk out, they could buy it until hour B?
You don't have to. You
On-site,
could just
off-site?
make
No, I would
calls.
want to, like on-site, off-site.
Oh,
like we
you
could stop the on-site and.
you could potentially I worry about just like sheer kind of like how do we
Enforcement?
enforce
Yeah,
this?
no, I know. I was just trying to
kind of
be-
like a hard, if I'm just speaking for staff.
Yeah.
One time
Fine,
is a little
okay.
easier. I think what you would be saying is, hey, Juneshine, if you are cool with only serving alcohol till 10 and you want to close at that, great, you're an AE. If you want to go beyond 10 for that land use, you're now a CUP. That's how you kind of view the alcohol.
I'm good with that.
An alcohol exemption is meant for like, it's daytime, and at some point, you're gonna pass over the non-food establishments, pass over a certain threshold that might now say, you know what, we do wanna review you a little differently.
I'm just not good with 10 p.m., but okay.
Sorry, that was an example. I'm trying to align it
But I'm
on
good with that,
kind of what
conceptually.
restaurants, I mean, I will say that would then be for tap rooms and wine bars that do not serve any food.
Correct.
Where restaurants that serve food have AEs that can go to midnight.
And I
Because
would
they're
s-
serving food.
And I would say, my proposal would be 8 PM if they stop serving, if they're not serving food.
Okay. That-
And then
when
I
we
would
get there,
say,
yeah.
and then I would say midnight if they are, and that would
Then
incentivize them
it's
to
just a
think about
restaurant.
serving food.
It's a restaurant at that
Yeah.
point if they're serving food, so.
But, I mean, I've been to bars where they have to serve food and they give you a small little bag of chips.
So we used to sometimes monitor, like, what is food serving? Again, for implementation purposes, like,
We typically look at the floor plan and that kind of shows if
Like
they're
how big's
trying
the
to
kitchen?
sneak a
Have a
bar
legit
in with
kitchen
like pre-made
and-
sandwiches, or if they
Okay.
have like, actual kitchen, washing station, things like that.
I know there's certain thresholds about food, income of food versus alcohol that you look at as well.
We did, that was removed in the IZO, the 35% max sales for
Okay.
alcohol. It was just really hard to
restaurants make their
enforce.
money off of alcohol.
Right.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, we're not yet talking about the
Yeah, sorry, we
AE
skipped
process.
ahead, sorry.
Let's-
But,
sorry,
so
let's-
bar
yeah.
I heard you, the bar establishments ended with, they stay, like the true bars with no food that could potentially be open much later through a different alcohol process. That is still a CUP, and that was where we left off.
Were you unanimous on that?
Yeah, that was before Leslie left, you all voted,
All
yes.
it takes is one no vote at this point.
Moving forward. I think there's now the question if you wanted to kind of parse out different retail sizes versus small, medium, large. Small is up to 25,000, medium is 25 to 80, and large is 80 and above. And Carrie, can you remind us what staff's recommendation was regarding retail?
Yeah,
for
I have it up
citywide?
here on the map, on the screen, so you can see the current regulations above, proposed below. So provide small scale by right everywhere, a little more restriction for medium scale with a plop or an MUP adjacent to residential zones, large scale just in the IC, OC, and Bergamot.
I'm good with this.
You know, we made a recommendation to expand grocery stores. And I'm okay, I thought that was okay, because grocery stores are typically chains and people
need a
need,
certain
they need a certain size. With retail, it does seem like this does open the door for types of retail that could put small businesses out of business. So I like the idea for retail, for it to stay, I mean, $25,000 is, or 25,000 square feet is still pretty big.
This is where maybe going back to a conversation you had earlier where you were talking about existing tenant spaces, or maybe it's kind of like if there's an existing tenant space that's, think of REI. How big was REI? I think it was over 25.
Yeah, it was
Let's
like
say
30 something.
That needs to re-tenant, and there's probably only gonna be one tenant that goes in there, obviously. So I think usually, I think you guys had that conversation of how to better utilize existing tenant spaces that exist that might be bigger than 25. Maybe that is where existing tenant spaces are permitted by right. But anything in new construction would follow a more discretionary review. That, I'm just using what you guys had spoken about earlier, just as a jumping off point.
I wonder if there's a way to split the difference here. Going from 25 to 80 feels to me really big. That feels like a long journey.
double.
Yeah, exactly. To the chair's, right, I mean, it's more than triple. To the chair's point, I'd love to find a mid-scale number where we can do an MUP and then go to CUP above it.
So lower the 80 is what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, lower the 80.
And then allow large scale to be whatever that new number is to require the CUP?
Yeah. And we can exempt grocery because we just did, but
Yeah, the grocery is a different land use.
grocery is a
Yeah.
different animal.
Is there a number that you would like the medium scale that it starts at 25 to end?
50? I mean, at 50, if you're running a 50,000 square foot business, you can afford a CUP.
So
Sorry, I mean, I think you can.
Well, I mean, that REI space, if that was just 30.
I think it was around 30.
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
it was
Yeah,
definitely
I
under
mean,
50.
that's
was like a
maybe we cut it
15,000.
off at 30.
Don't quote me on that size. I mean, I'm also thinking of
It
like,
was a double lot, 2-story, so it was about,
yeah, you have to think about like the
30,000.
second floor is also part of the square
Included,
for it, you
yeah,
know?
it's a unique footprint,
You know,
but still, I mean, that was a large store. There's probably not a lot of spaces in Santa Monica retail that wouldn't be a grocery store, that could fit into, that are really out there to be tenanted.
Except at Santa Monica Place.
Right, I guess, is Santa Monica Place exempt from this?
So this is citywide. I think the problem is you're now talking about kind of land use definitions that.
I don't want to make it hard for them to re-tenant their building.
Understood. Like the Nordstroms
Or
and
the
the
Sears.
Bloomingdales and Sears, those are probably quite large.
Allie's going out next week, I think.
That is the rumor,
Right.
yes.
Yeah, they're going home.
Oh, okay.
You can propose, and that's why I wondered if there was an option to kind of carve out some breathing room for existing spaces.
Yeah.
But I understand the desire to move medium scale from 25 to, I know 50 was kind of mentioned, for an MUP. And that doesn't mean you can't go above 50. You just need a CUP, which is kind of already what happens now.
Yeah.
Let me ask, can I just, because we just lived through it. So the Sears building was empty, Sears was Sears, then the Sears building was empty and remodeled. And we had a massive drop in use, right? Intensity of use. Then Pally came in, which brought the intensity of use up
For occupancy, yeah.
massively, both the parking lot and the use. How did that feel, like, what we're talking about, and even, Commissioner Reese's questions earlier about, unintended consequences, if we got through that and we, at the end of the day, didn't notice, then there shouldn't be an issue with the replacement policy being much more generous and having a ground-up policy being closer to the 30-35.
I mean, the proposal to change medium scale to 25, between 25 and 50,000 being an MUP is a substantial improvement. I mean, right now, medium and large all need a CUP.
Yeah.
I mean, you are making movement here without fully.
Giving it away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Support that as well as some carve-out provision for reoccupancy of existing.
And we can look at provisions for reoccupancy. I don't want to rattle off a sentence off the top of my head right now, but I think we could look at how we could address existing tenant spaces that might be quite large to not have to go through a CUP. And granted, plops will always have to happen, whether it's permitted or an MUP or a CUP. Changing the Sears to Pally High required a lot of building improvements. I think that is a rare situation.
Right.
I wouldn't want to make policy off of that example, but I understand what you're saying.
And AB 2097 will still govern.
Removed parking requirements.
Right, we removed parking requirements,
Yes.
so, yeah.
I do want to clarify, though, that if we just edit that 80,000 number to 50,000, we've inadvertently prevented buildings from 50 to 80,000 from being in all zoning districts?
I think we would then downgrade the large scale to start at 50.
50 and above.
Yeah.
Just require a CUP.
For
It would
anything
still be better than before.
Right, but if you're proposing a 51,000 square foot in a district that is not employment or Bergamot,
CUP. I'm saying start that large-scale number at 50. So it
Right.
goes 25 to 50, 50
right,
above.
but the last line doesn't let you, even with a CUP, do it in all zoning
We
districts.
could change the zones that these are allowed into to kind of match the new thresholds if that's.
I think what Commissioner Washman's saying is large scale is not allowed everywhere.
Yeah.
For example, on Wilshire, it stops at medium scale. There is no large scale permitted, period. And so I think you were asking, should it expand?
I think I am fine moving the MUP versus CUP threshold down to 50. I, at least tonight, don't want to ban 50 to 90,000 from the zones where they are currently allowed.
Agreed. We're not trying to change, we've consistently not tried to change, like we did with neighborhood commercial. We're not changing the caps. We're just saying where there's a process, we want to make the process easier.
So let me just try to sum that up to make sure I heard you correctly. The motion would be citywide, any district, small scale up to 25,000 would be permitted by right. Medium scale, which would now be 25 to 80, would be reduced,
25 to
I'm
50.
sorry, thank you, 50, would be reduced to an MUP where it currently is a CUP, but would always require a plop. There is some medium scale that is allowed by right, I think in BAP.
Fine.
Medium scale?
Yeah.
Yeah, so central, it's really just boulevards and the exterior of downtown is the MUP right now. So the core of downtown, BAP, ICOC.
And then where large scale is currently permitted, now 50,000 or greater, would be still a CUP.
Okay, that's fine. Clarifying that the cap, wherever the cap is.
Yes, we're not introducing large scale to where it does not exist today.
Correct, yeah.
The cap stays where it's at.
Wherever it happens to be.
And it looks like we're trying to encourage the BAP to absorb these.
They're larger
footprints.
parcels, they can
Right,
handle it.
They can handle it.
That's
Okay.
why
And-
large scale is only currently allowed in BAP and in employment districts and not on Wilshire
So,
Boulevard.
so what we would contemplate then is like,
Also a sandwich.
in the BAP, we have a potential like Walmart serving in the ground floor retail.
So sorry, now that I'm thinking it through, my one issue is by downgrading medium scale to 50,000, what could be right now a 70,000 square foot could be a CUP anywhere. And now with your recommendation, it would actually be a hard no.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
And I think that is now you're limiting things.
That's our point. In other words, if there is somewhere that currently allows a CUP with 70,000 square feet, we still want to allow it. What
Okay.
we're saying is,
I think I get it. So it's like medium scale, the boulevards, they can go up to 80,000 square feet. So we should allow large scale with the 50 new threshold, but maybe at a limitation that says you can do this with the CUP, but you can't ever be greater than 80,000 for the boulevards.
no, just go in reverse. Imagine it the other way around, right? Right now, we allow us, we have a CUP process above 25,000 square feet. Like, if it's allowed and you want to do something, you have to go through a CUP process. Right now, what we're saying is, if it's allowed and you want to do something, if it's 50 or less, you get an MUP. If it's
Between 50 and 80, you're a CUP still.
right, but it's always starting with, if it's allowed.
Still allow it somehow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It would be where the thresholds don't, yeah.
I think we understand we understand your direction, and we will try to carry that through. Yeah, we with the caveat that if staff finds
Yeah, of course.
an issue, we might have to not fully move forward with that recommendation, but I understand the concept.
The goal is simply, and noting that the chair wanted a lower, he was advocating for something somewhat lower, more like REI size, but the goal was to say, we think it's too much to go to 80,000 on
Through an
MUP.
MUP.
And so we want to find the spot where you might have to actually label it by district, right? And
Yeah.
but
And it sounds like roughly the threshold between MUP and CUP might be around 50, is what I'm hearing.
I don't think there's support.
Oh,
to
sorry,
go
not a
higher.
might, I'm sorry, what?
No, I'm saying I don't think there's support to do the threshold above 50. There's support to do the threshold below 50 from at least one commissioner.
Yeah.
I like
I think the problem is between 50 and 80, you also don't want to make sure we're saying no to what we could have said
Correct.
yes to
Yeah,
right now.
we're saying that.
Okay.
If it's yeah.
How would we be saying no?
I think I'm concerned, and this is you asking me off the top of my head without having thought about it more than right now. I would want to make sure that anything between 50 and 80 would still have an avenue to say yes to that currently could be said yes to, maybe through still a CUP.
You could say yes to it through a CUP.
Okay, then that's fine. I think I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I started with if it's allowed.
Yes.
If it's allowed and it's X scale, then it's Y process.
Okay.
I really just think it's, in your proposed regulations, it's deleting the 80,000 and replacing it with 50,000.
It's
And
not,
everything else stays stays the same.
yes, because right now, anything up to 80 is going to be a CUP anyway, so I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I just think, it's kind of not tripling the standard, doubling the standard as a place to start.
Oh, wait, take your medium scale language and move it down to large scale, right? So medium scale, 25 to 50, reduced to MUP or plop approval for all zoning districts. Then you take large scale, word like medium and large scale, 25 to 80, permitted by a CUP in nearly all zoning districts.
Staff, did you understand that?
That personally confused me.
Wait,
but
that was
why don't
too
we-
medium?
Why don't
Staff
we-
did get the direction though, right?
Can we take a straw poll on just changing the 80 to the 50
In
the recommendation on both bullet points 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman? Yes. Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Chair Hamilton.
Yes.
Understood.
Did you not? I was just looking for a way to express that clearly, but
I think
you
we
got it. You got it. Yeah, you guys
got it right.
I think we captured it.
We got it.
Okay, I think the next step is grocery stores that we've already discussed.
The next one is
Now we have ground floor medical office.
it's office and medical office. Yeah.
Okay, ground floor office and medical office. And the proposal would be to include eliminating the street frontage limitation and changing the size threshold review from a CUP to an MUP.
No problem.
It's essentially allowing office on the ground floor where we kind of are a hard no now. There's a lot of vacant. There's a lot. Yeah.
And we don't want office on the ground floor because it kills the pedestrian experience. Is that what we're
I
thinking?
think that was the
That was originally-
genesis of when it happened.
Okay.
Active use requirements that restricted certain office uses on the ground floor.
Viewed as not as pedestrian activated.
Yeah.
That's
I
just maybe how it
mean-
was viewed. I'm not saying that's how it should be viewed, but that's maybe the genesis of it.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but at the same time, I don't know if we can solve that through an MUP versus a CUP, right? If
what are you
we're
gonna
gonna
condition
allow,
it?
yeah, what are we really accomplishing with a CUP, MUP? My question is, can we just go straight to permitted by right? And maybe there's other ways for the city to address the pedestrian experience?
You definitely could make that recommendation. Right now, this recommendation in the changes were to remove any of the linear frontages that often cause the need for a CUP, but to still keep size thresholds that might still require an MUP. But it sounds like your recommendation is, why are we just not allowing offices permitted by right?
I'm looking at this alongside the personal services and physical training, and I'm thinking about if Commissioner Fresco were here, we'd be having a conversation about not walking past long blank walls, right? And it's like, what are you doing? Are you doing vitrines? What are you doing?
There's still design review with these.
Right,
There's
so-
still pedestrian design elements where you can't have walls blank for a certain distance. There's, especially with commercial, we actually have a lot of design review ability.
Yeah.
Unlike housing.
That's
So-
what I'm getting at,
Okay,
yeah.
let's just get.
So I would go a little bit more slowly. I think I'd be happy to go to the MUP on both of these. If you can get if you can still get the design review with the by right process, I'm willing to experiment, but I think I might be clawing that back later when we get really long, weird frontage.
Can you all Stephen Carey, can you remind me what is the size threshold that would then trigger the MUP? It's quite big.
For office spaces?
Yes.
Yeah, let me pull up the boulevards.
I want to say it's like
Just am
1,200,
imagining Nina coming in
12,500.
next month and
I wanna say
going,
it's
what did you do?
Yeah, so it
Export by right.
is. So for offices, the change here,
And we do have pedestrian design standards.
this previously had a restriction of ground floor conversion to office, or medical office space at 12,500 square feet, or 75 linear feet max.
So we're getting rid of the 75 linear feet, but
right.
keeping that square footage.
No, so this was, we just struck this completely and just added the MUP requirement. This was just permitting office by right on the ground floor. What this is really getting to is that any new construction of office uses as well also always requires currently a conditional use permit. So that was a downgrade to an MUP for that. And then also, let's see, in the NC, there's a restriction, as I mentioned, on that media support use at 12,000 square feet. Previously had restrictions on medical office in the NC, which we removed. We struck that.
So I understand, is there, when you do something by right, you can still do design review? You just have to judge it to an objective standard?
If they are proposing facade modifications, there would still be design review.
So the facade is discretionary, the use is...
I wouldn't say design is so much discretionary as we actually have ability to make modifications to it.
It's two separate processes, though. You have the design review, which addresses the pedestrian experience, and then you have a secondary CUP, MUP for the use. And I think what we're trying to control for is we want to maintain a strong pedestrian experience. That is not something that is governed through the CUP, MUP.
It would be design.
Which is why my question was, is if we just went straight to P and made it permitted by right, we are not giving up that design review and that pedestrian
would support
quality
that.
review.
Correct.
Okay. So I like this idea, and I would propose that we change it to just P,
So allowing
permitted by
office on the
right.
ground floor, regardless of size, knowing that if there are facade modifications that are coupled with the new introduction of the use, they would have design requirements or review that take into consideration pedestrian design elements.
Correct.
Okay, wait. I want to get to yes, and I guess I have to. If I have
It's
windows.
just a recommendation.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but like if let's imagine windows, and now the tenant just puts up curtains inside, and it becomes functionally a wall.
There's nothing now that can
To stop
we
that?
can stop that. That's
Then fine.
internal to
Okay,
the site.
then I'm a yes too. That's
I
fine.
don't know how I would condition that you can't have
Well, no, I
privacy.
mean,
Yeah.
it creates a wall, like.
I hear
but
you,
I
'cause
get you.
right now we
That's fine.
can't do it. We
Okay.
don't do it now.
That's fine.
Okay, let's move to the straw poll then.
So straw poll, Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Wassman? Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Chair Hamilton?
Yes, and that's just moving it from an MUP to a P. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we now move on to personal services, physical training. The proposed change would allow all forms of physical training to be permitted by right with no size limitations. And does this include yoga studios?
Yeah, right now, so a gym under 5,000 would be a personal service physical training, but over 5,000, they get kicked into small scale facility.
Large
Or,
scale.
excuse me, large scale facility, and I think
No.
no one just knows where to look.
This
And I
was
think,
to get around parking requirements, I think, pre-2097, when we were getting more gyms. Physical training had a really strict parking requirement, so we said over 5,000. I think that's how they kicked up.
I have no
But now that, since parking 2097, we were just like, let's clean it up, have one place for them to
Cool.
look.
Yeah, there's
No issues.
nothing about physical fitness that we should object to. Okay.
No, I mean, and the fight happens somewhere else. Like you look at an Ocean Park right now, and downtown, the fight over the parking payment structure is really around people who lost the ability to come and have a, if you have an hour-long fitness session, you need to be able to park for, an hour and 15 minutes, or an hour and 25 minutes and So the fight just moves. It's fine.
Okay.
I like this.
Let's take a straw poll.
Yay.
Oh, it does, how about a
About the
roll
physical
call?
training, basically allowing all gyms, no matter the size, just be classified under that use.
Yeah.
Sounds like just all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All passes.
Okay. I think the next question before us is
Alcohol.
staff proposed to simplify the review of alcohol permits that would apply to the entire city by downgrading the review from a CUP to an MUP.
Right, I think you
Did I
guys had
capture that?
voted no on that one already.
We are a no. Leslie wasn't down with it either, and the chair is not down with it, and I'm not down.
Neither
with
am
it.
I.
No, we're not down with it.
Okay, we have that marked down as a no.
I
for you
also
guys.
want to note in the same section, it's hard for me to tell if we're in a different section, but Commissioner Reese noted why we don't like pub crawls either.
I just want to make sure, so are we both on the same page where it starts at summary of changes to chapter 9.31 standards for specific uses?
Yes.
Yes.
And the first one is 9.31.040 alcohol beverage sales. Yes.
Yeah.
Proposing to basically move everything to an MUP instead of a CUP, and therefore, and also expanding the AE. We might want to do another little review of this to understand there's a lot in this chapter or this section.
Oh, well, I think what we're saying is, well, here's where I am. I'm good with an MUP, but not for bars.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
is that a different? Because I'm seeing negligible in terms of alcohol-related issues such as retail wine shops, tasting, art galleries, or personal services businesses. Ancillary wine service for retail shop and comedy club have been approved by the commission on consent. Yeah, an MUP is fine there, as far as I'm concerned. It's just the bar that I don't want to make an
And
MUP.
that's citywide you're talking about? Okay, because we didn't get to that yet of allowing those extra, like, kind of commercial retail uses through the process. Right now, that's only in the downtown.
I think it's fine citywide.
Okay.
There's like that.
Sorry, now we are finally talking about the actual.
Alcohol, yes.
Not just the land use.
Yeah.
Why can we not create an AE that has strict rules? It's just an AE. Like, what does the discretion add? That's a rhetorical question.
I think it's just more just an issue of accountability back to the community.
Based on behavior.
Yes. And our experience processing these.
Yeah.
So we did a consent. It's true, we approved by the commission on consent on ancillary wine service for a retail shop, right? Like, that's one thing, but it's when they come in and wine is really or booze is, like, it's the lead thing.
So we go into have we skipped to the policy questions a couple pages on?
Not yet, no.
As it relates to the AE, though, I think my primary concern has to do with hours of operation and how those get set for particular uses.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like anything that is currently a CUP, you want to stay a CUP, which would be pretty much bars. Not in the downtown. Downtown already allows for bars to be an AE, so we're talking about outside the downtown.
Right.
To keep bars that are not, as a CUP, don't downgrade them to an MUP.
Right.
Right. I thought we covered that already.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
I think so.
But an art gallery,
But then there's the conversation of,
That's the policy question that comes later about if we want to even allow those to have alcohol citywide and then what that process would be.
right, but here we are, and we're going in a different direction because the chair has us working through the document rather than through the policy, and he wants to get to the policy through the document. Here we have in the document literally the question of CUP or MUP for wine shops, tastings, art galleries, and then this question of personal service
I think
businesses.
this is where we could jump straight to the policy questions, is I think we're now in alcohol conversation.
Okay.
Where the first question was, and in case, let's go through those, and if we feel like something wasn't covered, we can jump back. But
Okay.
Okay.
it sounds like the first policy question, which would you, oh, sorry,
Hold
go.
on. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, maybe we take all of these alcohol questions and deal that with a policy, but I am noticing here that there's outdoor dining and seating on sidewalks.
So that was the
That
outdoor
fall into-
dining IZO that we already adopted in the very beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, there was a couple of those
Got it.
IZOs that
right.
unfortunately we should have
Thank you.
pushed up to the front.
Thank you.
But we did, we already pulled those out.
We did that triple.
I think all that is left is
So then we
really
have the massage issue.
Yeah, we already did that. We already did the RR
Arcade-
issues.
Arcades,
Oh,
restaurants with entertainment.
I probably missed this, I would like to see broadly community assemblies be treated in their hours, like Jim said, the same as bars, and in their adjacency to residential zones, the same as other comparable uses.
Yeah, I think.
I agree with that.
Yes, you're right. Commissioner Reese did comment that he felt like there were some limitations attached to community assembly that were somehow more restrictive than we allow like restaurant and bars.
Yeah.
And he wanted to, I don't know if there was a desire to align. I just know there was a conversation of like, he didn't like that.
He didn't, we needed it to be as liberal as the
Other uses.
Yeah, I don't want to paraphrase him, but my proposal would be that agree or have community assemblies operational hours be aligned with alcohol bars citywide, and have their rules about proximity to residential uses, residential districts be the same as comparable other uses.
Retail.
Yeah, sure, retail.
I support that.
For community assembly?
Yeah, for community assembly.
I know he had mentioned the stricter hours for like church uses, whereas like the more gym uses kind of keep the stricter hours. Is that also part of this? That's the notes I have from Commissioner Reese.
This is a big category. A community assembly includes both a church and a like.
Yeah, it's kind of like any kind of private
Boys and
membership
Girls Clubs
club
do
or like,
community assembly.
yeah, associations, Elks
membership
Lodge. Yeah, you don't necessarily, yeah, you could, like YMCA would fall under
Soho
that.
House is community
Right,
assembly.
Soho House or church, so it is pretty broad.
I mean, I don't know, I'm okay with them.
I'm okay with them staying open till 2 a.m. if you want to go to Soho House and hang out with friends.
Yeah, I'm more restaurant-y than bar-y in that sense.
So to align with the alcohol exemption hours, not what could be allowed under the CUP, which would go to 2 p.m. AM.
Well,
I want them serving food if they're serving alcohol.
And look, this was brought up earlier today as well, as let's say there are certain religious organizations that have certain practices that are at different times of the, maybe
Right, yeah.
non-traditional times of the day, and we would be limiting them to maybe sunrise,
Well, I mean, look, if we're talking, we can talk about midnight mass, we can talk about iftars during Ramadan, we can talk about Shavuot. I mean, like, to pick three, right? One of the three, there's not an alcohol conversation. But the other two, theoretically, yes. What would stop, well, let's just take that use case. What would stop a synagogue that wants to have an all-night service from serving food and wine during that service? What's the rule change that would relieve that?
Well, I guess to serve wine, they would need an alcohol permit.
Right.
And right now, the AE would not go till that late. They would need a CUP.
They would go till when?
Past midnight?
Past midnight.
Past midnight.
That's reasonable. I mean,
I'm just, you asked.
No, I'm saying like.
Because I just want to divorce like the land use versus the allowance of alcohol are two separate
No,
permits.
right, but within the land use, what would stop them from operating all night?
Oh,
think there
just
are-
like noise ordinance
The
requirements.
noise
out there?
ordinance.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they could
Others-
operate.
no, but doesn't it, I think it says in the zoning
I
ordinance.
think you're right. There
They
is
have to shut
standards for
down.
specific uses, I think regarding
Yeah.
community assemblies. It's 9.31.100 that has hours of operation so a church, which is a community assembly or a synagogue, permit hours of operations from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. Additional hours
midnight-
may be allowed if approved through a CUP.
Midnight mass is illegal in Santa Monica.
Without,
Mass is illegal in Santa
without a CUP, yes.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a
I mean, that's how I'm reading this. And that was fine. I'm saying like there are,
Can we
operations
take
that go-
well, even an MUP is super expensive for that. I mean,
Okay, so I will move that, let's put the alcohol aside. The land use question, the hours of operation should align with bars, so 2 AM. And
the CUP that would allow for a bar.
let's just make it simple.
bars.
Move to 2 AM.
Just yeah, say to it. Just give me a time.
Yeah. And the adjacency standards to residential districts should be the same as retail.
Is starting at 7 AM still okay?
No, not for a mosque.
So it's,
that
at
needs
that
to
point,
have-
Yeah,
you
maybe
should
if
just get rid of hours.
Yeah,
Let's get rid of
just
hours.
hours, yeah.
Yeah.
At that point, you're gonna have like just 2 hours that it can't operate, and I don't know what we're doing at that point.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Look, if this becomes a huge issue,
We can come back.
I'm sure we will hear about it and
Right.
we will revisit
That's
it.
right, that's right.
So
right, let's
the
move on to
motion
the
is to,
policy
in
question.
community assemblies, strike the hours of operation limitations.
We've
in-
done, tonight, we've done racial reparations, religious freedom.
So can I just take a roll call, all in favor, say aye to removing the hours of operations for community assembly?
And adding the adjacency to
Oh, thank you,
residential.
yes.
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Great. And I think now we're on to alcohol as a.
Well done.
All right, we're getting there.
Thank you for catching
No,
that.
that's fine. Yeah,
I think it might
Entangling
be
youth from
good
alcohol
to.
is-
at that
Midnight
point,
mass is saved.
Start I think the policy questions will help inform
Yeah.
alcohol in general.
Yeah, we've covered a lot of this.
Yes, so maybe we can.
And so
quicker.
we're policy
We're on
question
the policy
one.
questions? Okay.
Let's just go straight to what a yes vote means. Yes would expand alcohol exemption permits for bars outside of the downtown. No does not expand alcohol exemption permits for bars outside of the downtown.
And would keep them essentially as a CUP.
Correct. And I think we've already voted on that.
Sounds like,
So
yeah, there was agreement on that.
And we're saying, and so no is keep a CUP, not an MUP.
We
That's
would then
right.
change, yes, we would change.
Can I ask a clarification there as it relates to your current practice with alcohol exemptions? What are the typical hours of operation that go with
I believe
bars,
these are
restaurants,
limited
food
to-
halls?
For restaurants citywide, it's midnight. Bars in the downtown, they get up to 2 AM.
And they have
That's
to be
really
serving
just the
food
downtown area.
all hours of that AE.
And this, so for restaurants, and the same would apply to food halls as well, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Right.
We would apply the same.
So it's currently midnight
Yes,
outside of downtown.
correct.
Yes.
And that happens even in situations with a residential proximity.
Yeah, yes.
so the daily pint on Pico, they close at midnight.
They would have to at least stop serving alcohol at midnight.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they essentially.
probably close the
Okay, okay. That's just wanted a real life example there.
And,
Okay, thanks.
and just one other question, has there been experience of complaints about that issue when there is a residential proximity?
Honestly, no, because most AEs are attached to restaurants, and as Commissioner Landers said, we don't really have restaurants open till midnight most of the time. So I am not aware of any
No, we haven't
large
heard of
complaints on that AE ability.
And
But
I
they could
think-
technically do that if they wanted to, though.
Excuse me?
They could stay open till midnight if they
Yeah, oh yeah,
choose.
no, they could, they just don't.
And they do have, and this question is about bars. So we're going to have a separate
Yes.
conversation about places that serve food.
Yes, so this is, this one, so I think we hear that the motion would be to do not expand alcohol exemptions to true bars and to keep them actually at a CUP, not move them down to an MUP.
Correct.
That's right.
Sorry, and while we're talking about bars, I think we missed this in the previous discussion, but did we flag this waiver of pub crawls and stuff?
I think
You
we
heard
can group that in with just an alcohol exemption conversation.
Yeah, so that was codified from IZO, right? So, but we can go back and remove the pub crawl, or I guess insert
I'm
it
just
back
trying to
in as a
understand the
restriction.
safety issues with everything.
Yeah, I am fine removing pub crawls. I am fine legalizing pub crawls. I think that there may be safety issues, but I think that's a police conversation, not a land use conversation. Yeah, I don't think there's anything inherent to the idea of buying a ticket and going to multiple bars that makes it worthy of citywide prohibition.
I have a question. I feel like in
Yeah, me either.
online. I mean, Santa Monica Daily Press, or I forget where but I got an email inviting me to a pub
'em?
crawl
Those,
on Main Street.
they shouldn't
For Christmas.
happen technically, but you're right, they kind of already are happening.
Yeah, okay.
I think the entertainment zone is great. And I think an argument for being able to do what is functionally a pub crawl has to do with doing it on a walk street. I think there are safety considerations. I would not be comfortable removing the prohibition on pub crawls pending police or public safety review. I'm not
Do you think at least
comfortable with
like
it.
outside of the downtown? Because I think we already have removed them in the downtown.
No, I understand that, but
Yeah,
in the
okay.
downtown, we're largely dealing with a lot of walk street.
Okay,
We're dealing with the promenade primarily. I think on Main Street, it's a different story. I think, on a boulevard, on a wide boulevard where we don't have traffic, where we have speed, it just feels very dangerous. Why do we care about bottle service, or why did we care about bottle service? People wanna waste
I'll
their
say this,
money.
and I will say AEs originally were introduced for restaurants. We've now kind of expanded our understanding of what
Okay.
the functioning is, and bottle services don't typically happen at restaurants. They're more, so.
Yeah, but.
Agreed, I think
don't-
there's a handful of
okay.
outdated
Okay.
kind of pre-baked conditions in these AEs, and some of these have been highlighted today.
Great, okay,
Okay,
fantastic.
policy question number 1 has been answered.
Yes.
It was
answer is
no. The answer was no.
Okay.
There is not
let's
commission
move on.
support for relieving pub crawls, although Commissioner Wasserman is more open to it.
I guess, just to.
Let's
can we-
move on to policy
Yes,
question 2.
Okay.
Would establishing a new tap room and wine bar land use classification warrant an alcohol exemption permit both within the downtown and citywide? Yes, would establish a new tap room and wine bar land use classification allow for the applicable uses to be eligible for alcohol exemption with similar standards that are applied to restaurants? And no, does not create a new tap room and wine bar land use classification.
Didn't we agree that with the AE, we could say,
Yes.
as long as food is served, you can serve alcohol and,
Yeah, so I think staff's recommendation was to align it with restaurants, but it sounds like there was discussion with, yes, introduce this land use, but limit the hours lesser than what a restaurant would get.
Right.
So this land use is proposing, it's basically a bar that doesn't serve spirits, but it also
Yes.
does not have to serve food.
Exactly. So if it served food, it would just be a restaurant.
right,
This is a bar
yep,
without hard alcohol.
right.
That would be an AE, but you all could say, but that AE that allows that alcohol to be sold or consumed would need to end at X.
I would
time.
propose 8 PM. Based on when restaurants are closing now. And the ability of food outside these things. The minute they choose to offer food, they can go later. It
Could we
becomes
do
easy for them.
8 PM, but they could apply for a CUP for later?
They still
Yeah,
can.
then they would
Yeah.
just do a CUP.
Oh, they can.
Yeah.
Whenever you exceed any of the AE standards, the next step is the entitlement.
Okay. Yeah, we good? 8
So
PM?
the vote would be, yes, introduce the tap room and wine bar, allow it through an alcohol exemption, however, include a condition in that alcohol exemption that it's done at 8 PM.
Right.
All in favor say yes?
I
would say 9 PM.
Everybody's closing. I don't want them serving alcohol when you can't go next door and find food.
I will say, I don't know across the city when closing time
Yeah,
is.
I mean,
I mean, R&D on Montana's open till 10.
yeah, that's true.
I can't, I think that I can't give you that
Just seems
recommendation.
early. 8 seems early.
Fine,
I
9.
could get behind 9.
I can get behind 9.
Okay. So then I think we just took the straw poll. The
With
answer
9.
is
9 works.
yes.
9 works.
With the 9
Yes at
PM
9 PM cutoff.
9 PM is fine.
Okay.
I
And
can
if
go to
council,
10.
and if council is like, where do they get 9 PM? The conversation is
R&D.
is R&D. No, it's alignment with food. It's
Yeah.
the availability
Right.
of food next door.
I'm sorry, does someone not agree with 9 PM?
No, we just wanted to verify, since you changed the time in the middle of the straw poll, and we've done a lot tonight, we just want to make sure that the record is good, so maybe we could do another straw poll with the 9 PM.
Straw poll with a yes to a new land use of taproom and wine bar with an alcohol exemption, but stop it at 9 PM. All in favor say yes. Aye.
Yes, aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Policy question 3.
Yes.
Would expanding alcohol exemptions for cultural facilities, instructional services, personal services, and retail establishments be appropriate citywide outside of downtown? Yes would expand alcohol exemption permits, and no would not. And this is a situation, just for clarification, for like a gallery or a barber shop to allow someone to drink a glass of champagne.
Right.
It's
So-
sort of just like an ancillary part of their business.
Yeah, so we listed a handful of land uses such as cultural facilities, which that would be like a museum. An instructional service would be like one of those like sip and paints. Personal service would be like a barber shop. And a retail establishment is clothing stores. You don't have to do all of those. You could just do some of those. But these are what we already allow in the downtown. So we were trying to see if we would be comfortable allowing those uses to have an alcohol component. Again, it's not their main operation, but yes.
Clarifying question, because we're now no longer talking about an enterprise that is focused on alcoholic beverages like the previous one. Does the standard AE require that an equivalent non-alcoholic beverage be made available if an alcoholic beverage is provided?
No, there's no condition that you have to offer as many non-alcoholic beverages.
Well, not the same number, but.
There's no requirement, period.
This is like if you're going to the barber shop and he wants to give you a Bud Light.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Or I want to walk through a new museum somewhere with a glass of wine.
But this is sales, or just
This is
service?
consumption of it on site.
Oh, okay, so just consumption.
Yeah. Right, I mean, right?
Yeah, consumption, it could be sales, it could be
I guess they
given
could maybe walk
away,
away
but-
with, an extra
Right.
bottle if they loved it. But yes, I think it's meant to be to enjoy during this experience.
Candidly, if it's not going to force an expansion to something like cannabis smoking,
No, this is just alcohol.
No, good.
No.
No, I mean, like, when we think about loosening these kinds of things, I think about that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm fine with the booze.
In all of these extra
I don't
establishments.
think,
I think
retail doesn't seem to sit well.
But I will say, like, there is personal shopping moments where you are offered.
I will say that there are many situations in certain like luxury shopping where champagne may be offered.
Wedding dress shopping,
it is
constantly is offered champagne. That's retail.
No, but like Diesel and Zibby's, if they wanted to do like a book talk with wine, why not? I mean.
Then your vote would be yes.
My vote is yes. And Leslie wants to drink while she shops for shoes.
Leslie left, so.
And one other thing to consider for this is also just the hours you would recommend for these types of more commercial retail uses.
Restaurant hours, 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Restaurant hours are
Restaurant
midnight.
hours are not 9. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean,
We could match it with the one you just decided on.
Yeah, 9
For
p.m.
tap rooms, 9
Is there
p.m.
any restriction on the actual hours?
I would just argue
of-
like the sip and paints though.
Are there any restrictions?
Those are
on
like
hours of these underlying land uses? Like, could you?
No.
You could have 24/7 retail.
I don't.
Yeah, no, we don't regulate.
I don't think we regulate that. I think our staff's proposal is to align it with like the alcohol exemption time limits that would be for a normal restaurant. Again, I don't think there is retail open till 3 in the morning.
And the even the sip and paints.
I just don't know. I'm just trying to give you examples of, there are evening activities in these, the Broad, like, or the,
At the comedy club in Bergamot.
But
They
those
can go
not-
into
yeah.
10 to 11, so may want to
But the
think about those
Broad,
uses.
but the Broad, doesn't the Broad do, okay, how does it work? They cater food for some of these events. So did they just go get a
Could
one-time
be that they have
license?
like a catering license and a TUP if it's just like one-off events.
Yeah.
And if it's not something they're constantly doing,
Yeah.
if they're having a gala or something.
Yeah.
That would just be like a TUP and a catering license. That wouldn't require full-blown AE because it's not part of their typical operation.
Yeah.
You know, I bought a glass of wine at the Broad before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when we did, so there you go, that's good. Like, so just for reference, and when we approved the CUP for the Crow Comedy Club.
In the Bergamot, mhm.
In Bergamot, did we have a time limit in when they could no longer serve alcohol tied to
There
that
would have
CUP?
been probably hours of operations as a condition to that CUP. I don't know that one off the top of my
Okay.
head.
But there,
the
but there
Crow.
was some time.
There
limit.
would have been.
Okay.
That is pretty standard with all of our CUPs.
Then I am okay with this as written, but when the staff presents it to council, I think you need to flesh out some of times and also ways that you can make sure that alcohol use is simply ancillary to the business and is not part of, we're not going to have mission creep where, you know, you find out later on that they're charging and they're making money off this. It's so as long as there's clear guardrails, I'm okay with
We
this.
could definitely have a condition, or like kind of a pre-baked condition in the AE that's saying that the alcohol is accessory to the main use, the main land use.
Can you, this is going to be hard to enforce, but could you try to prevent individual drink sales in this context? So if I'm going to an event, I'm buying a ticket to the event.
It's like
I'm
a comedy clubs, you have to buy like 2.
Right, because you have to, it's part of your.
I think that'll be very hard to enforce,
Then-
if I'm being really honest with you, unless we're gonna go
'Cause it's
undercover
like
and.
the sip and paint, right? You pay $50 for your canvas and 2 glasses of wine.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you can suddenly then go and order multiple glasses of wine.
I think that's why like the ancillary would be like you are participating in the activity of that establishment.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So I think this, if we can take a straw vote, I think the motion, it would be yes, allow an alcohol exemption in all of these uses, additional uses, and to further kind of vet out for council appropriate ceasing hours.
That are somewhere between restaurant hours and
Mhm.
reasonable. They're not bar hours. They're closer to restaurant hours than bar hours, right?
Yeah, and these already can go quite later in the downtown. These are just like the citywide, which should be a little bit less. Understood.
Okay.
So all in favor say aye?
Aye.
I think I heard ayes across the board.
Aye, yeah.
And just to make, I think that ends the staff report. But I want to make sure we revisit that you have voted that there was a conversation of should we remove or keep pub crawls in alcohol exemptions?
I don't think we've taken a vote.
Yeah, that's, I'm saying, there was
I'm
the
gonna move
conversation, but
that
we didn't finish that
I
conversation.
move that we do not
Remove it.
remove it, that we maintain the prohibition on pub crawls. Yeah.
So then you would be voting to not do staff's
Sorry,
recommendation.
is that for citywide and downtown?
I think
or
it's just citywide.
Okay.
Because some of the limitations we were removing is like the number of televisions.
That's fine.
Bottle service.
That's fine.
Having a billiards table.
Right.
So I think the one that you do not want to remove is your vote is to retain pub crawls as you cannot do that.
That's me.
In the citywide.
Yeah, I don't know if we have 4 votes for
So,
that, but.
so these currently are hard to limitate, like, nobody can do any, well, I know there's an.
You would have to get a CUP.
You'd have to get a CUP to do any of these.
Think of an alcohol exemption as a pre-baked CUP that if you want to change even one piece of it, it kicks you into CUP territory.
I mean, if you want to go and get a pub crawl with a CUP, I'm going to trust the CUP process, but.
I can get behind that. Yeah, I think all the other limitations we can remove, but for the pub crawl, and we want that to remain a CUP.
Pub crawls are AE in downtown, and you need a CUP otherwise.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes.
Okay, all right.
I just want to ask staff real quick, did we cover everything? I know we've jumped around a lot, so.
Let me make
Okay, so for the purposes of reporting out, I offer the following motion. What we just said.
Oh, and I'll add that if there is something we did not cover, we agree with staff's recommendation.
Motion to move forward staff's recommendation as stated in the staff board with the additional straw votes that modified some of the.
That is my motion.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we're gonna do a real vote on this one. Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman? Yes. Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Chair Hamilton?
Yes.
Okay.
Nobody said no.
We're not done yet, because you gotta move a thing here.
All right, let's move right on to
14A.
14A.
All right.
Planning Commissioner discussion items.
Okay, we're not gonna, so I'm gonna preface this by saying there are only 4 of us here. We will be asking for a vote to allow staff to come back to us with red lines. But here's the thing. After the DA meetings, where we were sort of having encounters with interested parties, both Commissioner Wasserman and I independently started wondering aloud about how we make sure that there's maximum appropriate transparency on the kinds of contacts that we are individually having. Traditionally, development agreements are because they are legislation, they are not quasi-judicial matters that require a formal procedure baked into the law related to ex parte disclosures. I have also noticed over the last few years, as our work has shifted, that sometimes there are general plan and zoning ordinance amendments, as we saw tonight with the pawn shops, where there's clearly an interested party. And so I raised, and it turned out that Commissioner Wasserman raised as well, the question of how we might develop a voluntary disclosure process to encourage commissioners to share when they have had substantive contacts with interested parties. In conversation with the city attorney and the deputy city attorney, it has become clear that this is a possibility, but it can never be more than voluntary, which is to say that we must maintain a distinction with the legal process of managing ex parte contacts. And I'll defer to Commissioner Wasserman to speak on this as well, but my proposal, and I would like to have him, for us to be able to ask staff to come back to us with language, is to add it to our rules of order that in these cases, when we start a hearing, when we come back from recess and we're standing in the hallway talking with people, that the presiding officer at the time invites voluntary disclosures related to interested parties. That would be an obligation of the chair to invite those disclosures. Choosing not to disclose would not jeopardize the proceeding in any way, and it would remain purely voluntary. Jacob, do you want to?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I want to keep this, I do not want, when we do our next housing element, to have to disclose every single meeting I did, because every single person is an interested party in the housing element.
Yeah.
But for the DA, for the pawn shop, I think that there is a clear interested party. How you write that up may be a challenge for you, or maybe you just leave it to commissioner discretion if it's voluntary anyway. But yeah, I do think the DAs felt weird because there was clearly someone applying, we were meeting with them, and we did, I think, Pierre, you asked us to, and we did, but that wasn't in our rules of order. So I'd just like something to be in our rules of order about it.
And I will say that staff kind of understands the concern, and we can come back if we vote on this and the motion passes. We can come back at the next meeting with some proposed language that we think would help address that issue.
I just wonder if you have thoughts, since we're presenting it for the first time.
Well, my thought, I guess my thought generally is we already have voluntary disclosure requirements for everything that we do, whether it be a DA or otherwise. I think it really just comes down to us being forthright and transparent with any interests that we have in a particular matter and who we've already met with. I think that's just the right thing to do. I understand staff's concern about keeping it voluntary. So to me, it feels like more symbolism than substance, but I would support something that staff would put together to just help clear the air about what we should be otherwise doing no matter what. Is that right? Okay.
I have a clarification. I presume that, subject to however it's written, it would fall upon the chair to make a distinction between when there's a ex parte disclosure versus a voluntary disclosure, depending on the circumstance where there may be an interested party.
I think that, well, so as a relatively new chair, I rely heavily on what the staff gives to me. And when there is a need and requirement for an ex parte disclosure, that's in the agenda and that's called upon. When there's not, there's not. And so what this motion would basically lead towards is before any discussion item, the chair would be prompted to voluntarily ask anyone if they need to make any ex parte type.
No, they're not ex parte. We would not use the word ex parte in any.
Not.
Yeah.
Then some kind of disclosure whether we have met with or have personal interest in the matter before us.
Yeah, and just to clarify, ex parte is sort of a term of art, and it is required in quasi-judicial hearings. So the chair's agenda will typically say, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, these are the things that are required, legally required for those. That would not be the case for the other amendments or discussions that you're talking about. So those items would allow for the voluntary disclosures, which would be different than the ex partes.
And the personal interest piece is irrelevant to this. If we have personal interest, we have to recuse. That's a different story.
Okay, so
But the distinction is like, and I know the hour is late, but when it's quasi judicial, we cannot speak, like we take a recess, we go to the bathroom, we cannot speak to anyone who is an applicant. It's literally illegal. And if we do, we have to immediately report it so that the public is aware of what we discussed. In a context like we just experienced, right, where we wandered out on the break and there were the folks from the pawn shop who were like, hey, can we talk to you about this? And we did it. I think I don't have a problem with it, right? It wasn't illegal, but for the purpose of public process, I think at some level, the public has a right to know that we had some offline chats with people who had a direct interest in that text amendment. And we can make different choices about how much we disclose or what we disclose. And certainly I can think of DAs where there are aspects of the work on the DA that I absolutely feel like I would need to disclose. And there are things that actually the public is best served when, there are some informal conversations that don't get fully shared on the way. That's up to each commissioner to decide for themselves. But this would at least give the chair, you'd have that line in your thing that says, hey, does anybody want to make some voluntary disclosures here? That's it.
Seems fair.
Yeah.
I think that, well, I mean, I understand, here's where you're coming from, Commissioner Landris. I guess my concern is that we are going to be entering into a process that would be too bureaucratic. And, but I think before I'd like to see the staff recommendation about how we handle that without losing, without, and it's late, I'm trying to figure
I understand.
out, without just losing the committee level conversations that we have, which is too you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, totally.
Sorry.
Ross wants to say
Is there
something.
a motion, a second, and then I'll do a vote?
I'll move that we ask staff to draft proposed rules of order regarding voluntary disclosures of interested party contacts related to development agreements, general plan and zoning ordinance amendments, and other legislative matters where there may be specific interested parties as opposed to the public generally exception, which blessedly applies to the housing element.
I'll second.
Great. Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Chair Hamilton?
Yes.
That passes.
Okay. Item 14B, Commissioner Landry.
I shared it. You
Okay.
have it.
Item 14C.
Well, I also shared it. This is a bit of a shot across the bow to the mobility staff. They just reconstructed California and put back diagonal curb ramps. They're not legal. I hate going out into the street with the stroller. Just when they come to us, I will have questions for them about that.
I'll just, if I can, I was trying to save time, but on 14B, it's really that I understand that the conversations about 1123 and 9 and 684 are really all about missing middle housing. And I just generally want to encourage us and the public to be looking around the country at different ways that different states are approaching it. And I shared it in particular because I thought there were some really cool looking buildings that were fully code compliant and development standard compliant in that context. And we ought to be trying to build those. That's all. Yeah. So with that, may I move?
Risk of asking a question, I did look at what you put out.
Yes, sir.
And my question would be, were those 2-story or 3-story designs? Okay.
They were 2-story designs. I will move that we adjourn in memory of David Wasserman and Helen Wasserman, and with sincere condolences to our colleague Jacob Wasserman.
Second.
Their loss.
Thank you. His favorite Santa Monica establishment was Sidecar Donuts. Did not ordinarily like donuts, but Sidecar did it for him, so we'll leave it there.
Wonderful. All right, we are adjourned. It is 11:12 p.m.
We haven't had one of these in a minute.